Please welcome the umpires Ben Debenham and Ben Peverell and Glamorgan team led by captain Sam Northeast. Resuming the innings for Derbyshire, Harry Kane and Wayne Madson.
Morning. We're back. It's day 2 of Derbyshire's County Championship match against Glamorgan here at the county ground in Derby. It's quite breezy, but the sun is shining and there's enough blue sky up there to be encouraged, although I have checked the forecast for tomorrow on the Met Office website and it doesn't look great. So if you want to come and see some cricket, today's your day, or Sunday, but I'd come today. Why not? Derbyshire 119 for 2, trailing by 49. Harry Kane and Wayne Madson have put on 78 for the third wicket so far. Kane 58, Madson 41. After Zach Chappell had a day to remember yesterday. And the wise words of Zach Chappell as far as trying to win a game of cricket. Those who think they can and those who think they can't are both right. I have no idea what he's talking about. Morning, Nick Webb from BBC Wales.
Good morning. It's a little early in the morning for ancient Chinese philosophy.
It was quite late in the day when he came up with it.
Confucius, he say.
I'm going to get some spin to start with. Look, Ben Callaway, do you want to do this one? Because I've got to go in a minute.
Callaway is in, right arm and bowls, and Madson plays it into the covers, and there is no run. We shall try to tell you when Madson changes arms. When Callaway changes arms, rather, because he is wont to bowl both right and left arm.
Can't wait. I genuinely can't wait. I'm excited.
In one-day cricket, anyway, we will see if such frivolities extend to championship cricket.
Well, if it doesn't, I'm going to put in a written complaint.
120 for 2. Callaway with a short leg and a backward short leg and a slip, and Kane drives him into the offside. And there is a single once more. 121 for 2. Kane 59, Madson 42. These two have already put on 80 for this third wicket, which is nearly half what Glamorgan scored all up as Callaway bowls, and Madson steps back and tries to cut and misses. And one of the reasons for Callaway being on early doors is that Glamorgan's over 8 is -2 overnight. Derbyshire's was -3. Callaway bowls, and that's driven by Madson into the offside. Single taken out to Van der Hoogten, who is sweeping on the cover boundary away to our right. Nice bright morning, but still distinctly breezy as Callaway bowls to Kane, who plays to northeast cover, and there is no run. We did have howling wind during the night, as many parts of the country did. Callaway bowls and Kane is back defending to him, and there is no run. 3 singles off the first over of the morning, which was whipped through in pretty rapid time by Ben Callaway. His first over of the match. We saw a couple of overs from Mason Crane yesterday. They went for 10. And let's see where Glamorgan will go in terms of their bowling at this racecourse end. It is the perennial workhorse of the Glamorgan side, Tim van der Hoogten, who was by far the tightest of the bowlers yesterday. 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 19. As Dave Fletcher will be back with us from Radioland very shortly.
Sorry, it was perfect apart from one aspect there, and I hadn't actually plugged the microphone into the socket. 122 for 2, then Van der Hoogten just going through his bowling action. I don't think he bowled from the racecourse end yesterday from memory, any of his 11 overs, but I could be wrong. 2 slips in place. You could hear that wind in the effects microphone as Van der Hoogten bowls to Madson, who clips that one nicely into the leg side. And they go through for a single. Fraser Sheet does the fielding at a wide mid-on. Might have been expecting to bowl first up today, but they went with spin from the city end. Glamorgan news full of devastation around the area. And this is Derbyshire's at the very southern tip of the strong gale force winds that have blown across England and presumably North Wales at some point over the course of the last 12 hours or so. The floating home at Sawley Marina was moving around rather alarmingly last night as Van der Hoogten is in, and that one is turned into the leg side. Off the stumps by Harry Kane. There is a shy from Mason Crane. But it misses, and they get through for another single. 124 for 2. It's sort of firmly anchored, this floating home on the marina, but it does move. It rocks.
Whose floating home is it?
It belongs to Andrew Charles Twigg with an E.
All right.
Beautiful place, but it does move in the wind, and it was more noticeable when I woke up than when I went to sleep last night. Van der Hoogten in again, balls to Madson, who gets a bit of an inside edge on that one, out into the onside. Yes, well, there was an awful lot of bits of tree lying about the area. I didn't see anything major. I know there have been one or two very unpleasant moments. They say the worst has passed, although it is likely to remain blustery.
So just wet tomorrow.
And yeah, dampish, certainly. But we'll be here.
We will.
Watching it rain. As Van der Hoogten runs away from us, bowls to Madson, who drives. Sheet will move around from mid-on to do the fielding, and there's no run.
Yeah, I had a brief word with Glamorgan captain Sam Northeast last night. He said basically just rusty and didn't adapt as well as they have done in the past to the transition back into the red ball game after, was it 6-7 weeks of white ball cricket.
Well, they did quite well in the white ball stuff, though, didn't they?
I believe they've reached a final.
I'd heard that. Van der Hoogten in again of bowls, left alone by Madson outside the off stump.
Yes, should they, of course, prove triumphant, as in 2021, it will overshadow any travails elsewhere in the season.
Yes, yes. Trophy win always papers over cracks, doesn't it?
The T20, all right, it's slightly improved, 1-6, lost 7 on the last couple of seasons, but there were 2 wins at the end when they were already out of it, effectively.
Derbyshire have been reasonably good at white ball cricket, not very good at red ball. Until yesterday, as Madson just guides that one down to third man, takes a single off the final ball of the Tim Van der Hoogten. I say his name about 57 different ways, and I apologise for that. When I think about it, I get into all sorts of trouble. 125 for 2 at the end of the over. Madson 45, came 60. They trail by 43.
Yeah, in Australian it's Guten, and in Dutch it's Hoogten.
And I sort of go in between.
You've split the 2, haven't you?
I'm not massive. Oh, this is interesting. So we had 1 over a spin. I'm not. Yeah. Guten just doesn't sound right, does it? It's
what many people use.
Well, it's interesting because we had at Derbyshire Logan Van Beek, who everybody calls Van Beek elsewhere, but
as that is turned away from Leonard's bowling away to square leg, and Madson gets a single, 126 for 2.
Because he isn't really Dutch, in the regard of the fact that he was born in New Zealand and was brought up in New Zealand and is in fact a New Zealander, he calls himself Van Beek.
Okay.
So I thought, well, I'll call him Van Beek then. But now he's playing a lot of franchise cricket. In fact, he's playing in the Cayman Islands at the moment. They're all calling him Van Beek.
Here comes Leonard into bowl, turned away on the leg side. There'll be a couple of runs here for Harry Kane, as Billy Root has a fair way to run round on the pavilion side of the ground away to our left. 128 for 2.
And Leonard's an interesting one because, of course, Mr. Nimoy calls himself Leonard Nimoy, doesn't he?
Well, he probably used to. I'm not sure if he does anymore.
Well, no.
Grounds of being no longer with us.
I hadn't realised he'd gone.
Yes.
Well, when you think about it, it makes sense.
That's a no ball from Leonard. 130 for 2.
Was that a recent thing, or has he been gone a while?
Couple of years, maybe.
Okay. 2015.
Oh, all right. 9 years then. Doesn't time fly?
Who knew?
Doesn't time fly?
Good grief. Yeah.
Mr. Shatner's still with us, of course, his sparring partner, as that's through outside off stump from Leonard and allowed to go through by Kame. No shot played.
William Shatner's 93.
Yes, yeah. My elder brother played the part of Mr. Spock in a panto once.
Huh? Yeah.
And if you-
The traditional Mr. Spock in a panto role.
Absolutely.
Which panto was it?
Can't remember what it was called. My brother actually wrote it as well.
Cinderella, the Star Trek he is.
As that is played defensively by Came on the offside, and there's no run. I played a role in one of his. I played Sherlock Holmes actually, and my sort of partner on stage was Maid Marian, which gives you an idea of
Right, okay.
the nature of things.
Unusual bedfellows.
Yeah, so it's a bit quite young at the time. I don't think Bedfellows is quite appropriate. As that's pulled away from Came through mid-wicket, 4 runs up towards the members' pavilion. Leonard just dropping short, and Came, you could almost sense his eyes lighting up, even though we're staring over the back of his head. 134 for 2, and an unhurried start, unflustered start to the morning from Derbyshire, who have accumulated and now picked up the first boundary of the day.
Yeah, 15 runs already this morning.
Leonard on his way from the city end, bowls, and Came plays that one out on the offside. Cranefields at point. There is no run. 134 for 2. Came has 66, Madson has 34, and the deficit is a mere 34.
I thought our Dutch correspondent might be listening.
All right.
Kate.
All right. Dutch Kate, is that?
Yes, who says she's more Dutch than Tim van der Hoogten.
Right.
And she was born in Otley or Ilkley. She doesn't put that in her message. Logan is a nightmare because he calls himself Van Beek instead of Van Beek. Yeah, absolutely. So I call him Van Beek. Then she adds that he took 3 for 16 in 2 overs yesterday, including David Warner. That was in the Cayman Islands. That's where he's playing at the moment, Logan. Top man. Tim van der Hoogten is in and bowls to Wayne Madson, who pushes it up towards sheet at mid-on, and there's no run.
I wonder if there's any crowd at all in person for games like that.
In the Cayman Islands?
Yes.
Well, they didn't show any on the television. I think they were all family members and associated other hangers-on earning a few quid.
Entirely probably made for Indian television, I would guess. Most of these tournaments seem to be.
Yeah, there is a game that starts at about 11 o'clock at night, which will be far too late for Indian TV, I think. Van der Hoogten is in and bowls to Madson, who pushes this one up to mid-off this time, where Dan Douthwaite is fielding. It was interesting you mentioned Indian television, because we were talking about the IPL, and obviously Lancashire, and it was reported, I think, overnight that a different IPL franchise now wants to buy Lancashire, because the first one decided they didn't want to buy it or something. And we were talking about the 100 when it falls into Indian hands and what time matches would have to be played for the Indian market. And they'd pretty much have to all start around about 3:30 in the afternoon for Indian TV. It'd certainly be the end of the 7 o'clock type kickoffs as Van der Hoogten bowls to Madson, who defends it out into the offside, and Kieran Carlson fields. So that could have an impact. But then it was pointed out that what happens if a couple of American concerns buy it, and they'd want it played at 6 o'clock in the morning. Not quite, but so it's going to be fascinating to see what happens. I mean, as long as somebody pays somebody, I think most of the counties would be happy, it would appear, because they're all desperate for the cash. But
Wow. Are Derbyshire that desperate?
well, Derbyshire aren't desperate for cash, no, but the rest of them seem to be.
In the black.
The rest of them seem to be. Van der Hoogten, halfway through his 13th over, bowls to Madson, who pushes this one up to Douthwaite once again. And there is no run. Colston is coming today. Colston Crawford, it'd be good to see him. I've told him to come up. Burton Albion man, and many other things besides. Told him to bring a coat, but not an umbrella. On account of the fact that even if it rains and you put one up, you're likely to fly away.
Mary Poppins,
Yes.
eat your heart out.
It would be very much along those lines. It is very breezy here in the East Midlands today. Van der Hoogten bowls, and Madson pushes this one up to mid-off again. And Douthwaite fields and throws it to Carlson, who is the clearly the designated polisher. A slightly optimistic ice cream van somewhere. That's what it sounded like, but it stopped very. I know they're only allowed to do so many seconds per minute, aren't they?
Are they?
Yeah,
I never knew that.
Yes, you can only do it for so many seconds. Noise abatement, I think. You want to hear the match of the day theme tune so many times, don't you, really? This one is an attempted cut by Madson, goes past the edge of his bat and through to Chris Cook behind the stumps. A maiden over from Tim van der Hoogten. His fourth, 13 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 22 by some considerable distance. The pick of the bowlers for Glamorgan. And Derbyshire remain on 134 for 2 with Madson on 46 and Harry Kame on 66.
Yes, Van der Hoogten, Morgan's best performer with both bat and ball in this game. But can he drag a few others along with him? As Ned Leonard will charge in from the city end for his 8th over. Got the wicket of Guest and should have had Kame. Dropped at slip on 28. And might easily have had Madson. As Leonard is in to bowl, and upon his toes goes Kame. Forces is on the offside, but unfortunately for him, picks out Mason Crane at backward point. And there was a very loud appeal for a caught behind off Wayne Madson on 11.
I've spoken to a few people about that. They were all of the same opinion as us. They were all watching it from this kind of vantage point.
As Kame looks to drive, gets a bit tucked up, plays it back to the bowler, and there's no run. We were extremely surprised when Madson was given not out.
Absolutely staggered.
By umpire Debenham, and Madson celebrated his let-off by nearly getting bowled twice by Leonard. One shaved the off stick and the other nearly dragged on.
He's through the other side now.
He's watching as Leonard bowls to Kame, who is forward. Better second over so far from Ned Leonard, the London-born Millfields product, 22 years old. And looking to make a mark on loan from Somerset, adding a little bit of extra pace to the Glamorgan attack, which is not the fastest. As that is a short bouncer. It's quite a decent bouncer, but it doesn't tempt Kame into anything injudicious. He didn't really need to move much to get out of the way. As it goes through to Chris Cook. Worth trying. There are two back on the leg side, are there?
There is a long leg.
You can't actually see
completely out of your side.
the long leg from my point of view, but square leg is back on the boundary as well. As that's outside off stump, and it's beaten Mason Crane at points, and Kane picks up 4 more runs to move on to 70 not out.
He's tried that 3 or 4 times in this over, certainly in the last 2 overs, and he's finally got one through. Nice shot from him. It's Kellaway, I think, down to our left at long leg.
Having bowled all of 1 over,
Been banished. It wasn't that bad an over.
very boringly all with the same arm.
Perhaps that's the reason he's down there.
As Leonard is on his way, 138 for 2, and tries another short ball that is edged over the keeper for 4 runs. Well, a gentle round of applause from Chris Cook for his colleagues' efforts. It was a top edge, flew over the top of Chris Cook and went straight down the ground towards us for 142 for 2, and that is the century partnership between these two. Kane moves under 74. Madson has 46.
Yeah, a little fortuitous for Harry Kane. So one of those, we saw one of those yesterday, didn't we? I can't remember which innings it was in. It might have been the Glamorgan innings. It might have been Sheet, but I'm not 100% certain. Flew down below us, just shy of the boundary rope.
As North East and Carlson engage in discussions, and Van der Hoogten literally scratching his head. How on earth do we get these two out? Or at least one of them.
Well, they've nearly halved the deficit that was there overnight inside 20 minutes. So, getting on with it, which is good to see. I think that's the way forward, given the weather forecast. Tim Van der Hoogten then, 14th over, 142 for 2, bowls to Madson, who plays that ball possibly into his pad. Dribbles out into the offside. It's picked up by Kieran Carlson, who starts polishing furiously. The bad weather hasn't affected Manchester, clearly, although I have seen a photograph of Bolton Market, which didn't look too clever. England 281 for 6, leading by 45 against Sri Lanka now. Durham batting on, good to see, 411 for 6, having been put in yesterday by Nottinghamshire. Here's Tim Van der Hoogten into Madson, who goes back and forces that out into the offside, where Douthwaite will do the fielding. Just having a scan down, they're playing everywhere, which is quite remarkable, really. Sussex bowled out for 189, Yorkshire 8 without loss in the first over of their reply. Northamptonshire 183 for 7 against Middlesex. They played 50 overs of that game. Leicestershire 296 for 7 against Gloucestershire. They're in the just got to the end of the 73rd over. No extra overs in this game because we finished after 6 o'clock, which is a real shame. Here comes Van der Hoogten in bowls to Madson, who drives Douthwaite. A really nice stop with his left hand, going down very quickly, and he tries to get back to the ball and pick it up, but doesn't. It scampered through for a quick single anyway. It was nicely done by Douthwaite.
It is an arcane regulation, that, isn't it? I mean,
well, it's not alone, I would suggest, but yes, you're right, it is.
It doesn't really make an awful lot of sense.
No.
I mean, if you've lost time, you've lost time. And if there's time to make it up, then you should do so.
Well, the really mad one is when you lose an entire day's play. Say you lose day 1, then you add 8 overs onto days 2 and 3. So you gain 16 overs, but you don't, because like yesterday when the bad light hits, you're off. Yeah, it's pointless, really. 143 for 2. Harry came back on strike and fiddles that one square on the offside. And there's no run.
Good morning to Edward Bevan, listening on the Trabanos Riviera, and bemoaning the schedule for next year.
No, excellent.
It's somewhat depressing.
He's gone early there, Edward.
It's
greatly missed, by the way. I should just add that in.
It's not great not having international cricket in August, is it?
No, but we know why.
We know why. It's the franchise stuff.
So we all voted for it. Van der Hoogten in bowls wide of the off stump, left alone by Harry Kane. Just wait till they expand it to the same length as the IPL. It takes up 3 months of the summer. County Championship starts at the end of January and continues until the 31st of December.
Squadrons of glitter-clad girls and boys are practicing their cheerleader routines around the UK for the right to come and entertain the crowds at such events.
Yes. 6,000 million pounds worth of fireworks let off in the middle of the afternoon. Final ball of Van der Hoekton's 14th over. He's in and bowls to Came. It's a short one and he pulls out of it very early. Harry Came did well not to be tempted there. He's on 74. He doesn't want to give this one away. Derbyshire 143 for 2 at the end of the over, trailing by 25.
Atomic Kitten, what did you start? They were performing at the...
Were they the first ones?
It was the second year, I think, and Glamorgan qualified for T20 finals day, and Atomic Kitten were the interval act.
Well, T20 finals day is okay.
Yeah. Aim high, shoot low, baby. One of their immortal lyrics.
Your Atomic Kitten knowledge is far greater than mine. I'm delighted to say.
As in comes Leonard and bowls to Madson, who steers it down to third man, much to Edward Bevan's delight. There is a third man, and it's just a single, 144 for 2. Some of Atomic Kitten's stuff was written by the orchestral manoeuvres in the dark frontman Andy McCluskey during a fallow period in OMD's career. How can I make a few bob? I know. Knock out a few pop tunes for the kids.
He needs to have a word with himself, doesn't he? I've seen OMD.
Yeah, they're very good.
Yeah.
Leonard bowls, and Came is defending this one on the leg side. In fact, I saw them earlier this year, their latest, I can't call it waxing anymore. Well, I suppose there probably is a vinyl version. Bauhaus Staircase, highly recommended. Real return to form.
Have a listen. Yeah, not the best band from the Wirral, but one of them. Half Man, Half Biscuit take that particular title.
As Came defends up to mid-off, and there is no run.
They wrote one of the very early albums. They wrote about a telephone box. And
OMD, yeah.
And said a telephone box was at the top of the road in Mells, where I was brought up until the age of 9.
All right, it was a specific telephone box, was it? I didn't know that.
Apparently.
Red frame, white light. One of their lesser-known early singles. Leonard bowls, and Came squirts that one away past mid-wicket. He'll pick up at least a single. He'll think about a second, and they'll think twice, because Billy Root is speeding in from the mid-wicket boundary. 145 for 2. Came moves to 75. Madson on strike on 48. The leading scorer against Glamorgan for Derbyshire, Mr. Griffin informs us.
Unsurprisingly.
As that's slapped through the covers by Madson, and that will be his half century of 88 balls. It won't quite go to the boundary. In fact, they'll settle for a couple of runs. 7 fours, 88 balls for the Madson 50.
The 124th time Wayne Madson's got to 50 in his first-class career. 37 of those have been converted into centuries. I think 36 of those centuries for Derbyshire, I believe. I'm not 100% certain.
As he faces up again to Leonard and plays that one firmly to Carlson, who is in that in-between position, trying to cover both cover and mid-off. 10th against Glamorgan. So there we are. That's 4 50s now and 1 century for Madson this season. As he's moved well past 500 runs in the process.
Yeah, they've only got 3 centuries in the County Championship, Derbyshire, which is a real concern. it explains largely why they are where they are, which is very much at the bottom of the table. A win today wouldn't put much of a dint. Not today, this week. Tim Van der Hoogten, continuing from the race course end, bowling to Harry Kame, who drives for a single to the left of Dan Douthwaite. And Kame moves on to 76, 148 for 2. Derbyshire trail by just 20 now.
From the Welsh listeners' point of view, this is all very trouble-free for Derbyshire this morning. Top edge over the keeper is about as far as we get in terms of alarms, and that wasn't particularly close to the leaping Chris Cook anyway.
Again, in and bowls to Madson this time. Pushes it up towards mid-on where Fraser Sheet does the fielding. I didn't realise, but that probably won't be required at 11:30 because they appear to be doing an outside broadcast from the shopping centre in Derby City Centre.
Wow.
Which I imagine is quite a challenge technically in this breeze. does make me chuckle. I did see that somebody was there. Van der Hoogten in and bowls to Madson, who again pushes this one to Sheet. And again, there's no run. Look at the flags, though. Those flags are blowing as much as they were yesterday. First thing, the only difference between this morning and yesterday morning is that there is slightly more sun. Some rain around about midday yesterday that forced the players from the field.
Couldn't have been any less sun than there was yesterday morning. It was
a bit gloomy, wasn't it? Yeah.
Pretty grim.
Why would a computer want to restart 2 days in a row? This is very irritating now, as that one was left alone by Wayne Madson to go through to Chris Cook. Another crucial update to be added to the computer, presumably.
Yes, mine did that first when I switched it on this morning, but thankfully I switched it on well before the start of play, so it had time to go through its processes.
Which can be very, very tiresome and lengthy. Van der Hoogten turns at the top of his mark. As I said yesterday, not an enormous run-in. Bowls to Madson, who almost looked like he was trying to leave that. Comes off the face of the bat down to third man. He does play that kind of shot a lot. Very much a product of his white ball career. Picks up a single, moves to 51, 149 for 2.
Steve James would approve.
Yeah.
The Glamorgan batter and captain, who always jokes about how many of his runs came down to third man.
Well, they did have one. They haven't got one now. For Kame, as Van der Hoogten bowls, and Kame pushes this out to cover. Kieran Carlson does the fielding. And it was the final ball of the 15th over, sent down by Tim Van der Hoogten. 15 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 25. Derbyshire 149 for 2. We know a commentator who likes a third man, though, don't we? A mutual commentator, a friend.
Indeed so. Yes, Kieran Carlson's personal family fan club are with him. Mum, Dad and dog, present and correct. In the hotel breakfast room this morning. Keen followers.
Is it the sort of... I've seen a dog today.
Leonard is in to bowl. Madson turns it away backward of square on the onside. He'll pick up at least one. And it's very comfortable too as Billy Root runs round to field. 151 for 2.
The better phrasing of that was, what kind of dog is it?
I have No idea
Oh,
about
okay.
dogs. I'm afraid you're asking the wrong person.
There's an old English sheepdog knocking about earlier on today. I'm not sure if it was that. That was a beautiful looking
No,
thing.
it's definitely smaller than an old English sheepdog. I think I would have noticed that in a breakfast
Yeah,
room.
I've seen a couple of dogs today.
As that's turned off his legs again by Madson. Has Root got enough on that? No, he hasn't.
Got anything on it.
Sprawling away on the backward square leg boundary, and Leonard just offering Madson a bit too much freedom to play. On the leg side, he's raced on to 57. Derbyshire 155 for 2 are only 13 runs behind, and it has been pretty much plain sailing in the first 34 minutes of the day's play.
Got there into a position where he could put the dive in, but just couldn't quite stretch out the arm far enough to affect the stop. It was a little bit unfortunate because he made good ground.
Madson, bat tapping. He gets a short ball that hits him. Ducked, but not effectively. And will this be a helmet check?
I think it was more upper body, wasn't it?
Yes, we did.
When he's got his back to us, but it just felt more upper body than...
Well, it's usually a bit more of a clunk when it's ball onto helmet.
unusual to see a batter these, especially a top order batter, allow the ball to hit him, which is pretty much what he did there.
Yeah, got really in the wrong position somehow. 155 for 2. Leonard to Madson, gets another short ball. That's a good one actually, because that was a roundabout head high and well directed as well, and Madson did well not to get anything on that.
Yeah, bowed out nice and early.
You can see why Glamorgan were interested in Leonard. He has got raw pace. Does bowl useful short delivery from the look of it. As he charges in again and bowls another short delivery that Madson ducks underneath fairly comfortably on this occasion. I think he's had his couple for the over, short deliveries, but Leonard has gone at 6 runs and over, which is only all right if you're picking up quite a lot of wickets, and arguably could easily have had 3 wickets in this innings, and everyone be saying how well he bowled. As the next delivery is on a length, and Madson plays it back to the bowler. Interesting over, but 6 runs off it. 155 for 2, Derbyshire 13 behind.
I've just seen a chap over by the old scoreboard away to our right. He looked a bit like that Simpsons gif where Homer just goes back into the bushes, except he had his face towards the bush, and I thought, oh, he's not doing a Peruvian 3rd division trick out there, is he? I don't know if you saw that on Twitter this week, where the chap got sent off for having a wee before he took a corner. He was lighting his pipe. Nothing more sinister than that. He was desperately trying to get out of the wind to light his pipe, and it just looked slightly peculiar for a minute. Here's Tim van der Hoogten, 155 for 2, Derbyshire, bowls to Harry Kane, who defends it straight back to the bowler.
My late father, according to family legend, got booked for scoring a goal in football just after half-time while smoking.
Oh, excellent. No, I don't mind that.
Unfortunately, he was a heavy smoker, and as obviously half-time break was not as long as he expected, but he still got the ball in the back of the net.
There's lots of stories about goalkeepers smoking when they didn't have an awful lot to do.
Bad habit, kids.
Yeah, don't do it.
Don't do it.
Van der Hoogten in, and that is short, and he takes it on, pulls it into the leg side, out towards the square leg on the boundary, and they pick up a single. Kane moves to 77, 156 for 2, 1 for the over.
The days of packets of cigarettes being handed out by match sponsors to players, journalists, and indeed random members of the crowd.
Anybody.
Anybody, yes. They used to give away an awful lot of fags in those days.
Can't think why.
Which resulted in me smoking more than I should have done in my 20s.
Yes. Van der Hoogten into bowl to Madson, who defends that one on the back foot up to mid on. Rugby League was particularly synonymous with that. The Challenge Cup was sponsored by cigarette companies for many years. So their draws were always a huge attraction for the journalists who filled their boots and any other receptacle they could find with cigarettes. Quite remarkable when you think back. It even looks odd now when you see an old film or something and somebody's indoors having a cigarette. Van der Hoogten to Madson, who struck on the pad. Big appeal for leg before wicket. Van der Hoogten can't believe it. He's got his hands on his head. Nick's going to have another look on the replay. Not out, says umpire Peveril.
That looked highly adjacent.
It did look close from here, I've got to say. On first look, did he get a touch on it? That could be probably the only thing that could save him.
Yes, it must have been a hint of an inside edge, because
it did look close with the naked eye.
It looked on target, and
say no more. 156 for 2. Van der Hoogten. I don't know whether he lost his run-up or whether something disturbed Wayne Madson in his stance, but either way, that particular delivery has been abandoned for the time being.
I was umpiring the other week and heard an opposition player mutter, "That was hit in the middle of middle," as I turned down his team's appeal.
Van der Hoogten bowls, played by Madson, out into the offside. Kane sets off and is sent back as Douthwaite fields.
As I signalled, it was sliding down leg side.
Yes. Always there on the side of the batter. Was it your side who were batting?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the way.
I mean, frankly, you don't expect LBWs at our level of cricket.
No.
One game I was playing in, we were actually given 3 LBWs. I was shocked. I must have been particularly vociferous behind the stumps that day.
Final ball of Van der Hoogten's over is driven and nicely stopped by the bowler in his follow-through, driven by Madson. Very fine piece of fielding. 1 run off the over. Derbyshire 156 for 2, trailing by 12.
Mind you, that day we were given 3 LBWs. As I say, we were very grateful for, but they were I think with neutral umpires we might have got 6 that day.
Do you have no neutral umpires at all at your level?
No, not in the depths of cricket that I play in. No, they go down to sometimes the first team get 1, but not always.
Really?
Division 3.
Good grief. That must lead to a certain amount of disagreement.
There is, yes, it is a situation ripe to cause heated argument on occasion. 156 for 2. Leonard is in to bowl, and Kane gets a thick but safe edge down to third man for a single. 157 for 2.
And they have neutral umpires in the North West Cricket League. I watch the majority of my club cricket. But
how far down, though?
Well, there's only one. Well, there are 2 divisions. There are only 2
okay.
divisions. But there are still disagreements, as I like to call them, with 2 neutral umpires. So heaven only knows what it'd be like if there weren't any.
Leonard into bowl, and Madson deflects it away down to fine leg off something, which is, come on, Mr. Umpire, pad. Rather belated signal from umpire Debenham.
Just noticed we've got matching coloured tops on near enough today, which is good to see. The commentary team in their uniform. Fortunately, no commentator cam for this game.
Leonard to bowl. Another short delivery that Kane gets out of the way of. It goes through to Chris Cook. Well, Leonard is working up ahead of steam in this spell, isn't he?
Well, he's bowled nicely in this one today.
think he's bowled overall. I mean, there have been too many 4 balls, but he has bowled overall better than his figures of 1 for 59 suggest. As that's down leg side, well taken by Chris Cook, diving to his left, all signs of calf strain, which kept him out for around a month. Forgotten. 158 for 2.
Yeah, good to see a couple of Derbyshire's injured bowlers out warming up with the rest of the team today. Ben Aitchison and Alex Thompson, who's missing this game with a side strain.
Leonard charging towards us, bowls. That's a no ball, and it'll be, I think, 4 runs. Sheet is giving hot pursuit, but the ball just trickles frustratingly for him over the rope at wideish mid-wicket. Is picked up by Glamorgan assistant coach David Harrison. And Derbyshire move remorselessly on to 164 for 2, with the addition of 6 runs to the scoreboard.
Just 4 behind now.
David Harrison in the company of Andy Gorvin, one of Glamorgan's 12th man, as Kame pushes that one towards mid-on, and there is no run. Glamorgan's extra players, Gorvin, Tribe and Smale. It may be that 1 or 2 of them disappear tonight, I suppose, to take in a club match tomorrow.
You have to have 2 though, don't you? You need
2,
you need a batter and a bowler for concussion reasons, concussion replacement reasons.
As that's down leg side, neatly taken by Cook. Kame can't get anything on it. Again, a reasonably testing over from Leonard, but betrayed by the odd bad ball that goes to the boundary. 164 for 2. Derbyshire are just 4 runs behind with 8 wickets in hand, and poised, you would have thought, for a very favourable first innings lead.
We'll certainly be looking for one. We're going to see Ben Kellaway bowl from the racecourse end now. I'll let you know what he's bowling with when I see it. It looks like right arm from here.
Hasn't bowled left arm in Championship, as far as I'm aware.
Well, he needs to. He's practicing with his right arm. Go on, practice with your left as well. Do one of each. No, he's not going to. Well, just the 1 over earlier on. In fact, it was the first over of the day. Cost him 3 runs.
And really, he's played remarkably little Championship cricket, just the 1 and a little bit matches last season. And this is his first red ball outing of this year.
He's bowling to the compulsive sweeper, Wayne Madson. He goes back into his stumps and pushes this out towards Carlson at extra cover. First delivery.
Bit of turn there, possibly. Gentle.
Slow, yeah, if there was any. Next delivery, none there. Turned into the leg side on this occasion, some northeast. Catching mid-wicket. That's the feeling. Looks like they've gone back to the heavy bails again. Should have noticed that earlier. Kellaway bowls to Madson. It pushes this out into the offside. They're going to go through for a quick single. There is no shy at the stumps. As Billy Root got to the ball, but realised that he wasn't going to be able to effect a run out. That's moves to 58. 165 for 2. You'd have to have 2 columns for Kellaway if he does bowl left and right arm, of course. He's in again, right arm over the wicket. That one's clipped into the leg side by Kame, and a nice stop by northeast. Tumbling down to his left.
And make it that Glamorgan have used 22 players in Championship this year.
Oh, have to count the Derbyshire ones then. There's a paddle from Harry Kame. He's going to pick up 2 runs for it. He got a bit too much of it, really. It didn't go as fine as he would have liked. As it's fielded down there in the distance by Ned Leonard.
Leonard being the 3rd lone player for Glamorgan this season.
ball of Callaway's second over. Oh, it goes for a quite expansive looking. It wasn't a cut shot. It went underneath his bat through to the wicketkeeper Chris Cook, who removed the heavy bails. But Kane hadn't moved his back foot. 84, he remains on. Final ball of the over. Madson 58, partnership 126. Derbyshire one behind at 167 for 2.
Morgan's other loanees being Craig Miles from Warwickshire, who played the first game of the season against Middlesex, took 2 for 86 and was then recalled by his host county after one game of what was meant to be a 3 or 4 game loan. And Brad Wheel of Hampshire, who played in the game at Northants and was never seen again.
Yeah, well, I've seen him since, because he played in the one-day cup game against Derbyshire, Brad Wheel.
He took 1 for 87. So, another change of bowling. And it is Fraser Sheet to bowl his first spell of the day, with Sam Northeast chopping and changing in search of that elusive breakthrough here on day 2, as Derbyshire look to bat themselves into a winning position and hope the weather isn't as bad as forecast, as Madson drives firmly towards mid-on. Well stopped. And there's no run.
19 players Derbyshire have used. I've just counted them. Jack Morley's the only loanee, and it's only his second game. He was recalled by Lancashire early in the season when Nathan Lyon went back, or was about to go back.
Sheet bowls. Madson plays defensively to mid-on. No run.
Of those 19, Ross Whiteley's only played twice. This is only Pat Brown's 3rd game. Mitch Wagstaff played 1, and Nick Potts, it's his first game. So they've had a fairly similar side throughout the county championship. Hasn't worked until today, or yesterday.
The golden hour for Derbyshire, 11 till 12 on a Thursday morning. As Sheet bowls wide, and Madson's missed out there. He's cracked it straight to Crane at backward point, no run.
Well, yesterday's Glamorgan total of 168 ended a run of 6 or 7 opposition first innings of 400 or more, which generally puts you out of a game. So, having said that batting was an issue, bowling hasn't been too clever either.
As Sheet bowls, Madson drives, chops it onto his pad. The ball trickles to Callaway at cover, and there's no run.
And of course the fielding's been ordinary at times too. So it all adds up to disappointment in red ball cricket. I think it's fair to say. Which is why they're so far adrift at the bottom of the 2nd division.
Stick to the limited over stuff. It's where the crowds and the money are.
Well, and the early finishes. Yeah.
1 run in arrears as Sheet bowls to Madson, who takes Derbyshire into the lead in emphatic style. Short and wide again. Didn't miss out this time. Smashed it to the cover point boundary for 4. 171 for 2. Derbyshire lead Glamorgan by 3.
Yeah, nice shot by Wayne Madson. Out towards David Harrison, who I'm guessing is talking to Kieran Carlson's mum and dad. Because he appears to be, I hope he's stroking a dog anyway. It's behind the advertising board. So if he's stroking a dog, he's probably going to get arrested.
This Sheet bowls. It's closer to the business area, and Madson drives it to Callaway at cover, and there is no run. Yeah, I'm not sure that is the case.
No, there's somebody else. There are a number of canines in the ground today.
Yes. Who says that county cricket is supported by one man and a dog?
Well,
there are several dogs.
Let's see, there's another one there by the scoreboard, a little white one. All shapes and sizes.
Dogs
welcome.
proliferate.
Yeah, I know.
And most of them have owners with them as well.
Well,
Or at least people acting in control of them, if not their actual owners.
the junior's free today as well, and I was told earlier on today, which is excellent.
Mm.
I think you could buy a ticket for all 4 days for 25 quid, which is great value.
I'm sure the Balconeers supporters group were delighted with that.
Yeah, that's a really good offer. Callaway to continue from the racecourse, sent bowling to Harry Kame, who turns this one to Carlson at mid-wicket. There's no run.
And the Balconeers are not having far to go after their day's watching. They're in the neighbouring hotel.
This one is, oh, caught and bowled. What a terrific catch that is from Callaway. It was driven really hard by Harry Kame, and he held on to it, no idea how, with both hands. It almost knocked him off his feet, and Harry Kame's bid for a century comes to an end. 16 shy of 3 figures. He's been dismissed. Caught and bowled by Ben Callaway for 84. Derbyshire lose their 3rd wicket at 171.
And Ben Callaway's first-class wicket. He's made quite an impact in white ball cricket, but had struggled to get going in the championship form of the game, despite his obvious talent. And that one will be a big moment for him. It was above his head. He parried it and then caught it knee-high on the way down.
Good catch. He hit it really hard. Harry Kame, 14 fours in his 84. He will be massively disappointed to have missed out on a century. Derbyshire leading by 3. And here comes the skipper. He may be familiar to Glamorgan followers.
Never seen him
A young
before.
lad by the name of Lloyd, who, once the signing was made, was always going to be the skipper, no matter how many times he denied it. To my incessant questioning, we were calling him Skip when he was here on loan in the One-Day Cup, I think.
Yes, where you broke him and didn't send him back as advertised for the last month of the season.
No, he broke a rib or two when he was struck by the ball at Edgbaston. I always thought the really interesting thing for me was when he, because obviously Derbyshire played Glamorgan in the final game of last season, the first game of this season down at Cardiff. And in the final game of last season, David Lloyd wandered around the ground very much in Derbyshire kit, which was quite amusing. And brushed off my questions about leading Derbyshire out at Sophia Gardens from memory, from the first game of the season.
Yes.
Didn't really want to answer those.
No.
171 for 3 then. Lead of 3. Big moments here. Lloyd, well, hasn't got the volume of runs, certainly, that he would have wanted in the county championship this season. Just 393. But he has got 3 half centuries. A score of 60, but averaging just 26. He'll be followed by Aaron Donald, who's actually scored fewer runs than that. Has a slightly better average, made 97 as a top score now. That was at Headingley against Yorkshire in the scoreboard fiasco match, when they had him on 96 and he got a boundary, and then they took 4 off him.
Oh, no.
Callaway into bowl to David Lloyd, who drives first ball. It goes actually backward of square. Full delivery. Puff of dust came up as the bat hit the ball and the ground at pretty much the same time.
So was there a round of applause for his 100 then, I take it?
No, not quite. Callaway is, there might have been actually, Callaway is in, Lloyd is off the mark with a very gentle shot off the back foot out towards the cover boundary. Yeah, he went up to, he got to 96, then he thought, he knew, because the umpires had told him there was a bizarre incident. Well, there were several bizarre incidents because it was Leeds, but he knew he wasn't on 100 or 96, so that's what he told me afterwards. Callaway into bowl to Madson, who whips this one into the leg side for just a single. He'll move to 63, 173 for 3.
Yes, players don't usually do interviews, or not very often, when they're not out overnight. And Aaron did one with me when he was 98, not out overnight, and was out first thing the next morning.
Yes, I don't like doing those interviews. This next one is played by Lloyd into the leg side. It's fielded by Carlson. It's the end of the over. A successful over for Ben Callaway. 1 for 8 his figures. Lloyd 1, Madson 63, 173 for 3. I've got to work out now because I didn't look it up in time. What did they put on in?
130.
Oh, that's very kind. 113.
130.
All right, thank you.
41 to 171. So Glamorgan have a point from this game. They are not entirely Richard Osman. Is that the right game show?
Yeah. No, well, not anymore because he's left now, hasn't he? He only does the celebrity ones.
Oh, okay.
Alexander Armstrong, is he called?
Yep.
I want to put Jones on the end of that. But that's a different person altogether.
That's the one married to Princess Margaret, wasn't it? Leonard, Sheets rather, is in to bowl, and that's cracked away for 4 runs. And on goes Wayne Madson to 67, and total to 177 for 3. Firmly struck away. Sheet in his 12th over. And still looking for his first Glamorgan wicket. Dispatched very firmly through the leg side was that last delivery. Sheet tries again. It's a better delivery, and Madson plays it defensively on the offside. There's no run. So Glamorgan just down to the 1 slip now. It's the 51st over of the innings, so the ball getting pretty aged. Sunlight sweeping across the county ground as Sheet is into bowl, and just a slightly slower ball that Madson was drawn forward and then checked his shot, played it defensively to Callaway in the covers. There's no run. So Glamorgan have a slip. There's no third man. It's backward point. Cover mid-off, mid-on. Shortish mid-wicket, deep square leg, and a long leg. Fine leg, whatever you will, on the 45. And played on the offside. Correction, there is a third man. Tim van der Hoogten was just beyond the boundary there, which was looking sort of inside the ropes, which is where you tend to find fielders, but he was propping himself up on the advertising hoardings in between deliveries in anticipation, no doubt, of a continued workload. It really has bowled magnificently. 1 for 26 in 16 overs, Tim van der Hoogten. Glamorgan need others to come to the party, as Sheet's next ball is defended by Madson, and there is no run. Van der Hoogten chatting to assistant coach David Harrison and 12th man Andy Gorvin, who are luxuriating in the sunshine, it appears.
You'd want to be in the sun, wouldn't you?
Indeed. It's quite a heavily populated little stand down to our right there. As Sheet tears in, bowls, and Madson plays defensively to Callaway at cover, and there is no run.
No ball. I think. Yeah.
179 for 3. Madson 67 not out. So no ball under boundary. Not a great over for the man from Canterbury. Can he remedy that? Well, he's bowled a straight enough delivery that forces Madson into defensive work, but doesn't look like breaking through. 179 for 3. Derbyshire lead Glamorgan by 11 with 7 wickets in hand.
Big transfer news in the South Wales area.
What's that?
Newport County have completed the loan signing of Kieran Evans from Cardiff City.
All right. Oh well. Won't have to move house then.
Subject to EFL approval, of course, as all transfers are. I don't know why clubs put that really, but they always are subject to etc.
Yeah, there's some cases in which Welsh clubs, I think, have to get international.
Well, they do if they sign
approval as
anybody
well.
from England.
Yeah.
Yeah, and similarly, if English clubs sign anybody from Wales. Ben Callaway, 4th over, bowls to David Lloyd, who pushes this one out into the offside, fielded by Sam Northeast, and there is no run. They're also subject to slightly different, I think. No, that was when Wrexham were in the National League. They were subject to slightly different regulations than the rest of the league, which seemed absurd. Callaway in bowls, that's down the leg side, not taken cleanly by Cook. A little yelp from the bowler. So perhaps there'd been a little tickle, but no real disappointment shown out in the field. As Lloyd waits and drives very pleasantly out towards the extra cover boundary. They've run one. Oh, they're going to come back for the second as well. This might be tight now. Madson gets there just about in time. It was a little bit tighter than it perhaps should have been. Madson at the age of 40.
Yep.
Got back in time. He's a supremely fit 40. I think I was as fit as Madson is now when I was 20.
It's that Italian diet, you see.
Yes. Yes, mixed in with the South African penchant for barbecues, as that one is defended by David Lloyd. Back to Ben Callaway. 181 for 3. Madson, Lloyd moved on to 3 with those couple of runs earlier on. Callaway is in again. Lloyd just pushes this out into the offside. So 1 ball to go. The 52nd over of Derbyshire's innings. Lloyd, you can hear him tapping his bat in the effects microphone. But he was tapping it on the pitch, actually. But that one is pushed out into the offside by Lloyd, who can count to 6 because he has pinched the strike. He moves on to 4. Derbyshire 182 for 3 at the end of the over. Callaway 4 overs, 1 for 11.
Our X/Twitter addresses, Nick Webb 2017 and Fletch Sport. Good afternoon to Ricky Morgan, listening in work and enjoying our coverage. Going to be a battle to salvage even a draw. Would you know if Glamorgan's T20 crowds are up on down on last year? It was ages ago, the T20. You don't expect me to remember things that far back. Certainly, and say that one-day cup crowds have improved this year in Cardiff. Seemed a very decent crowd on Sunday for the semi-final. I think it was about a couple of thousand, which is not huge in a 15,000 capacity stadium, but on the other hand,
reasonably short notice as well.
it was enough to, yes, the semi-final was at short notice, and they were noisy. It was a good crowd, knew their stuff, applauding dot balls in the opposition innings, that sort of thing, and applauding opposition boundaries as well.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of that.
As Madson, Lloyd drives the first ball of Sheets over to mid-off, and there is no run. Edward Cooper of the Balconeers, good afternoon to you. The Balconeers are organising a 2-night bed and breakfast coach trip to Trent Bridge for the one-day cup final.
All right, who's in that?
Somerset and, oh yes, Glamorgan. 182 for 3 as Sheet bowls to Lloyd, who is forward defensively, playing back to the bowler, and there's no run. So if you wish your travel organised to Trent Bridge, so that you can maybe have a libation or two to celebrate Glamorgan's glorious triumph, stroke commiserate Glamorgan's sad defeat. Details on the Balconeers website, which is conveniently enough thebalconeers.co.uk.
Yeah, makes sense.
As sheet in bowls, and that one's kept low and almost bowled David Lloyd, coming back from outside off stump, but not quite coming back quickly enough.
Close though.
Very close as Lloyd goes down and gardens suspiciously.
I think it's worth repeating, of course, those who can't get to Trent Bridge, and I would urge as many Glamorgan fans to get there as they can now, but there is a very much Radio Wales-centric commentary on that game, isn't there?
There is indeed. Thank you very much, Dave.
It's worth pointing that out.
Be providing a BBC Sport Wales coverage.
Very good.
As that one is Lloyd defending into the covers, and I believe that it'll also be on some forms of radiophonic devices. I'll confirm details of that
Wow.
closer to the time.
Wow, the big time.
Medium wave and extra, I believe.
That's not bad, though.
Don't often have a Radio Wales extra, but it is there on, I think, on DAB.
Yes, well, certainly on BBC Sounds.
BBC Sounds. There we are. Sheet is into bowl to Lloyd, who drives back, and Sheet gets a hand to it and takes the pace off the ball, rolls up to Carlson at mid-off. But we'll confirm that nearer the time. If you are going and you want to go on a bus with a load of other Welsh cricket supporters, thebalconeers.co.uk. Leaving on Saturday, coming back on Monday morning. So, unless there's a second day, I shall be leaving on Saturday and coming back on Sunday night. The sheet is into Lloyd. He got runs here through leg side, clipped neatly off his leg. He'll get 4 runs up towards the pavilion. 1-8-6 for 3 as Lloyd moves on to 8 not out off 15 deliveries with his first boundary. And Glamorgan are not offering Van der Hoogten the support that he needs, really.
Not really. So there's a reserve day, is there, for the... I hadn't realised.
There is a reserve day. Yes, if they don't manage
one
to
of the finals has gone into the reserve day thinking about it, hasn't it?
complete any form of match, they will try to play a reduced match if they can, but if they can't get in even the reduced match, then it goes over into the next day, which is also in place for the semi-final as well.
And Callaway begins a new over, bowling to Wayne Madson, turned into the leg side. There is no run. And then, of course, it's decided on alphabetical order, so good news all round.
Yeah.
Billy Root with the fielding there. Let's try to work out who you were playing again. This one is driven by Madson, and Callaway fields off his own bowling.
Yeah, if I think the trophy's shared if they can't play on the reserve
There's
day.
no way to do it. There's got to be a better way than sharing a trophy, surely. Callaway in bowls to Madson, goes back and pushes this up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Leonard, and there's no run.
In the test match, Smith has got his century and Atkinson's just been dismissed.
Callaway still bowling right arm. Ball defended back to him off the back foot by Madson.
Atkinson gone for 20, caught off Rathnayaka. Jamie Smith, 101 not out. England 305 for 7, lead by 69.
Callaway bowls again, and that one is defended by Wayne Madson into the offside. Fielded by Sam Northeast. And there's no run. Good afternoon now, as it is to Mark Crossland, who's listening to us inside the ground. So you'll hear this in 30 seconds, Mark. This next delivery is defended by Madson. Out into the offside. And that's a maiden over. From Ben Callaway. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 11. Derbyshire remain on 186 for 3. It'd be nice if we could get it in sync, but it's just not possible apparently.
Well, Sussex do it, don't they?
Well, you can. Some
device.
grounds have a little earpiece that you can rent. But if you're listening on the BBC Sport website, they did promise at one point that they would be able to do it with, and it was football, obviously. But I've not come across any device that plays things at the same time as any other object, such as a television. So it's a bit irritating. You can put somebody on the moon, but you can't broadcast at the same time as a television. Anyway.
Sheet is on his way in to bowl, and David Lloyd is forward defending to cover. Callaway Fields, no run. So do contact us with any cricket-related thoughts, or indeed anything else we've been rabbiting on about. Half man, half biscuit, if you will. Not a band I've seen in person.
Yes, I've seen them once. At the Liverpool International Festival, or whatever it was. They played in the pavilion there. Brilliant.
Sheet bowls, hurries Lloyd slightly, but he plays it competently, defensively to root at mid-wicket, no run. Derbyshire lead by 18, 7 wickets in hand. Forecast not great for tomorrow at the moment, but it has changed significantly within the last few days, and therefore may change again by the time we get there.
I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think they really know what they're doing.
Glamorgan dispatch man, which I think is Asa Tribe, substitute fielder, to backward square leg on the ropes.
Short ball incoming.
No. Lloyd punches it through the offside. It is just back of a length. Callaway scrambles back. Does the fielding. Callaway sharp off the mark. Keeps them down to 187 for 3.
Fooled me, but not David Lloyd.
Well, he is a professional cricketer, and sadly we aren't.
No, no, not even close.
Morgan now going with a slip and a gully. Gully being northeast, the captain himself. For Madson on 67 not out. Sheet into bowl. Short delivery. That Madson sways underneath.
He only bowls them when I don't call it. Yeah, I should have said it again. I was bound to be right twice in an over, because there have been at least 2 bounces and over from that far end, whether it be Leonard or Sheet, I think, for the last 45 minutes. Well,
if people are listening on the ground 30 seconds in delay, if he bowls it...
Oh, yeah. Watch out for this bouncer. Thank you very much.
Either in real time or in 30 seconds' time. You've got 2 chances to be right then, Dave. As that's on the hip and flicked away by Madson. Out to the young man from Jersey, Asa Tribe, on the square leg boundaries. Had rather a severe haircut recently. 190 for 3.
Modern haircuts are quite severe, around the sides especially. Sides and back.
Yeah,
apart from those who are trying to grow the mullet, which I'm a big admirer of.
Short ball pulled over mid-wicket. Shouts of catch it. It was well over Billy Root. It wasn't hugely well timed, but it'll pick David Lloyd up a couple of runs. 192 for 3.
Well, you'll know, he doesn't really like being tied down, does he? That's certainly the impression he's given since he joined Derbyshire.
Yes, well,
David Lloyd.
He was put up the order by Matthew Maynard a few seasons back because Glamorgan were getting off to rather slow starts at the time. And Lloyd was elevated from the middle order as he plays that one to Crane at point, and there is no run. But I think 5 or 6 is probably his more natural habitat
Yes,
in
I
the
think
team.
so. I think so. He has opened a few times this season for Derbyshire.
But I suppose that's true of lots of players. Opening the batting is usually far and away the most hazardous occupation in most forms of red ball cricket.
Ben Callaway to continue. Derbyshire leading by just 24 at the moment, but they do have 7 wickets in hand. Tim van Houten leaves us temporarily. Walking up the steps away to our left-hand side. Callaway's on his way in to bowl to Madson, who turns this one nicely into the leg side for a single. Kieran Carlson in off the mid-wicket boundary to do the fielding. Always makes me chuckle. These are professional athletes. They can walk off a field and walk upstairs through supporters who don't even bat an eyelid. Imagine if some footballers did that. They've been mobbed. Lloyd pushes this next delivery from Callaway out into the offside. Mind you, most professional footballers don't stop to speak to spectators either, so whereas cricketers generally do. 193 for 3. Callaway bowls to Lloyd, who defends it straight back to him.
It is a question of numbers, though, isn't it? I mean,
But yeah, but yes, to a degree, but they'll do it in T20s and when there's 4,000 or 5,000 in the ground. Callaway bowls to Lloyd, who defends that one back to the bowler.
yeah, Glamorgan do an organised autograph signing
Yes.
after T20
Yeah, Derbyshire do.
games.
I think cricketers are generally far more intelligent than footballers anyway, but this next delivery is also defended by Lloyd into the offside. The ones I've come across anyway. I don't think they're any more intelligent in the Premier League, which I have never covered. Final ball of Callaway is up, is defended slightly unorthodoxly by David Lloyd with his left foot in the air. Out into the offside. 193 for 3, just the 1 run off the over. Lloyd has 11, Madson has 69, Derbyshire leading by 25.
Yes, I went through a brief spell where I did a few Swansea City press conferences. I'm not quite sure why, but none of my football-orientated colleagues were available, and Joe Allen always came across very well, especially as he had to do interviews lasting twice as long as anyone else because he did them in both languages. Poor lad.
Yes, I have yet to conduct an interview in Welsh, but...
Well-known chicken lover Joe Allen. He's been on the cover of a poultry lovers magazine.
Has he?
That is a genuine fact and,
sure
and not
it
any
is.
sort of euphemism.
No. I didn't think it was a euphemism. I just find it slightly...
Or a comment on his diet.
Slightly startling.
Yeah, Joe Allen. Small-scale chicken farmer.
Duncan Ferguson was a pigeon fancier, wasn't he?
2 mid-wickets are posted for Madson. And for Sheet to bowl at him, but it's on off stick and defended into the cover area where Ben Callaway picks up. And there's no run. Jazz Richards, also interviewed from Swansea and Wales, who's a very pleasant and talkative young man.
You're just trying to disprove my theory, aren't you?
No, I'm just saying it's probably right on average, I would suggest.
The current crop of Burton Albion players are very good to talk to.
The Sheet bowls, oh, that's clipped slightly uppishly by Madson on the leg side, but not quite straight enough to bring either of the mid-wickets into play. Tribe Fields coming in off the boundary, and Madson takes a single.
The ones I've spoken to anyway, there have been 20 signings in the summer, so it's been a bit tricky.
20 signings?
Been a bit tricky to get round them all, yes.
Gosh.
Yeah, well, new owners, new head coach, owners from Scandinavia, the Nordic Football Group.
Does that mean there are a number of Nordic players in the ranks then?
There are 2, I think. That's it.
194 for 3. Sheet to Lloyd forward defensively, no run.
One rather brilliantly called Jack Cooper Love, whose parents are from Bury, but he was born in Sweden. And a young man from Nottingham Forest called Janssen, who is injured, so we haven't seen him yet.
Be rather confusing if, given the sort of northern pet name. What's his name? Oh, it's Jack Cooper Love. Love.
Yes, yes, it is a great name. It's a bit of a mouthful in commentary, though.
Short ball pulled by Lloyd. Oh, parried by Tribu Chesterpoke. Managed to stay on the field of play with that one.
I mean, he hits it hard. I think it's reared up off something. There were a number of little marks on the outfield there. I mentioned D Block Europe. That was their stage that caused the marks. And if it bounced up off one of them, it seemed to rear on him, didn't it?
Did slightly. Kept it down to a single. Lloyd to 12. 195 for 3. She bowls on middle and leg. Madson plays it to one of the mid wickets, and there is no run.
Yeah, I was expecting more Scandinavians, I've got to say, but there's still a week to go in the transfer window, so.
Is there?
Yeah, midnight next week, I believe. Is it?
Oh,
it's not tonight. Yes, next week it is.
Quite likely.
Yes, it is next week. Be a tall surprise to see another 2 or 3 in.
She bowls and Madson defends back to the bowler, gets a boot to it, no run. 195 for 3 at the end of the over. The lead is 27. I mean, not being a football specialist in any way, it always baffles me slightly that, go on, that the transfer window goes on, what, a month into the season?
Yes, well...
You'd think it'd be more logical to be, the week before the season.
The West Ham manager or coach was talking about that yesterday, saying he would much prefer the transfer window to close before the season starts. I think most people would. I'd do away with it completely, quite honestly, but there never used to be one. Then they
you could just buy and sell at any time.
Yeah, no, they've hyped it up into something that it isn't really. Callaway begins a new over to David Lloyd, who defends it straight back to the bowler.
Jamie Smith's gone for 111, caught off Jaya Surya. England 316 for 8, lead Sri Lanka by 80.
Derbyshire lead here is 27. It's now 28 as Lloyd pushes that one out square on the offside. He fancies a second run. It's not there. Van der Hookton, who's now fielding on the boundary. In front of the players' pavilion does the fielding. 196 for 3. Burton Albion in the last few transfer windows have signed a lot of players. Callaway in again, bowls to Madson, who goes on the back foot, pushes it up to Leonard at mid-off.
So there are there any left from last season in the starting team then?
Last Saturday, I think there were 2 at Mansfield. The goalkeeper, oh no, the centre-back was suspended. Callaway bowls, it's a huge shot, it's in the air, and Madson's going to be out here, he's going to be caught by Billy Root, he is caught by Billy Root, and he's mad with himself, Wayne Madson, and so he should be. He's gone for 70, Callaway's got his second wicket in only his 7th over, and Derbyshire lose their 4th at 196, leading by 28, poor shot from Madson.
They looked to hit it over long on, and in the end hit it straight up in the air. And I think probably the strong wind was the only danger there to Billy Root, who managed to get it underneath it and set himself very nicely. So well bowled Ben Callaway. 10 boundaries for Wayne Madson. Faced 136 deliveries.
We're going to have double Welsh now.
Whoa.
Down in the middle. Increasing that Wales quotient up to where it should be. Lead 28, so still not massively significant. And they've lost both of their overnight batters. Harry Kane for 84, Wayne Madson for 70. And it is indeed. It's quite a frightening thing, because this small screen that we have in the commentary box reflects the large screen there, and if Aaron Donald's head appears that big out there, that will frighten an awful lot of children and dogs as he joins David Lloyd out in the middle. Little punch of gloves, of course. That's the part of the regulations of Championship cricket, and indeed white ball cricket. You have to punch gloves.
Yes, we were hoping to get him on a BBC Sport Wales commentary in the one-day cup, because he's done a couple in the past.
He'll still be the Birmingham Phoenix.
But yeah, I worked out and informed my editor of the 2 games that Aneurin would have been available for that didn't clash with a Derbyshire game or Nets the day before. And then, of course, he got signed up for the 100, so there we are.
Yes. The wild card picked for the 100. And Aaron Donald. So we did see him at Durham, because he was released after missing 2 Birmingham Phoenix matches, but I noticed he'd go back to Birmingham. Ben Callaway then bowling to an Aaron Donald, who can be a sluggish starter. Gets off the mark straight away by just guiding that one down towards third man, Douthwaite Fields. So Donald up and running, 197 for 4 now, Derbyshire. A lot will rest on these two, and Anusdal still to come, Zach Chappell, then it's Potts, Morley and Brown. As Callaway is in, and that one is driven beautifully by David Lloyd, almost effortlessly out towards extra cover for 4 runs. That is David Lloyd at his best. He moves to 17, final ball of the over, 200 up for Derbyshire as well, 201 for 4. Just another look at that glorious shot from David Lloyd.
That was creamed away, wasn't it?
Absolutely beautiful. Lead 33.
I was looking to see it being fielded at cover, but it just raced away.
Perfectly timed.
Callaway has 2 for 18. Sheet has 0 for 54 next to his name, 15 overs bowled. So still striving for his first Glamorgan success. And Aaron Donald will be on strike.
He'll take the short ball on, which is a concern.
But interestingly, square leg is coming in rather than being back on the ropes.
Trying to work out which way. The wind is sort of coming from the southwest rather than the south where it was yesterday, or indeed the west where it normally comes from.
Sheet is on his way in to bowl to Donald. 2 slips, and Donald plays this off a thick inside edge, looking to play straight-ish, but the ball ended up with Douthwaite at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Morgan, thanks to Callaway's successes, are quite buoyed up in the field. Dismissed Kane caught and bowled for 80. Madson caught at mid-wicket. Off a sky up for 70. 84 for Kane. She's in, bowls, jabbed away by Donald. There'll be runs here down to third man. Almost a boundary, but a good sliding stop by Mason Crane. And they're back for a comfortable 2. Mason Crane, theoretically, still under terms of a season's loan from Hampshire, but has signed for Glamorgan for the next 3 seasons. And has played an awful lot more Championship cricket with Glamorgan than he did with Hampshire over the last few seasons. 203 for 4. Driven by Donald to mid-off. No run.
Donald and Crane would have played with each other then at Hampshire, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
As much as either of them did play.
Yes, well, both leaving in search of more regular first team action. So Derbyshire now have 200 on the board, and Donald is driving to cover Callaway Fields, and there's no run. Batting points, 250 upwards. Used to be 200, but that's inflation for you.
I think Derbyshire have got the fewest batting bonus points in the division. Off the top of my head.
Yeah, Glamorgan have quite often been more productive in the second innings than the first. And will need to be to make a match of this.
It's not good to anybody normally, that though, is it?
Sheet balls. Donald hits it firmly off the back foot to Callaway. No run. All we need now is Kieran Carlson bowling as well as Ben Callaway, and we'll have a quartet of Welsh players in direct action.
You'll be planting a flag soon at the county ground and claiming it as your own.
Every Glamorgan supporters' second team. Sheet bowls. Donald will get more runs here. Timed that one nicely off the back foot. Played it away backward of point. Racing down the wide third man boundary. Donald to 7, 207 for 4.
It's the Donald way, isn't it? 7 off 7. That's very much his strike rate. It seems, certainly the strike rate that he aspires to, which is highly entertaining. It's brought in by Ricky Arthur because he has the ability to, in a session, take a game away from the opposition. Just to stay for a session, though. I'm sure he'd be desperate to do that against his first club. As David Lloyd defends the first ball from Ben Callaway straight back down the pitch. And there's no run. My computer has finally switched itself off and back on again for no apparent reason. As Callaway's on his way in once more to David Lloyd. That's down the leg side and helped down towards backward square leg by Lloyd for a single. This is the matchup I'm looking forward to and fearing in equal measure. Everybody wants to see a lot of an Aaron Donald, except those of a Glamorgan persuasion, I'm sure. It's Callaway bowls to him, goes back and just plays it nicely out towards Van der Hoogten on the point boundary for a single.
Yes, I think Glamorgan supporters would want to see a relatively modest amount of an Aaron Donald, just enough to entertain, but not for too long.
Yes, quite. 209 for 4. Callaway in bowls. That one is punched off the back foot out towards Van der Hoogten, who's a busy man at the moment. And the offside boundary, another single to Lloyd. He moves to 19, 210 for 4. Lead 42. Here is Callaway. In and bowls to Donald, who drives down the ground, but having beaten the bowler, can't then beat Ned Leonard. So on this occasion, there's no run. There's Callaway once more. Goes back into his crease and turns it to backward square leg. Does now Donald, who moves on to 9 at the end of the over and pinches the strike as well. Lloyd has 19. 211 for 4. Derbyshire's lead is now 43.
Yeah, just about the home side session. 92 runs added for the loss of 2 wickets. If Glamorgan got one more, it might be back level-ish as a session. But on the other hand, Derbyshire were so far ahead at the end of day 1, having dominated the morning and the evening. Glamorgan adding 136 for the last 4 wickets in the afternoon session, which wasn't a bad effort. As Dan Douthwaite will make his first appearance of the day with ball in hand. And he'll be bowling from the city end with the permanent temporary stand at his back, which has a few more people in than yesterday. most of them to the right-hand side as we look at it. And certainly less chance of being blown away and getting hypothermia than yesterday. 211 for 4. Douthwaite to Donald. Short ball pulled away, down towards fine leg. Single taken, Leonard the fielder. So this interesting confrontation. Donald, Lloyd, Douthwaite. 3 players who like to take their game on the front foot, metaphorically as well as literally in some cases. Douthwaite to Lloyd. He comes, bowls a wide delivery outside off stump that would have been limited overs wide, but there is no inside line on the popping crease.
Good.
212 for 4.
It's Durham, who were put into bat yesterday, just declared on 500 and plenty.
Douthwaite into bowl. Lloyd will get at least one down towards fine leg, and another no ball. And it seems to be plaguing the bowlers from the top end, doesn't it?
It's almost as if umpire Debenham is spotting them more than umpire Peveril.
Slight slope?
Not really.
No?
No. There is a slope, but it goes across rather than...
All right. Oh, I would have thought that it...
No, there's no slope from
slope.
end to end.
Douthwaite bowls, and Donald jabs it defensively to cover no run.
And it's imperceptible, if that's the right word. If you walk out to the middle, you can't feel a slope, can you?
Yeah. It's just the angle that we're at, I suppose.
It might be the wind, I suppose. Potentially has been blowing predominantly from the city end. Just pushing the bowlers through a bit quicker than they might have expected.
Douthwaite in bowls, and over pitch from Donald, who drives but doesn't time it up to wide mid on, no run. Lloyd 20, Donald 10, 215 for 4, lead 47. 20 minutes just under to go until the lunch interval here on day 2. I'm not expecting any weather interruptions to our 96 overs today, unless, of course, there is bad light towards the back end of play. As Douthwaite in the sunshine bowls a short ball that Donald hooks, but has played it in controlled fashion out towards root at deep square, and just takes the single. Not quite enough venom from Douthwaite to induce the mishook there, and Donald was able to control his shot relatively easily. 216 for 4. Lloyd 20 of 35 balls so far. Couple of boundaries. Douthwaite in. Balls, short ball pulled away, and that will be a third boundary for the Derbyshire and former Glamorgan captain David Lloyd. Pivoting on that, dispatching it through mid-wicket, and nothing Root could do to cut it off. Lloyd goes to 24, Derbyshire to 220 for 4, and the lead is 52.
Yeah, 101 runs today. That shot. I said 500 and plenty. It's 531 for 7 declared. Durham having been put into bat at Chester Street by Nottinghamshire.
Who's the guilty captain there for Notts these days? Sorry, I shouldn't ask you questions today.
You can ask questions. Oh, Hasib Hamid, of course.
All right, he does championship as well as
Yeah.
one day. Did he? Yes, I know he was leading the Notts side at Neath recently.
Batting with Ben Slater. As Ben Callaway begins a new over from the racecourse end, bowling to Nye Donald, who goes back and turns that into the leg side. There's no run. Callaway bowls to Donald, who heaves it into the leg side for 4. Backward of square towards the East Midlands demolition stand. Not the most pleasing looking shot, but very effective from now Donald, who moves on to 15 off 16 deliveries. In fact, I don't think he got all of it by any manner of means.
That's right. Hit the ball where the fielders aren't is always a good.
Well, the fielder is now.
Yes.
Mason Crane has stayed out there as it goes for the little sweep around the corner. More work for Crane to do. This one's gone a bit finer, but Crane gets there. And Donald picks up just the single. 225 for Ashton Turner, unbeaten on 114 to go with centuries for Alex Lees and Ben McKinney for Durham. It's one of those games I'm not sure who I want to win the least, as this next delivery is full from Callaway. No, shouts David Lloyd as it goes straight to the mid-on fielder Fraser Sheet.
England 9 down for 349. Mark Wood has hit a trademark 22 off 13 balls.
Nice. Callaway bowls to Lloyd, who pushes this out into the offside. There'll be a single for him there as he moves to 25. 226 for 4.
Before being bowled by one of the Fernandos.
Very talented family.
England lead by 113 with 1 wicket remaining.
Callaway to complete his 9th over, bowls to Donald, who goes back, turns it into the leg side, and then looks hugely disappointed because it goes straight to Kieran Carlson. And there's no run. 226 for 4 then, with around about 15 minutes to go until the lunch interval. Lloyd has 25, Donald has 16. Partnership already worth 30 off just 27 deliveries, and Derbyshire lead is 58.
The other games in Division 2 at Northwood. Northants were dismissed for 207. Middlesex in reply 28 without loss. Toby Rowland Jones keeps on going with another 5-wicket haul for the hosts there. At Scarborough, Sussex were dismissed for 189. Yorkshire 71 for 2. Douthwaite in, bowls to Lloyd. Sprawling stop at fine leg by Leonard, but they're back safely for a couple of runs. Elsewhere in Division 2, the other match there at Bristol, where Leicestershire's first innings is still going 365 for 8. There's a century for Ian Holland, the opener. As Glamorgan send an extra fielder over to the leg side. Callaway in a shortish backward square leg position. Douthwaite bowls and Lloyd plays it into the covers, where Crane manages to intercept. No run.
Toby Rowland Jones had 5 wickets in innings. How many?
Ooh, dozens. Dozens.
Yeah, 28 times he's got 5 wickets in an innings.
Yeah, very consistent in the latter stages of his career.
36 now.
Douthwaite in. Lloyd drives to mid-on, and there's no run.
There's a certain amount in David Lloyd's mind of lunch in 13 minutes. They'll both want to be here at the start of the afternoon session. I'm not sure whether that will be in Nye Donald's mind. Mason Crane just going through his bowling action. It should be.
That could be explosive, Crane to Donald. But at the moment it's Douthwaite to Lloyd. And he swivels and pulls it through the leg side. Out to Billy Root at deep mid-wicket, single taken. 229 for 4. Donald on strike. So Glamorgan looking to induce catches on the leg side with a deep mid-wicket now forward of the umpire, and a shortish backward square leg, almost a leg gully. Indeed, he is crouching rather than walking in as Douthwaite bowls, and Donald plays it just wide of Callaway who got a hand to that. Was that on the full? I'm not entirely sure. They're back for a couple of runs. Callaway sprawling away to his right.
If
But
you look at the fielder's body language, there's one set of hands on head, and that's about it. It would have been some catch, I think, if you'd have taken that, Callaway.
two more to Donald. Moves to 18. Nearly a runner ball, as usual. 5 off the first 5 balls of the Douthwaite over. As he's in, bowls another short ball that's pulled away, and he'll get runs here. Half a dozen of them. Douthwaite gives it the double teapot. Donald smashed that one away to square leg. Moves to 24 off 20 balls, 237 for 4. And from the Glamorgan point of view, or the Glamorgan supporters' point of view, that's quite enough of their former favourite.
Unsurprisingly, he has the highest strike rate of any Derbyshire batter this season, 76.64, which will have increased slightly with his current innings. But he is one of those explosives, as I discovered in 2016 at Colwyn Bay. One of those players who can do magical things. And I've also seen David Lloyd get a triple century. 237 for 4. Callaway bowls to Lloyd, and he pulls this around the corner. Oh, there's a slight misfield there as well by Mason Crane, but it doesn't cost them an extra run because they've settled for a single. Lloyd moves to 29, 238 for 4. It must be quite strange, I think, as Callaway bowls to Donald, who drives for 4, doesn't even bother moving. That was a beautiful shot by Aaron Donald. He moves on to 28, 242 for 4. I've seen both of these players' highest first-class scores, but neither of them were playing for Derbyshire when I saw it, which says as much about Derbyshire as it does about the players. Lead 74 now. Callaway bowls, he's gone for the little scoop, and it's been caught by Cook. That's a brilliant, brilliant catch by Cook. He anticipated down the leg side as Donald was shaping up to play that little scoop down the leg, and he has held on to a remarkable catch. Donald can't quite believe it. He's gone for 28 off just 22 deliveries. And Derbyshire are 242 for 5 with a lead of 74.
No wonder Chris Cook was mobbed by his teammates. The Glamorgan social media team can start cutting that one up, as Chris Cook has effectively taken that catch in a leg slip position.
It was his anticipation, wasn't it? Brilliant.
He was there to block the shot, and in the end managed to do better than that to hold on to it.
And just on the quiet, Ben Callaway's having quite the morning. 3 for 33, his figures now.
There we are. At least I'm assured an interviewee with something positive to report from the day.
3 fours and a 6 for an Aaron Donald. And as Donald, the last of the really recognised batters, with all due respect to Zach Chappell.
And I think apart from members of the Donald family, that's probably what Glamorgan supporters would have wanted from an Aaron Donald, a reminder of his talent, but not one that lasted a significant amount of time.
No, it's a major frustration to me personally, although that is, as they say in sport, how he plays, and he just wants to get on with it. But he has perished. Derbyshire lose their 3rd wicket of the morning. The lead is 74. They want at least twice that, I would suggest. Having done so well with the
Well,
with the ball yesterday.
anything over 100 is going to be significant in the course of the game, isn't
Do you
it?
think so? There's much wrong with
Depends.
the pitch, is there?
Depends how much the pitch does flatten out as the game goes on, as we saw last year when Derbyshire batted through the final day without losing a wicket. But the pitch being something of a hybrid nature, which cricket technologists will understand rather better than I do.
It's got some nylon in it,
Yes,
I think.
bit of plastic here and there.
So therefore, old to deteriorate. Callaway then to the new batter, Anuj Dal, who leaves the first ball outside the off stump alone. Dal averaging just 17 and a half with the bat this season. Waits for the next Callaway delivery and turns that one into the leg side, which is fielded by Carlson at a straightish mid-wicket. David Lloyd's average, as I said earlier, has just got up to his average now. As Callaway bowls, gives that one a bit of air. Dahl gets off the mark with a single, driving it towards Ned Leonard at a wideish mid-off. 2:43 for 5 at the end of the over, 6 minutes to go until lunch. Derbyshire's lead 75. Came for 84. Madson for 70 and Donald for 28, all perishing this morning to the bowling of Ben Callaway.
Yes, in his first championship outing of the season.
We didn't get the Crane-Donald matchup, which is a bit of a shame.
Indeed, that could have been explosive as well, but Ben Callaway getting rid of an Aaron Donald. And double spin for Glamorgan. So Crane maybe with a chance to attack a little with batters with lunch on their minds. Oh, that's a appalling delivery to start.
We've given a wide, that's interesting.
It was down leg side.
Well, it was, but I didn't think it was far enough down leg side to be called a wide in first class cricket. If I'm honest, it was horrible. I mean, it was a terrible delivery, but anyway.
2:44 for 5. Crane bowls and Dahl turns it past Root at short leg, and there's no run as Douthwaite fields at mid wicket. Next delivery from Crane from this city end, and forward presses Dahl. Defensively, no run. Two, 4, 4 for 5. Crane to Dahl. Forward, playing it to Sheet at backward point, no run.
You can hear Anuj Dahl say no run.
No run.
That's exactly how he says no. No, he leaves nothing to chance.
It's the Labuschagne trademark. As Dahl comes down the pitch, and 1 run. Out to Callaway on the point boundary. 2:45 for 5. As Glamorgan reorganised slightly, Billy Root takes off the helmet. Colin Ingram sticks it down behind the wicketkeeper, and Billy Root will go into a short cover position for David Lloyd, who's on 29 not out. Tossed up. Lloyd is forward. No frivolity with the interval and chance to regroup.
He's going nowhere, David Lloyd, is he?
You wouldn't have thought so.
No.
Not if he can help it. Last ball of the Crane over. In bowls and gets in a little bit of a tangle there as he plays it defensively on the leg side. 2:45 for 5 at the end of the over, which will be described by Mr. Fletcher We'll rejoin him at 1:40.
Looking forward to it already. After our lunch. Yeah, this will be the final over before lunch. Ben Callaway, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 43. Today, bowled the first over of the day and then was taken off. That was from the City end, but since he's returned from the racecourse end, he's picked up the wickets of Kame, Madson and Donald. We'll be looking for a 4th of the morning as he bowls to Anuj Dal, who whips that up towards sheet at mid-on. You will know by now that there was no run, because you'll have heard, if you can hear beyond the wind blowing the effects microphone. Callaway bowls again. This one once more is turned into the leg side by Dahl Carlson. Picks it up, actually puts his hands through David Lloyd's legs to pick it up. 245 for 5, 4 balls till lunch. That one is turned nicely into the leg side. Dahl wants 2 here. He is ridiculously quick. And he gets back comfortably for 2, does he? There's a big appeal for a run out. No, says the umpire at square leg. A direct hit from Mason Crane. Anuj Dal picks up 2. And the man who is fielding under the helmet, who is Billy Root, rips off the helmet and throws it to the ground. I'm not sure that's a clever idea. Whether he's in or whether he isn't, you have to adhere to the umpire. Removing your helmet and smashing it into the floor is no way of not showing dissent, I would suggest. They're looking for the other bail at the moment, which has gone round about 25 yards away. Now then, this is interesting. Umpire Peveril is walking down the track. He has the ball in his hands. He asked for the ball. There is a slight delay, and is there something wrong with the ball? Yes, I think, well, they're having a look at the ball. They're just giving it a bit of a wipe. Billy Root was clearly unhappy. And now they're going to show it to Sam Northeast. Are they? No, we're going to need a new ball for the final 3 deliveries of the morning session, which is slightly irritating. I will have an update into the 1 o'clock news. So I shall have to just have Wesley Mallin in my ears, which is no bad thing. As the umpires try to find a ball that is 65.5 overs old. David Lloyd and Anuj Dal in conversation with Billy Root and Ned Leonard in the middle of the pitch. It's a friendly enough discussion going on out there between the batters and the fielders. It was a good throw from Mason Crane. A direct hit always causes problems for the batters. But 2 runs for Dahl, who moves on to 4, means that Derbyshire lead by 79 with 3 deliveries to go until the lunch interval. Callaway has the changed ball. And Callaway's ready to bowl now. Root under the helmet at short leg. Callaway in, bowls to Dahl, who just guides that down to short. Third man, Douthwaite does the fielding. There's no run. So this morning, the men out, Harry Kane caught and bowled by Ben Callaway for 84, when Madson caught Billy Root, bowled Callaway for 70. As Callaway is in again, bowls to Dahl, who defends that straight back to the bowler. And most recently, an Aaron Donald caught Chris Cook down the leg side. Brilliant catch off the bowling of Callaway for 28. Derbyshire starting the day on 119. They now moved on to 247 as that one is pushed out into the offside. And at lunch, they are 247 for 5. David Lloyd has 29. Anuj Dal has 4. And Derbyshire lead by 79. We will be back in 40 minutes.
can understand an umpire not giving it out, but it was.
Yes, no, I think that's an excellent way of putting it, if only I'd thought of that myself. Yeah, it was out, essentially. And it looked pretty darn close with the naked eye head on. So, and of course, umpire Debenham wasn't helped by the fact that it was the fastest man in the universe running towards the danger end. If it had been any other batter, well, they wouldn't have run a second anyway. But he'd have been probably 10 yards short. And his dial is particularly sharp between the stumps, it's fair to say. So here we go then. 247 for 5. It's Ned Leonard bowling the first ball after lunch. And it's defended by David Lloyd.
Yeah, Ben Callaway will have enjoyed the morning most from the Glamorgan point of view. 3 for 36, having not claimed a championship wicket in the game and a little bit he played last season. I say a little bit because he'd only bowled a few overs before he tumbled in the outfield and was carted off with concussion.
Leonard in again, but it's a wide one that Lloyd actually chases outside the off stump. It's the toe end of the bat on it. It goes out to Mason Crane at point.
So Callaway has played quite a lot of white ball cricket, but still relatively new to the red ball game, particularly after Glamorgan's signing of Mason Crane over the winter.
Derbyshire appear to have got 2 runs, so there must have been a no ball. That one is defended by David Lloyd up towards mid-off. It was a no ball the previous delivery. There's no run on this occasion. They have increased their lead to 81 with 2 additional runs for the no ball.
And you're on the verge of a batting bonus point.
The excitement is just incredible. That's what I was going to look up, actually. I must look it up. I'm not a huge bonus point advocate, as people who listen to me regularly will know. I think they're a complete waste of time, as that one is left alone by David Lloyd to go through to wicketkeeper Chris Cook.
And they do give us items of interest at quiet-ish points in the match sometimes. Yeah. And of course, if we're still going when we approach the 110th over, several overs of intense drama. There's usually something at stake.
I'm not sure about the use of the word intense.
All right, by county championship standards.
Or even drama.
But apart from that.
Here is Leonard in to bowl to Lloyd, who pushes this out into the offside. And there's no run. Right, so that particular website doesn't include bonus points, which is handy. Let's see if I can muster up. I don't think that's that in there. Oh, now this one does. That's very exciting.
So you're looking at Derbyshire's total batting points for the season?
Yes. Their total batting points for the season, 14, which is the fewest of any side in the county championship. Their bowling bonus points going into this game was 17, which is the fewest of any side in the county championship. Second division, as Lloyd pushes this next ball into the offside, where it's fielded by Callaway. And there is no run. Glamorgan have got the second fewest batting bonus points and the third fewest bowling bonus points going into this game. For what it's worth. But if you gave 3 points for a win, 1 for a draw and none for a defeat, the table barely changes. In fact, it doesn't change. So bonus points are pointless. Here's Leonard again. That's well, it was. I thought he was pulling it into the leg side. It's actually landed about 6 inches to the left of the stumps. I'm not quite sure. Obviously bottom edge, but I was looking out towards
yes,
Billy Root,
indeed,
on the mid-wicket boundary to see if he was going to catch the ball. Stand much chance of catching it because it barely left the. And now this is interesting. That's Kieran Carlson, I think, the cheeky chappie that he is. Is it Kieran? He's just seeing if how much effort it takes to remove the heavy bails.
Right.
And he's absolutely smashing the ball into the bails, and they're not moving at all. It was Kieran Carlson. He's got a big smile on his face because that's Kieran Carlson, isn't it? The cheeky chappie. But yeah, you often wonder. I was asking David Griffin has watched an awful lot more cricket than I have, than most people have, and than more cricket than is probably good for you.
Is there such a thing?
Well, about the wind and if the umpires would take the players off for wind, he said he has been at games where they've had to remove the heavy bails and
Yes.
when there have been no bails at all. We haven't got to that point.
Ben Callaway from this racecourse end sees Dahl cutting and adding 1 to his tally as the ball runs down towards backward point. And they go through for the single, which brings David Lloyd under strike. 29 off 52 balls, one particularly sumptuous cover drive earlier in proceedings. And the slip and in close on either side of the wicket as Lloyd pushes that one towards point. Dahl thinks about a single, but even the fleet-footed Dahl, having been given one reprieve by umpire Debenham, decides not to risk that one. As Callaway bowls outside off stump, flat batted away by Lloyd, single out to Van der Hoogten on the cover point boundary on the pavilion side of the ground. 251 for 5. Derbyshire with 1 batting bonus point in the bag. To add to their 3 with the ball, which means they're 4-1 up on Glamorgan as things stand. As Callaway bowls outside off stump and Dahl tries to cut, hits it hard down into the ground. And there's no run. Glamorgan 1 wicket away from a second bowling point. As Callaway jogs in, bowls, tosses it up in the block hole, and driven by Dahl back to the bowler, and obligingly picked up by David Lloyd.
Well, he's like that.
As Callaway into bowl to Dahl, back on his stumps. A reasonably consistent turn from Callaway, but it's not yet sharp enough, I suppose, to disconcert the batters too much, although Madson hit one up in the air and may disagree.
Yeah, it needs to turn and bounce, really, doesn't it?
He's a tallish lad, Ben Callaway. Gives it a fair bit of air with his right arm anyway. Tends to bowl a bit shorter and flatter left arm. But we haven't seen that with the red ball as yet.
Constant Crawford in the box, for goodness sake. Lloyd pushes the first delivery of a new over from Ned Leonard up towards mid-off. He's just come to see our glorious view. Constant from the Burton Mail, Burton Albion correspondent, and many other things, as I said before. Beer, notably. Professionally, of course. And sometimes in his spare time, I fancy.
Surely not.
Here's Leonard bowling to Lloyd, who pushes this one up to mid-off. There's no run. Derbyshire now within 27 points of Glamorgan. It's nothing, is it, really?
It's a win and a half, or a win and 2/3.
Yeah, 5 to go. Glamorgan still fancy the chances of getting promoted, so why shouldn't? Yeah, all right then.
Glamorgan are 19 points off second going into this particular game, but have not done their chances of cutting that gap much good so far.
So I think Derbyshire 4. No, I can't work that out. That's cut by David Lloyd for 4. Past the dive of Mason Crane, who did get a fingertip to it, I fancy. It didn't race to the boundary quite as quickly as I'd anticipated, but it is 4 more to Lloyd, who moves to 34. 255 for 5. Lead 87.
Have you got any Burton Albion midweek games before the end of the cricket season, or are you denied by cricket commitments?
I'd imagine so. No, I've got...
I suppose it's only a couple of Saturdays, and there's I think a weekend off, isn't there, on the
and
8th?
there's a Saturday in September somewhere, but I think that's... I can't remember what it is. Northampton away, possibly, I don't know. And comes Leonard again, and that's a short delivery. Lloyd doesn't have a long way to duck, but ducks successfully underneath that delivery. As I say, I'll almost certainly be able to watch the game tomorrow on a tablet, judging by the weather forecast. And even if it's nice, don't disturb me.
All right.
The current brand of football that Burton Albion are playing in the league is unmissable.
Oh,
Get yourselves down to the Pirelli if you're not coming here tomorrow. Honestly, it's brilliant.
I thought Pirelli was a calendar.
Oh, it's a football stadium as well, Nick. Here's Leonard. Poles to Lloyd, who turns that one into the leg side. It's fielded by Carlson. And there is no run. Yeah, they're. Well, we talked about the 20 signings this morning. Most of those are just basically pure footballers. It's mad. It is absolutely mad. Now, if they could stop...
Pure footballers?
Yeah, rather than just people who hoof it downfield, they actually play football. If they could stop conceding goals, you got yourself a formula. 255 for 5. Final ball of the Ned Leonard over. Bowls to Lloyd, who defends it straight back to the bowler. And that is the end of the over. 255 for 5. 34 to Lloyd, 5 to Dahl. Derbyshire's lead is 87.
Yeah, it's pushing on nicely, and it's developing to significant proportions despite the efforts of Ben Callaway. Tim van der Hoogten has bowled very tidily indeed, but Glamorgan have not really got what they needed from the other seamers. As Callaway will continue. And bowling to Anuj Dahl, who's back on his stumps defending. Playing the ball off the pitch. There's a bit of a cloud of dust comes up as he pushes it to cover, and there's no run. Important day for Ben Callaway this, in terms of championship bowling. As forward comes Dahl and defends. Didn't take any wickets on debut. And then, as I said, concussed. As his next delivery is blocked by Dahl. Cook ran from behind the stumps to pick it up. Callaway was concussed when trying to stop a ball on the boundary, went head over heels and unfortunately over onto head. Drilled him out of the rest of the game. Callaway balls floated up but a bit wide, maybe blown by the wind, and they'll take a couple of runs here out towards deep cover as David Lloyd hastens home at the non-striker's end. Dahl moves to 7 and totals 257 for 5, the lead to 89.
Could have been controversial there, a bit of direct hit. Could have been asking the boys in the stream room to give us a still.
Callaway bowls. Dahl chops it down into the ground. Fielded by Ingram, dashing out from behind the wicket in the slip position, beating Chris Cook to it. 257 for 5. Callaway's bowling nicely at the moment. Has all 3 wickets to fall today. And Dahl is forward. Defending to Carlson at mid-wicket. Another over ticks by. That is the 70th. 257 for 5. So 40 overs left to garner bonus points so disdained by my learned colleague. And another 193 runs for maximum batting points for Derbyshire. That's maximum batting points for Derbyshire, Dave.
Yes, that won't happen.
Can you put those words together?
It won't happen. The more concerning number is the 62 overs that remain in the day. Peter Bowler's in the ground today. One of the Derbyshire greats. No one, David Griffin informs me, has scored more all-format runs in a single season for the county than Bowler. He made 2,881 runs in 1992. I mean, that is just ridiculous.
Stunning.
Absolutely ridiculous. So good that Peter Bowler's back as Ed Leonard begins a new over. That's been played beautifully by David Lloyd in between the man close in at mid-wicket and the man at mid-on, and it's gone for 4. Van der Hoogten couldn't reach it. I thought he was going to hunt it down. just to the left of Carlson, to the right of Van der Hookton, and it's gone for 4. Lloyd moves on to 38, and Derbyshire up to 261 for 5 now. Closing in on that 100-run lead. 93 it currently stands at. I was speaking to Peter Bowler a couple of 3 years ago. The anniversary of Derbyshire's last appearance in a Lord's final. Very generous with his time. I think he's a solicitor down in the southwest. His son, and forgive me, I cannot remember his Christian name, but he's a huge Derby County fan despite living a long way away. 261 for 5 as Leonard is in and bowls to Lloyd, who defends this one straight back to the bowler. That wind just getting up again. It is very windy out there. A leaf blowing across down below us is going quicker than I can walk. It's almost reached the boundary. But it is, from behind glass, it looks stunning. Glorious sunshine. Crowd invested. There's a short ball that's hit the helmet of David Lloyd, and we will now have a concussion check. David Lloyd immediately removes his helmet and has a look at it. Wipes it on his trousers rather bizarrely, but they are going to have to come on and do it.
Yes, Lunchtime fancied a run down to fine leg, and there was one pretty easily available, but on the other hand I think David Lloyd had been considerably disconcerted by being whacked on the helmet, although he's fully upright, and
I think he's okay.
He's put the helmet back on, but he will need to get the okay from someone vaguely medically qualified, but there's no sign of a replacement helmet being brought out.
Which is, yeah, it's Ali McKenzie, the physio, who's come out to see him. He's just tapped him on the backside. Now he's going. So that was that. The quickest concussion check I think I've ever seen. And I have a major criticism of football, because they don't take it seriously at all.
No.
They basically ask the referee, or ask the player, and if the player says he's all right, the referee becomes a qualified doctor and says, oh, we'll play on. At least in cricket, they've started to take it seriously. I know rugby union's taken it seriously for a long time, and quite right too.
Well, yes, there's the weight of a multi-million-pound lawsuit to force them to do so, really.
Both codes have do take concussion seriously now, but David Lloyd apparently is okay. So 261 for 5. Leonard bowls to him, and he clips that one out towards backward square leg. It's Billy Root who does the fielding. They go through for a single. Lloyd moves to 39, 262 for 5.
Yeah, certainly in rugby union it used to be taken as a bit of a joke or badge of honour for someone to pick themselves up after being spark out and crack on with the game, but no longer, thankfully. We sometimes see players removed against their will by the medical team, and the concussion checks, certainly at international level, are quite stringent. If they implement them to the level that we were shown.
Leonard bowls to Dahl. Short delivery, ducks out of the way of it, taken above his head by Cook.
Run through the protocols and so on by Welsh Rugby Union staff in the dressing rooms at the stadium, and frantically there'd be questions I think I'd be struggling to answer even without a bang on the head. You know, what day is it? Well, in cricket terms, it could be anywhere, any day of the week.
I have no idea.
Who did you play last week? Last week? Oh, gosh.
262 for 5. Leonard bowls to Dahl wide of the off stump, left alone to go through to Cook, and it's the final ball of the over. 5 runs from that one. Lead now 94. The NRL in Australia is interesting. They have not completely different laws to the Super League, but there are differences, major differences, I think. And they have independent doctors in the stands who can remove players from the field, so it's not left in the hands of club medics. They actually have independent people.
Yeah, it's the case with international rugby union these days.
Yeah, which it should be. It should be. But as I say, the number of times I get fed up saying it at football matches, two players clash heads and they give it a quick rub themselves, and the referee asks them if they're all right. If they say yes, that's as far as the concussion protocol seems to go.
As Callaway is into Dahl, and he's forward defending back to the bowler. Yes, until the player falls over in a heap 10 minutes later. 2-6-2 for 5.
I may have missed my 2 o'clock in the excitement, but there's nothing coming back down the
Dahl defends the run.
down the line.
It's the sheer drama of it all, Dave. In the Derby sunshine here at the county ground, as Callaway is in to bowl to Dahl, who's forward defending. Back to the bowler. Glamorgan could do with a few more of these rapid overs in terms of time to get rid of the over 8 of -2 that's still on the board. Callaway bowls, Dahl defends. Thank you very much, Anuj. You're doing a fine job on the Glamorgan over 8 here. Just pat it back down the pitch 6 times in a row for about 10-15 minutes and we'll be grand. Slip, shortish mid-wicket, very short cover. Dahl tries to squeeze it wide of cover, but can't get it past the infielder. 262 for 5. Dahl, who might have been given run out for 3 before lunch, but wasn't. And Lloyd pushes that one away on the leg side. And they go through for a single. 2-6-3 for 5. David Lloyd is on 40. Anuj Dahl is on 7. And Lloyd has taken the single off the last ball of the over. 2-6-3 for 5. Lloyd 40, Dahl 7. The men out today. Kame 84, Madson 70, Donald 28. All 3 wickets today falling to Ben Callaway. And Ned Leonard is a rather unhealthy one for 76 off 15 overs on debut, but probably deserved 1 or 2 more.
He's going to continue from the city end, bowling to David Lloyd, who that's a no ball. Look, pushes that one up to mid on. That's a lot of no balls, isn't it? How many no balls have we had now? It's a ridiculous number of no balls. 10. That's the 11th no ball.
Yeah, 22 runs.
That's a lot.
Handed to the opponents for
But
nothing.
it has, you're quite correct to point that out earlier on, largely been from the city end, if not all of them. So I just wonder if they are affected by the wind. 265 for 5, Leonard bowls, Dahl defends. It could be, I suppose. It could be. Only one wide and 1 leg by.
One no ball delivered by Van der Hochten. 2 by Sheet, 2 by Douthwaite, and now 6 by Leonard.
6. On his way in again. 1 for 78 he's got, and he bowls a short delivery to Lloyd, who just swivels on that one and sends it out towards Billy Root on the square leg boundary. Lloyd moves to 41, 266 for 5.
However, had Leonard came caught by Ingram at slip on 28, that was dropped, and had he had a caught behind appeal granted by Madson, off Madson when he was 11, then could be a whole different story.
Yes, well, yes, my auntie always said that if she'd had, we'll stop there, 266 for 5.
Different equipment.
Just a slight alteration of the field. We've got a short leg in place. We've got a leg slip as well. Sam Northeast has gone to, well, it's more of a leg gully, really. Colin Ingram remains at slip. There's also a catching mid-wicket as well for Leonard, who bowls a short delivery. Dahl takes it on and it comes off the bottom edge of the bat and bounces down into the gully area. As a result, Carlson, who had been at catching mid-wicket, it's still a catching position, but he's gone much further out at mid-wicket, beyond the edge of the square. That's quite a distance. One of the larger playing areas in county cricket here. He's got a long way out. Leonard bowls, and that one is more of a length ball that Dahl pushes up to mid-off, and there's no run. So Douthwaite down at long leg. Umpire Peveril has decided he can't see through Billy Root, which seems fair. He's not at a short leg. He's 2 strips away from Anuj Dahl. Carlson getting some instructions from the sidelines by the look of it. As in comes Leonard and bowls, and Dahl again tries to pull this one, but he's through the shot really early. As a result, it dribbles up to mid-off.
Well, he keeps taking it on, but he's not timing them
Not at all.
hugely well.
No. He's on 7 from 28. Didn't play much in the one-day cup. Absent for personal reasons. Waits now, as that one is a short delivery. He ducks underneath it, allows it to go through to Chris Cook, and it's a no ball. Of course it is. 268 for 5 now, and the lead moves up to exactly 100, everybody. Ripple of applause, please. Thank you.
There we are. 1 or 2 people.
I think just 2 people.
Yeah, 1 or 2. 2, all right.
They
take it.
They spotted it. Comes Leonard again, and that one is defended by Dahl out into the offside.
How about the dogs? Give us a howl.
30 seconds it takes the dogs to hear the stream. End of the over, 268 for 5. There were 5 runs off the over, but only 1 off the bat.
You're insinuating that dogs can't read the scoreboard for themselves?
Yes, very much. There's a fair few dogs in today, as we established earlier. There was an Old English sheepdog. I haven't seen that since about 10 o'clock this morning. Huge, great thing.
Fairly heartily shaped hound, wasn't it?
1 or 2 smaller ones.
As the sun disappears, we hope temporarily, behind a cloud. And Callaway will bowl to David Lloyd, who's back on his stumps, defending. Callaway being treated with some caution by this 6-wicket pair. As jogs in again. Ball's a little bit shorter, punched by Lloyd off the back foot, but straight to short cover. No run. Callaway being applauded by Andy Gorvin, the sub at short mid-wicket. Forward comes Lloyd, squirting it away to backward point. No run. Gorvin trying to do a bit of chirping. Cheer up his teammates as they labour away. And forward comes Lloyd to defend. A quietish couple of overs. Not for want of trying against Ned Leonard. They've been playing attacking shots, but just haven't managed to nail them in the last few minutes. Callaway bowls. Lloyd deflects it into a gap at square leg. Crane jogs to his right to field in front of umpire Debenham. And Lloyd moves on to 42 not out. Dahl now 7 off 30 deliveries. As he drives that one up to mid-on, and will take a smart single. Sheeters the fielder. Single which retains the strike for Anuj Dahl because it's the last ball of Ben Callaway's over. So the off-spinner is going for just under 3 and over, 343 at the moment. We'll be pleased with his work. We've seen relatively little of the other spinner, Mason Crane. But we will see a bit more of him now.
2 balls from the City end, Mason Crane.
Thank you, Jane.
Turns out it was a shambles all round, the 2 o'clock. As I send an apology to the newsreader, she sends me one back, but clearly didn't type all that within a minute. So I've apologised, and so has she.
Quite right. Shake hands.
It's Mason Crane from the City and bowling to Anuj Dal, who defends the first delivery back to the bowler. It was always going to happen at some point.
Well, I'm impressed by your efficiency in switching from one set of headphones to another, or the same headphones into different sockets.
Yeah, I just wasn't listening. Crane bowls, gives that a bit of air. It's a full toss, and it's driven away by Anuj Dal, straight through the fielder at extra cover, who is Sam North East, for 4 runs out to the East Midlands demolition stand.
Yes, the captain might give himself a little bit of a word there.
He might have stopped it, mightn't he? He might have stopped it.
He might have stopped it, but
yeah.
didn't quite get down
On another day,
quickly enough.
He might have stopped that. 274 for 5, lead 106. Dal moves to 12. And the exciting thing about that, I'm fairly sure, as Dal tries to play an expansive-looking shot out into the offside, and it fails.
More exciting than Anuj Dal's first boundary after 42 minutes at the crease?
Yes, I believe so. No, it's nonsense. Carry on. What I was going to say is not applicable. So yours is more exciting, as it turns out. This one is turned into the leg side. Who'd have thought?
By default.
Andy Govern had forgotten about the 2 batters who got out for single figures yesterday. It's like the Holy Grail, every batter getting into double figures. It's happened once in Derbyshire's history in completed innings. It happened a long, long time ago. That's way wide of the off stump from Mason Crane, and Dal has nothing to do with it. Quite correctly. Yes, so what I was going to say is a load of old nonsense. Not for the first time. Crane blows into his hand and then sets off. That's slightly better. It's on leg stump, and it's clipped into the leg side where I think Gorving fields. And it's the end of the over. 274 for 5. That -2 will soon be +10 at the rate these two are currently bowling.
Yeah, it's a shame you can't keep those positive over rates from one match to the next, isn't it? Because there have been occasions where Glamorgan have been +6 and 7.
I think you should get the points. You lose the points if it's -4.
Yeah.
+6, you get the points.
Oof. Brighter cricket, you've contributed to the spectators. Efficient enjoyment. They've seen their overs in a lesser amount of time. Callaway is in, and Lloyd is taking at least 1 off the first ball of the over. He set off with intent, but Leonard is in off the fine leg boundary. Prevents a second run. 275 for 5. Derbyshire leading by 107. Glamorgan facing a huge battle to save this game. They'll have to bat very well indeed in the second innings, as that's cut by Dal, and he'll pick up a couple of runs. It's a long run round the cover boundary by Kieran Carlson, who chucks the ball to the non-striker's end. Must have thought that former teammate David Lloyd was tarrying slightly.
I think you've got more chance of running Lloyd out than Dal, although as was proved before lunch, that's not necessarily the case.
Callaway bowls. Dal pushes it to Gorvin at short mid-wicket, no run. Glamorgan in need of some sustenance, as that one's driven through cover again. North East not having the best 5 minutes, as Anuj Dal picks out.
He's got a lot on his mind. He's got a lot on his mind.
Too much thinking and not quite enough fielding at the moment from the experienced Glamorgan skipper. 278 for 5 as his predecessor David Lloyd pushes one back. Lloyd 43 off 80 deliveries, so not at his hardest hitting. 5 fours so far. As Callaway bowls to him, and Lloyd steps back and punches it, and Sam North East does stop that one and gets a slightly ironic, I think, bit of applause from a teammate. Was that Billy Root? That sort of smacks of Root humour. Anyway, it's 278 for 5. The lead is 110 with 5 wickets still in hand as Gorvin chugs off and Van der Hoogten comes back on.
There's a whole posse down below us now. Sam Connors, Matt Lamb, Nyron Donald, Harry Kame and Ben Aitchison are wandering around the boundary's edge down here with various drinks, coffees and water bottles, all sorts of stuff. 5 of them. Very exciting. Here's Mason Crane, his 5th over. He's going to be bowling initially to Anuj Dal, who's on 15 off 40. The lead is 110. Matt Lamu is out with a variety of injuries at the moment. As Crane bowls, it's a full toss. It's driven to northeast, who fields with both hands. Nicely done. Whoever did clap him, ironically, would be fairly sure of his place in the team, I would have thought. So unlikely to be either a youngster or somebody on loan. So we can narrow it down. As Crane is in again. Bowls to Dahl, who drives out towards the point boundary. They've run one. Dahl wants a second. He always wants a second, but there isn't 2 there. Well, there aren't 2 there. It's fielded by Callaway out in the distance, standing with David Harrison, or near David Harrison. Dahl moves to 16. 279 for 5. How big a lead's too big, do you think? I mean, the best thing that could happen to this match is Derbyshire get bowled out. As that one is cut away by Lloyd out to the cover boundary for a single. He moves to 44, 280 for 5.
But depends if the weather forecast for tomorrow is accurate.
See, tomorrow evening, after about 4 o'clock, it dries up. Now, if the rain isn't as heavy, and because it hasn't been that wet recently, there's a half a chance you could probably get an hour or 2 tomorrow evening. As Crane is in bowls to Dahl, who pushes this up towards Billy Root at a straight mid-wicket. Derbyshire, historically, have been very poor declarers. Certainly in my time. I know it's a different captain now, and they haven't really been in this position under David Lloyd, who is going to get a... He's not going to get a single. It's Dahl who gets the single as he clips it up towards Van der Hoogten at mid-on. Dahl moves to 17, 281 for 5. The leader 113. If they got to, they'll get to 200 by tea potentially. I think that would probably be a good time to pull out. I'm not sure that they will. As Crane bowls, and he's bowled him. Lloyd has gone. His off stump is leaning back. He just turns around to see it. And he walks off, and Mason Crane strikes. First wicket of the afternoon session has gone. We might not have to worry about declarations. David Lloyd dismissed for 44. Bowled by Mason Crane. Derbyshire 281 for 6.
Is that a googly? I think.
No, I wouldn't have the first idea.
The first viewing of the replay. I think that was the Crane googly.
David Lloyd was bowled by Mason Crane for 44.
So it's kept Derbyshire heading in the right direction as the slow motion replay shows that was definitely an off break.
Lovely.
Hi, googly from the leg break bowler.
I'll take your word for that. I started to get 1 or 2 nuances when we were doing the T20. I did a fair few games with Tom Wood, a Derbyshire player, and I started to actually learn things, but I forgot most of it now because that was a while ago. Here comes Derbyshire's newest all-rounder. It's Zach Chappell, who's had well, if he's not the player of the season, I've got absolutely no idea who is. He's been terrific in all formats, pretty much with the bat and the ball. I mean, I'm setting him up for a very large fall here, I know, but he really has been excellent. He's also hit 7 sixes in first-class cricket, in championship cricket, matched only by Ross Whiteley.
3 half-centuries for Zach Chappell in the championship this season. As the
2 ducks.
Tall figure strides to the crease and towers over Anuj Dal as they have a little conversation.
You'd have spotted he is quite a tall man, though. He pretty much towers over me. He's a big man.
6'5" or thereabouts, maybe.
Yes, no stranger to the inside of a gym. And as we found out last night, very much a philosopher.
Absolutely.
which surprised me, I have to say.
Well, it's a nice line, that, wasn't it? Those who expect to succeed and those who expect to fail are usually both right.
Yes. It was as he was walking away and he said, "I read books." He is great.
Callaway is into bowl and Dahl is back on his stumps, defending. There is no run. England's bowlers have claimed 2 early Sri Lankan wickets in the Test match. As Callaway bowls, Dahl drives, will pick up a single to deep cover, 282 for 6. England were 358 all out after Jamie Smith's century. Sri Lanka lost one of the Fernandos, bowled by Wokes for naught, and Mendes caught of Atkinson, got behind off Atkinson for naught. They were 1 for 2, they're now 30 for 2, which is 92 behind.
Don't take your eyes off this, everybody.
Callaway to Chappell. Still a slip in the short leg. Callaway bowls, driven fiercely, 2 mid-on. They'll scamper through for a single. Sheet has a shy at the stumps and misses. I think Chappell was home anyway. And for good measure, the ball ran through to the other end to Chris Cook to see if he could dismiss Anuj Dahl.
He missed the stumps by a yard. Kieran Carlson, who's standing square on, thought it was close to hitting the. If it had hit the stumps, he thought it might have been close, but nowhere near the stumps.
Callaway bowls, Dahl inside edges it onto his pads. Ball trickles out down the pitch, and there is no run. 283 for 6. The lead 115. Glamorgan at least have pulled one back, but still trailing 4-2 on bonus points. Callaway bowls and forward defensive from Dahl, who does not seem particularly keen to press the accelerator. 18 of 48 balls. There's a couple of fielders come in to save the single, and Dahl drives into the offside. Will get runs here. Dowthwaite is chasing down towards the long off boundary. Disappears from my view, but the fact that A, Mr. Fletcher, and B, Mr. Peveril are signalling for.
It's probably more official if the umpire does it, but
Yeah.
he's hurt his left shoulder as well, down to it. He actually put the dive in. I could just see him before he went out of view, and he actually dived forward towards the ball, and as he flicked it up and over the boundary, and went over the boundary rope himself as well. So he might have done himself a slight mischief there. He's holding his left arm slightly funny now. He's just flexing it. He'd be all right, I think, but it's the kind of injury that a bowler doesn't really need.
No.
Front arm.
He's staying on, at least for the time being.
Just looks a little bit sad about everything, doesn't he?
287 for 6. Yeah, well, Glamorgan, it's been a slightly sad sort of day. Decisions not going their way, maybe.
You will have to let it go at some point. 287 for 6. Mason Crane into bowl to Zach Chappell, who smashes the ball square and gets 4 runs for it. It was a horrible delivery from Mason Crane. Kieran Carlson raced around the boundary's edge but didn't get anywhere near it. It was hit very hard indeed by Zach Chappell, who picks up his first boundary. 291 for 6. He's now 5 off 2 balls. This is the Zach Chappell we've come to know and love. I've got an awful lot of favourite cricketers. He's right up there. Zach Chappell.
See ball, hit ball, always good entertainment.
Yes, he's not one for hanging around, really. And that's how it should be. Batting at 8. That one's on leg stump as well. Turned gently into the leg side this time by Chappell for a single. 292 for 6. The lead 124 now. All runs valuable at this stage. Carlson's just lost his cap. I think it's the first time I've seen him without a cap. That is a terrific head of hair. Very good indeed. Blimey.
Saved a couple of quid.
I'll say. They're quite expensive these days, I think, haircuts, aren't they? I'm told. This one's a full toss outside the off stump from Mason Crane, and it's pushed up to a very wide mid-off. Leonard does the fielding. Dahl picks up a single to be up to 23, 293 for 6. Of course, that was all to do with the foot marks, which have just been kicked vigorously by Mason Crane.
I think 13 quid last time I paid.
Really?
Yeah.
When was that, though? I mean,
earlier this summer.
Oh, was it? Okay. Sorry. There's a huge heave at that one. Does Zach Chappell. It's the bottom inside edge. Then he practices either a golf shot or a baseball swing. I'm not sure which that was. But he wanted to hit it very hard. He didn't hit it hardly at all. 293 for 6 it remains. Crane in again. And this time it's just played off his pads to Douthwaite, who hurls it back in. Good piece of fielding by Douthwaite. Ball right over the bails. They get through for the single. Chappell moves to 7, 294 for 6. Final ball of Mason Crane's 6th over. About to be bowled. People go every fortnight for their haircut. People I'm related to go every fortnight for their haircuts, as this next delivery, final one of the over, is down the leg side, nicely taken by Cook.
Every fortnight.
Well, when you get these
the young persons.
Yes, yeah.
The old fade on the side.
Fade, something I'd never heard of before until he started having a fade. And I'm still not 100% sure what it is, but it just seems to be very short.
Yes.
Around the sides and sort of foppish on top, a bit floppy. 294 for 6 at the end of the over. Lead 126. Dahl 23. Chappell 7.
Yes, I'm never sure whether I want to be offered the senior discount or not.
I'd go for it. Yeah.
Sometimes I'm offered it and it's a couple of quid off, but on the other hand they think, oh, I must be looking old. And sometimes I'm not offered it, in which case I have to pay a couple of quid more, but they think, oh, well, I'm looking young today.
All that gym work's paying off.
Well, the hairdressers, or barbers, is fairly close to the gym, but I haven't managed to confuse the two as yet. 294 for 6, Derbyshire on the verge of another batting point as Callaway continues and Chappell plays his first ball to cover. There is no run. Sheet has been pushed halfway back at mid-on in case Chappell opens his shoulders, but doesn't on that occasion, just blocks it out on the offside, no run.
He will. The problem is if he hits it to the leg side, he's hitting into that wind, isn't he? Very much as Wayne Madson found out.
Yes, skied one for Billy Root to claim early today, as that's chipped back towards the bowler on the bounce, fielded or intercepted by Callaway. Douthwaite is at a fairly deep mid-off. There's probably just about a single to him, depending on how hard the ball is hit. A little temptation to hit over the top, maybe, or maybe nurdled away to third man for 4 runs. That'll do.
Will it go all the way?
Maybe not.
No.
Van der Hoogten has picked it up just inside the boundary. Chappell settles for an easy 2. And Derbyshire progress to 296 for 6. Their main contributors came 84, Madson 70, and a stand of 130 as Chappell dinks one away on the leg side off the back foot. No run.
Chappell's not really a runner of 3s.
You'd have thought that he'd have a long enough stride to facilitate that.
Yeah, just a bit stiff, really.
Callaway bowls. Chappell is forward. Ball squirting off the outside part of the bat on the offside. 296 for 6, 2 off.
52 overs to go today, so 20 overs until tea, which will take us till, what, 10 past 4, quarter past 4?
20 overs till tea.
I mean, there
Maybe
is spin
4
on at the
o'clock
moment,
if
yeah,
we're
there is
lucky.
with the spin on at the moment.
Maybe
that
4
might,
o'clock
that
if
might
we
help
bowl.
us out, but-
Get a lot of spin, yeah.
And then, of course, 32 overs in the evening session,
Woohoo.
which fewer than we had yesterday. Was it 48 nominally?
It was due to be. We lost 12 at the end, which we will not make up.
Crane begins a new over, bowling to Dahl, who pushes this one out to northeast in the covers, and there's no run. Yes, no great loss really. The game has advanced. As Crane's next delivery has Dahl playing a cut shot off the back foot out towards Kellaway on the cover boundary.
You wonder if Glamorgan are bowling double spin with an eye on the fact that they might possibly not get to bowl again in the second innings, and therefore finishing this.
It's nonsensical, isn't it? The game finishes within 4 days. What does it matter? That one is pushed by Chappell out into the offside. Doesn't, does it? I don't get it. I don't get it.
Well, especially given the very slow nature of Test match play.
Crane's next delivery is on the leg stump. He tries to work it into the leg side. Zach Chappell hits him on the toe. And that loops into the offside. There's no run.
Given that England's pathetic over rate has just seen them drop down the Test match championship, which is not a thing that too many people pay attention to.
No, this one's driven by
what?
Zach Chappell. He turns down the single there, quite right too.
What?
He wants to protect Anuj Dahl.
What?
I have no idea what's happening. 297 for 6.
The fielder there at mid-off was 2/3 of the way back to the boundary. It's unbelievable.
Well, he wants to show his disdain to the batting bonus point system as well as he pushes this one again up to, well, there were 2 runs there, one for each of the last 2 deliveries. He's taken neither of them. Zach Chappell, he remains on 9. Dahl has 24. Derbyshire 297 for 6, leading by 129. And if anybody is watching can understand what on earth has just happened there, please let me know. I have no idea. Absolutely no idea. But he just fancies facing a couple of balls there and feeling bat on ball, pushing it up to, filling in now. Next over, he'll really wind up and get himself out.
He who expects to take a quick single and he who expects not to take a quick single are both right.
Very good. Absolute. He is mad as a fish, Zach, though, so anything could happen.
297 for 6. Kellaway is in to bowl, and forward comes Dahl to defend. Game's gone almost into slow motion despite having the aggressive Chappell at the wicket. The less aggressive Dahl is on strike, and therefore Kellaway brings one of his deep leg side fielders up to save a single, and Dahl plays it to the player who'd just been brought in off the boundary, Mason Crane. Kellaway keeping things tight and hopefully improving the over rate. As that one kept a little bit low, and it was well watched by Dahl and defended on the back foot, which is sometimes dangerous if the ball keeps low, but he did it well. Still the slip and player in either side of the wicket on the drive as Dahl defends again on the back foot. Ball just trickles as far as Root, who is that close-ish mid-wicket. And there is no run. Slightly somnolent cricket for a few minutes. As Dahl drives beautifully through the offside to wake up any slumbering members of the crowd. Nice fluent shot to bring up the 300. He moves to 28. 301 for 6, and we're in the 82nd over. So the scoring rate about 3 3/4, thereabouts.
3.64.
What's on the board, is it?
No, that's on my computer.
Ah. As defended by Dahl to end the over. Well, I suppose 3 3/4, a decent guess.
That was good now, very good, yeah.
3.6,
Very good indeed. Yeah, well done.
Close-ish to within 0.11.
That's why you don't get cheap haircuts because you're still sharp as a tack.
Well, it's one of the few positive remnants of my maths A level.
I'm a bit disappointed in Zach Chappell, actually. I think I have to say. He was in the media centre along with Pat Brown earlier on today, and it was suggested by a member of the media, not the media team, but the media, that he might want to go in and have a quick chat on the radio. Thought about it for 5 minutes and then disappeared, which was slightly disappointing, but both very entertaining individuals, Pat Brown and Zach Chappell. To get both of them on the radio would have been quite something, but it didn't happen. Zach Chappell's on strike now for the start of this next Mason Crane over. There was a suggestion, a merest hint of a suggestion that we might get some guests today, but that hasn't happened. Here is, not yet anyway, Crane bowling to Chappell. I think we can fairly safely say he's not going to take a run in this over.
Happened on a BBC Radio London commentary where we had the then Middlesex duo of Max Holden and Nathan Souter as the game was petering out towards a draw.
Entertaining, I bet. This next delivery from Crane is driven. Oh, they go for the single this time up to mid-off. Not sure why, but they've taken it. Chappell moves into double figures, 302 for 6.
And Kevin Hand and myself just let them get on with it for a few minutes. Since the game was going absolutely nowhere and the description of ball by ball was fairly irrelevant.
Crane bowls to Dull, who defends. Oh, there's a big appeal for leg before wicket. Sounds like the bat to me, but
It's always the thought of
boot
pad
first.
boot first.
Kept his hands on his head for a while there. Sheer disbelief. Nothing from umpire Debenham. As Crane is it, bowls to Dahl, who defends it straight back to him.
Those watching from the stream will deduce how windy it still is. The unstaffed camera is still having a bout of the shakes up there.
Apparently it's military grade as that camera, as that one is turned into the leg side by Dahl. Military grade camera, but you wouldn't want to rely on it for accurately shooting at anything, would you?
Well, I suppose it may be able to take fine pictures in a normal situation, but if it's been shaken around, those fine, they may be beautifully calibrated pictures, but if they're being given the old hokey cokey, then you haven't got much chance of you.
No, it is shaking quite violently. There's Crane with now a silly mid-off in place. I assume that's Billy Root.
Yep.
Crane bowls on the leg, down the leg side. It's missed everything, I fancy, unless he's got a bottom edge on it. He has. He's got a bottom edge on it, and so he picks up 4 runs. Bonus runs, really. Poor delivery to finish the over. 5 off that one. Dahl moves to 32. 306 for 6. The lead is 138 now.
Crane's going at 4 and over, which maybe you expect from a leg spinner, but I think today, by his standards, he's probably bowled rather more poor balls. You always get the odd 4 ball from a leg spinner, but have been rather too many in terms of full tosses and slip down leg side today.
Fraser Sheets back.
He is indeed still striving for his first Glamorgan wicket, the 26-year-old Kiwi, with 103 first-class wickets to his credit in New Zealand cricket. In the relatively small amount of domestic 4-day cricket that they play. 306 for 6. Lead is 138. 83 overs gone. And well, again, Glamorgan just the 1 wicket since lunch, which was an hour ago. And they need something to change the course of this match, otherwise it really will be a long time to bat, even if there's a bit of a weather intervention tomorrow. We have 49 overs possibly available today. As Sheet sets off and bowls, and Chappell leaves his first delivery. Goes through to Chris Cook. 2 slips and a gully. Fairly conventional field. Backward point is on the boundary. Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a squarish fine leg in front of the demolition stand. As Sheet is in, bowls, and Chappell drives, but fielded by the bowler in his follow-through. Imagine the demolition stand is at least protecting people from the wind, albeit it's probably not as much getting the benefits of the bounce of sunshine that we do have.
Only covering the entire ground.
Yes, it's not a lot, is it? But then it's not a lot in Cardiff compared to the size of the ground. As Chappell off the back foot forces up to Douthwaite at mid-off, no run. Tend to find spectators in Cardiff disappearing. If they're not members of the lounges or underneath the stands or right to the back of the grandstand. There's partial covering that. Hopefully that cover will not be needed next week when Glamorgan return to Sophia Gardens to take on Leicestershire. Sheet in, bowls down leg, side well stopped by Chris Cook. Superb diving parry with the left hand as the 30-something wicketkeeper goes springing across.
You're going to have to work out his age now as well, though, aren't you? Good luck. I'm hopeless at this kind of thing.
38.
Is he? Is he? Good grief.
Well, he looked about 20 for the first decade on the staff. Sheet bowls. Chappell wants a quick single now on the leg side and gets it, despite being smartly fielded by Crane. And Chappell, having turned down 2 of the longest singles known to mankind a couple of overs before, is now running a quick one.
It doesn't make any sense. I'm sure he knows what he's doing.
How cunning is his plan? Dahl, who's quietly proceeding. The new ball has been taken now. We can confirm, and that is played back to him by Dahl. Sheet failed doing the fielding, so the new ball, we're thinking it was taken 3 overs later than it could have been because the spinners were in their stride. So Glamorgan with the second new ball, which means that Van der Hoogten almost inevitably will be propelling it from the city end. So it's 3:06 for 6 when the new ball was taken.
Yes.
One off the first over with it.
Eluded me completely.
Yes, I suppose because we had such a long spell of
So much excitement
spin
elsewhere.
Indeed.
Tim Van der Hoogten then.
He really has been bowling economically in this game. 16 overs, 1 for 26.
David Harrison next door, look. Here is Van der Hoogten then. 307 for 6 bowls to Zach Chappell, who defends it.
And Toby Bailey.
I'm glad, yes, I didn't recognise Toby, so...
Morgan assistant, having worked with Grant Bradburn in Scotland.
They've come to take advantage of the best of you in the country. Here comes Van der Hoogten again. That strikes the pad. It's going down leg side, surely. was a stifled appeal in any case. It remains 307 for 6 elsewhere in Div 2. Yorkshire 144 for 3 at Scarborough, trailing Sussex by 45. Gloucestershire 48 without loss, trailing Leicestershire by 354 at Bristol. So they'll have 2 lengthy away trips, Leicestershire. If they're at Cardiff next week, as Van der Hoogten is in, and that one is played up towards mid-off, where there's no run.
So there is home championship cricket for Glamorgan in August, just about. So those spectators who bemoan the lack of championship cricket in August, you just about get some. So,
but there won't be any at Leicester.
Put your money where your mouth is and get down to Safari Gardens next week.
Absolutely. 7 for 6 as Van der Hoogten is on his way in, halfway through his 17th over. His first in this spell, bowls to Chappell, who defends it straight back to the bowler. Middlesex 80 for 1, trailing not trailing Middlesex, trailing Northamptonshire by 127 at Merchant Taylor's. Kent, hapless Kent. They're probably calling Derbyshire hapless Derbyshire in their score updates, of course, but Kent trail Worcestershire by 163, Worcestershire 334 for 5 at New Road. Van der Hoogten bowls, that one is carved away into the offside by Zach Chappell, who thought it was going for 4. And they're going to get 2 for it as Anuj Dal gets back to the non-strikers end pretty sharpish. He didn't move and then realised that there was indeed a fielder out there.
So, yeah. Mason Crane fairly fleet of foot, just about cut it off in front of the scoreboard.
I think Chappell was convinced that he'd got a boundary there.
Yeah, he deserved one. It was a nicely timed shot into a big gap in the offside, but it didn't quite run away as he'd hoped.
We're hoping that there's 5 teammates who are leaning against the advertising boards in that vague direction were laughing at him. That one's turned into the leg side by Chappell, fielded by Kellaway. And there's no run. It's the end of the over. 309 for 6. Somerset 111 for 5 in their first innings against Warwickshire, trailing by 226. Surrey 235 for 3 against Lancashire at the Oval. That's a lead for Surrey of 31. And in the game that started today, I'll save the best till last. In the game that started today, Essex 116 for 1. Those of you who saw Don Topley's roundup of the day's play at about 10 o'clock last night, when you clearly couldn't have found it anywhere else, but would have been amused. And Nottinghamshire 100 for 2, trailing Durham by 431 at Chester Le Street.
As Sheet is charging away from us at the racecourse end, bowling to Dahl, who's pushing forward. Martin in Stoke wonders why we rarely announce the number of overs in the innings in Championship and Test. Well, it's not nearly as relevant as it is in the one-day format of the game. The overs, it doesn't. It's not a constant factor. Obviously, with the new ball, we mention it and try and chuck in the odd mention of scoring rate, but it's not as immediately relevant as it is in white ball cricket. As Dahl plays that one towards backward point. He wanted 2 runs, but Kellaway says no.
He always wants 2. Always wants 2. Quite often there aren't 2.
There weren't on that occasion. No. As Chappell faces up to Fraser Sheet, plugging away gamely in his 18th over. Into bowl, played off the back foot by Chappell, back to the bowler, there's no run. Harry Everett has emailed, saying he opened the batting with Sam Elston, formerly of Scotland, Cardiff University, and now Sidmouth and Somerset stragglers yesterday. But with a lot of time together chatting, neither of us could work out why Ben Kellaway was opening yesterday. Very successful middle order talent, has a great future in the game. Yeah, well, Glamorgan are struggling to find natural openers in the absence of Eddie Byram through injury, who may not play again this season. Sheet is in, bowls, and clipped towards mid-wicket and misfielded, and Chappell will pick up a couple of runs here as Mason Crane be probably disappointed with that one. 312 for 6. In terms of opening possibilities, Glamorgan without Byram. Tribe and Smale have been doing it in the one-day cup, but not with a great weight of runs. Tom Bevan bats top 3, but hasn't kicked the door down in the second 11. As that's down leg side, neatly taken by Cook as Chappell tried to help it on its way, but made no contact. Zainul Hassan did the job for the most of the first block of games, but didn't make a half century. Got a few starts, so I suppose it's something they're trying in the absence of any regular candidates, and allows them to work Kellaway into the team. Sheet bowls, Chappell slaps it back to him. No run. There could be an argument for maybe the likes of Northeast or Carlson taking on the role, but then you're disrupting other areas of the batting order.
Yes. Guys
who like batting 3 or 4, and you're disrupting them as well. So yes, I know what you mean, Harry. Thank you for your thoughts. If you want to email, it's fletchcricket@gmail.com or nickweb2017@gmail.com. Don't use it often, but some people prefer it.
First time I've heard it. Tim van der Hoogten from the City, and he's just taken a fresh guard. It's Anuj Dal. I've got a terrific tweet from Kieran Maguire, who's the football finance expert. He's just tweeted something. 212 for 6. That one is defended by Anuj Dal. It's the 48th anniversary, he informs everybody. He says, if anyone's having a bad day, remember, today's the anniversary of Ronald Wayne selling his 10% stake in Apple in 1976 for $801. Today, it would be worth, well, I'm not sure, that's 341,200,000,000,000 or thereabouts. There's a lot of noughts there, a lot of noughts. I make it 8 noughts. In comes Van der Hoogten again, clipped nicely into the leg side by Dahl. That should be 4 out to the square leg boundary. It is nice shot, just erring in direction there, Van der Hoogten, which he hasn't done too often. I think it's fair to say. Dahl moves to 37, 316 for 6. Just slightly overpitched it on leg stump there. Glamorgan, opening bowler. The ball raced away. Lead 148 with 4 wickets in hand. Those 4 wickets after these two are Nick Potts, Jack Morley and Pat Brown. So not the strongest tail, possibly, as Dahl pushes this one into the onside where Kellaway does the fielding. I bet in 1976 when Ronald Wayne.
Hey guys, look, I got 800 quid.
Walking around saying, I've got $800 in my back pocket for this. They've just only sold 10%.
Some poxy little company. It's going nowhere.
Can you imagine? Dear, oh dear. He must think about that every day. Here is Van der Hoogten again, and that one is pushed out. It's the offside by Anuj Dal, nicely fielded by Carlson, no run. Yeah, so well done to Kieran Maguire. That sounded patronising. It wasn't meant to sound patronising. Excellent from Kieran Maguire to tweet that. He's a good follow. Most football clubs' spreadsheets get put on his Twitter feed. There's a lot of noughts in those as well normally. Van der Hoogten is in again, and Dahl just pushes this out into the offside. They've run the first one quickly. They're going to come back for the second. Yes, they are. And it's fairly comfortable in the end. In fact, Mason Crane just throws it in underarm because they had come back for the second. Dahl moves on to 39, 318 for 6. The 150 lead has now been reached.
Depends which column the noughts are in football club balance sheets, doesn't it?
Usually explain them away though, don't they? But yeah, there's an interesting sport financially. Final ball of the Van der Hoogten over is left alone by Anna's Derby. Go through to Chris Cook behind the stumps. 318 for 6, and having missed my 3 o'clock, I look at the clock to find that I almost missed by 2 o'clock. I almost missed by 3 o'clock. Not quite. Lead 150.
In the Test match, Sri Lanka are 68 for 3 in their second innings, still 55 runs in arrears. England were all out for 358 with a Jamie Smith century. Latest wicket to go, that of Karunaratne, caught off Mark Wood for 27 in Wood's first over. Sri Lanka 68 for 3, trailed by 54 actually. So Sheet still striving for his first success, and he will be bowling first up to Zach Chappell. 2 slips as the point fielder is brought a little bit square on the boundary. Sheet in bowls and driven very hard back at him by Chappell, and Sheet fields in his follow through.
It's a terrific piece of fielding because he actually caught it or stopped it with his right hand, despite having turned his head away because it seemed to be heading straight for his head at one point. Excellently done.
Fairly wise. Middlesex 93 for 1 at Northwood in reply to Northants 207 all out. Sam Robson 43 not out. Sheet bowls up in the block hole, Yorker length, driven by Chappell to mid-off, no run. At Scarborough, Yorkshire closing in on a first innings lead, 159 for 3, just 30 behind Sussex, with Luxton and some new chap called Bairstow going well. Bairstow on 30 not out.
First game of the season, I think, for them, isn't it?
Obviously a promising youngster being given an end of season chance in the Yorkshire side. Put a few on the gate, I expect. Sheet bowls a short delivery that's fended away by Chappell, not hugely convincingly, but managed to get on top of it and play it down towards square leg, and they've gone through for a single. At Bristol, Leicestershire piled up 402 all out, with half centuries towards the lower end of the order from Travaskis and number 10 Scriven today. Gloucestershire in reply 66 for 0. So, looks like Sussex are the side not to play. Oh no, Sussex aren't playing, sorry. Cancel that, and Chris Cook will want to cancel that moment, as will Fraser Sheet, because it's gone down, oh no, for leg buys. Thought initially they were buys as Dahl looked to work it away. Cook tumbled across to try and get a paw on it, but flicked away and reached the boundary in front of the permanent temporary stand at the city end of the ground. 323 for 6. Things not really happening for Glamorgan in this afternoon session, apart from the dismissal of David Lloyd. The Sheet is into bowl, and Dahl is beaten outside off stump. Haven't been too many plays or misses yet with the second new ball. I've just noticed that the name of Nyrin has been wrongly spelt on the team sheets we were handed.
Has it?
Yes.
How would we spell it then?
With the E and the U the other way around.
Oh, really? Are you sure?
Oh, you've got me doubting myself now. As that's driven to mid-on. Dahl wants a quick single, and I think got there despite Leonard's efforts to dive field and hurl the ball sideways, all in one movement. And the Derbyshire running has been not entirely consistent in its application. They've turned down a few runs and then grabbed quick ones which maybe shouldn't have been there.
You're right. You're right.
Yes, A-N-E-U.
I didn't think you'd be wrong, but it looks perfectly fine both ways to me.
Looks a bit more French with the U first.
Yes. Yeah.
A new era. Donald.
I wonder if they've been doing that all season. I've got a couple of team sheets here. No, they've got it right previously. That's good news. That would have been terrible, wouldn't it, if they'd been spelling his name wrong the entirety of the season. Tim van der Hoekter begins a new over to Anoj Dahl, who just guides this one square on the offside. Billy Root Fields. Dahl moves to 41, 325 for 6. The lead up to 157. 3 o'clock update passed without incident.
Congratulations.
Yeah. In fact, not only without incident, 20.1 seconds.
Oh,
magnificent. That's as close as I've got to 20 seconds ever. 325 for 6. That's of no consequence to anybody but me, but Van der Hoekten is in and bowls to Chappell, who hasn't really produced the fireworks I'd promised, I think it's fair to say. Yeah.
Does the newsreader pick up off the back of you, or do you...
I'm in the bulletin.
Go directly, yeah, but do they say anything after you, or are you the last words in the bulletin?
Yes, normally there's, it's the weather forecast, which can be long or short.
Ah, yes.
And also don't forget you can hear full commentary on the BBC Sport website, which can be dropped.
Indeed.
Yeah, they have it built in. Van der Hoekten bowls to Chappell, who drives it straight through with the bowler's legs for 4 down the ground. That's a bit better. So Chappell moves to 20. It's a nice shot. Van der Hoekten would have possibly expected to have stopped it, or hoped to stop it. At least it was hit very hard by Zach Chappell, as he often does. Hit the ball very hard. He should move to 329 for 6, sorry, Nick.
It's past Van der Hoekten, I think, by the time he got his hand down in his follow-through.
It was hit very hard. I've just seen a replay of it on the big screen.
Chappell at last living up to the build-up you gave him.
Yes, I knew it would happen sooner or later. That's his second boundary, and he defends the next ball from Van der Hoekten towards mid-on. Lead beyond 160 now, 329 for 6. 2 slips in place. The ball is, of course, relatively new, just 5.5 overs or so old. Also, the man has gone into mid-wicket now. A man has gone into mid-wicket, not the man. As Van der Hoekten bowls a shortish delivery, and Chappell, who's a very tall man, as we established earlier, gets up on his toes and just defends it into the ground. You're going to check how tall he is now, aren't you?
Why not? I'd say 6'5".
I'm going 6'5" as well, but I used to be 6'5" back in the day.
6'5"?
Yeah.
Is what he's listed as in the Who's Who.
Do they have in the Who's Who Harry Moore as Van der Hoekten bowls, and again just slightly short of a length, and Chappell deals with that very nicely indeed. Defends it into the ground. Final ball of the over, 20 to Chappell, 41 to Dahl. The partnership worth 48. 329 for 6. Derbyshire leading by 161.
Sadly, the only man adjacent to that is Tom Moores of Nottinghamshire. So
no, I don't couldn't care less how.
Did Harry Moore play last season?
He did in the One Day Cup. Yeah.
Surprised he's not in the Who's Who then.
Might be too young. might be a.
Yes, the defendant who cannot be named.
Yes, quite. Quite. Yeah. I'm sure he's down as 6'5". Chappell's just got an issue with his helmet and with the sweat on his bald head.
His height is not listed as in play for.
No. He's very tall, though. That's all you need to know. That's all anybody needs to know.
So it looks like the next update may well be in the tea interval, which is good.
Is it?
Well, that means you don't have to fly solo for another 5 minutes.
Oh,
Fireworks celebrating Derbyshire's second batting
I
bowling.
can see them over there, yeah.
Bonus point. Sheet to bowl, Dahl to drive and pinch another quick single as Leonard tries to pick up and throw, but accomplishes neither of those. Where are they?
Just to the right of the health
Fine leg.
place. Yes, that would have been easier saying fine leg, wouldn't it? Really, you can just see the smoke and trees now. I would assume either a birthday or a religious festival.
Celebrations for a bank holiday weekend and Derbyshire being in the driving seat.
Yes, the fireworks that they bought for that originally will be out of date by now.
3:30 for 6, just because it's 1800 days since the last championship win.
1801, I think you find.
Sheet in, bowls, Chappell drives to mid-on, no run. Square leg has been pushed back towards the boundary, so Leonard is the only man in acres of space on the leg side, so Sheet is presumably trying not to bowl there. 2 slips, gully, cover, mid-off, and a deep point on the boundary.
So I have been tasked with a graphic for that particular, the eventuality of Derbyshire winning a home game.
As Sheet bowls edged but doesn't carry to slip, and he'll get runs for it. A run for it. As Colin Ingram pursued it towards the third man boundary.
50 partnership.
Of which Chappell has 21. And North East is still down on one knee in the manner of Rodin's thinker.
Told you he had a lot on his mind.
Pondering the unfairness of life in general and how he's going to make a treble century in the second innings.
Wow. He's got form.
There's Sheet in, bowls, Dahl drives. Well, that's the sort of shot that he's looked for a quick single from, but Leonard on that occasion got down well and fielded cleanly, and they thought better of it. 3-3-1 for 6.
And celebrated nicely, I thought. Very good.
Not quite with fireworks.
No. No, just a couple of clenched fist punches.
She bowls a short ball that's pulled away on the leg side. Not hugely timed by Dahl, but safe enough. Past the umpire. Another single. 3-3-2 for 6.
The coaching staff's got bored. Next door. They've departed. 2 broadcasts, but I know we don't have as many as they do in Cardiff, but we're not really an international ground here. 2 broadcast boxes at Derby. 2's enough, I always think.
As that's short, pulled by Chappell and pulled very efficiently through mid-wicket for 4. And Sheet is not getting quite enough out the pitch to be able to drop it that short. Tall man Zach Chappell, as we've established, and played that pull shot very nicely indeed. Slapped away. 3-3-6 for 6. Glamorgan labouring, having had something to comfort themselves in the morning session when Derbyshire lost 3 wickets all to Ben Kellaway. Added a further 128 runs in that time, but in the afternoon session it has been 93 runs for the loss of just 1 wicket, so it is Derbyshire's session as things stand.
Zach Chapel doesn't claim to be an all-rounder. It's me who's putting him on that pedestal, but he averages 30 with the bat and 28 with the ball, so puts him in all-rounder territory in the Championship, certainly this season, and undoubtedly, as I said earlier, Derbyshire's Player of the Season. Don't think there's anybody particularly close to him. Tim van der Hoogten then, his 20th over of the innings, 1 for 39, his figures at the moment. He's going to bowl initially to Anuj Dal on 43, and he pushes that up to mid-on and says we'll have a single there as he moves on to 44, 337 for 6, the lead 170 now.
Dal seems to be fond of that push and run towards the mid-on area, doesn't he?
Yeah. Let the big hitter at the other end take the bowling on.
Yeah, Van der Hoogten has not been as economical in this new ball spell as previously.
Next delivery from Van der Hoogten is defended by Zach Chapel. Yeah, 3 overs and 2 balls for 14 runs in this spell.
That's by no means disastrous,
it's not
but
bad, is it?
Not as tight as previously.
4 overs for 13, so they've kept a tight-ish rein on it.
I wonder if David Lloyd is pondering a declaration at 400 maybe.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
It would be the aggressive thing to do, especially with the weather around, as this next one's on his hip. Zach Chapel, he turns it towards the mid-wicket boundary for a single, moves to 26, 338 for 6.
Yeah, try and get a few wickets tonight
I
and
would
depress Welsh spirits heading into the weekend.
I think it would be good, not only for the game, but good for Derbyshire if they were bowling again today. And Zach Chapel might disagree with his stiffness and his calf and he's just slammed down on another one there, and Anuj Dal picked up another single into the leg side. 339 for 6, but he needs a rest at some point, Zach Chapel. Whether he's going to get one, I'm not sure.
See also Van der Hoogten. I would be surprised if Glamorgan didn't rest several of their bowlers before the you-know-what date.
Yes, absolutely, before the final, I would. Chapel waits, and that was a short delivery. He sort of ducks underneath it. He barely moved, but he just about managed to duck underneath it. It's a nod of the head as much as anything, and it went through to Cook. Yes, that would make perfect sense, wouldn't it? Unless they win this match and the next one, and then they're right back in the thick of the promotion race.
I think the odds of winning this particular game are fairly large, or the odds against it would be fairly large.
Give up too easily, Nick. This one is whipped into the leg side nicely by Chapel. He fancies 2 here. Dal will definitely get back for 2. Oh, well, actually, it wasn't a bad throw either, and Chapel does get back for the second. Decent enough throw from the boundary by Ben Kellaway over the stumps. However, as Dan Douthwaite skips like a spring lamb. Remarkable. He's going to bowl next, incidentally. 341 for 6 at the end of the over. 28 to Chapel, 45 to Dal. The lead 1-7-3. Yes, in days gone by, as I say, Derbyshire have never been in this position under David Lloyd's captaincy, mainly because 7 times in the last 7 matches, the first innings, the opposition have scored in excess of 400 in the first innings. So it's a new experience for him as the Derbyshire skipper. How aggressive is he going to be, in conjunction presumably with Mickey Arthur and the rest of the senior group, which would include Wayne Madson, would almost certainly include an Aaron Donald, who likes to say on pretty much everything.
Including BBC Radio Derby.
Oh, any BBC outlet he's happy to work for, as I found out. Yeah, so I would like to see Derbyshire bowling today, but it doesn't really matter what I'd like. unfortunately.
Indeed, Douthwaite setting off from this racecourse end and bowls, and Chappell chops down on that one, sent it to Carlson at short cover. And there is no run. The orange soles of Douthwaite's boots visible as he runs away from us, and he's got a bit of an orange flash around the ankles as well.
It's an awful lot of orange, isn't there?
Off he goes again. Bowls to Dahl down leg side. We'll get away with that one slightly as Dahl has hit it straight to Van der Hoogten at fine leg, and it's just a single 3 for 2 for 6, down to 46 not out. Derbyshire accumulating efficiently in this afternoon session.
Now, if you were to guess the run rate now, and you gave your answer from before, you'd be very accurate. 3.74.
Chappell faces up to Douthwaite and turns it to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Will Smale.
Oh, no, another one.
Number 28 in your hymn sheet. 11 Gorvin, 55 Tribe.
Got those two.
Will Smale, who kept wicket through the One Day Cup campaign. Played some T20 as well. And fields again as Chappell turns Douthwaite to mid-wicket. And Smale hitting a half-century on that record-breaking night for Glamorgan against Somerset in the final match of the T20 Blast, which coincidentally is the only home day of Glamorgan cricket that I haven't seen this season. Douthwaite in, bowls to Chappell, short delivery. Chappell pulls out of the beginnings of a hook shot.
Forgive me, I didn't take much notice of the South group, because generally Derbyshire don't play anyone from it. Why was it record-breaking? Was it a record run chase?
It was record-breaking in that Glamorgan got their highest score, the highest individual score by Kieran Carlson, the best ever bowling by Marnus Labuschagne,
Wow.
and the highest ever margin of a runs victory.
Excellent.
As that is hoiked slightly by Chappell in the leg side, but off the bottom of the bat, and so didn't manage to get it past Will Smale, who fielded for the third time in the over, and thereafter jogs off.
Sounds like some kind of night. You'd be a fool to miss it.
It would have been a fool to miss it, and if I hadn't been on the west coast of France at the time, listening on the excellent BBC commentary service in bits around dinner, I wouldn't have missed it.
Well, that must have gone down well.
After 30 years, my better half is used to these matters.
Sorry, what was that again? I was just listening to the commentary.
242 for 6, and a change of bowling. It's probably Leonard's turn, isn't it?
Yeah, looks like him. Yeah, he's going to have another go. He's bowled 16 overs, 1 for 81.
Ouch.
So far, so
Should have been 3.
should have been 3. It's from the city end, bowling to Anuj Dahl, who gets one down the leg side. It's a really nice tumbling stop by Cook, away to his left-hand side. And there's no run. So the lead 174. Yeah, just pile it on. Come on. Start hitting out. Do something. Not that 3.72 isn't a good enough run rate, but Dahl 4 away from a half century, of course, so that would be something for him as he pushes this next delivery out into the offside. And as Dahl, I can't remember. Yeah, he's got 1 half century, 62 his high score of the season. Now I'm going to have to tell you who it was against. I've got the first idea off the top of my head.
as the Fletcher instant computer is fired up.
It's against Gloucestershire at Bristol. And the match that Matt Lamb scored a double century, which is probably why I'd forgotten about that. 3:42 for 6. Leonard runs towards us, bowls to Dahl, who gets one on the stumps and clips it up to mid-on, and of course scampers through for a quick single. It's a nice piece of fielding actually at mid-on. It's Fraser Sheet, yes.
Just getting used to the fact that Glamorgan have got a 29 and a 22.
Yes, I'm not used to any of it really, but 3:43 for 6. Landed halfway through his 17th over. A couple of slight alterations. There's a second slip for Zach Chappell. And Kieran Carlson is in close at extra cover as the ball is whipped down to long leg by Zach Chappell for a single. Douthwaite does the fielding. Chappell moves to 29, 344 for 6. 39 overs and 2 balls remain in the day's play, so 7 until tea. Which means the 4 o'clock update will indeed almost certainly fall right in the middle of the 20-minute break. Leonard bowls to Dahl. Short delivery. Dahl wants nothing to do with it.
Yeah, Glamorgan have been fond of the short delivery fairly frequently this season, but James Harris, who's quite canny at buying wickets with such deliveries, is of course still absent, injured. Injury picked up in the draw with Northampton Cardiff in one of those 2 mid-season championship games.
Leonard hasn't bowled a no ball yet. He's in to bowl to Dahl. That was driven straight back down the ground for 4 runs. Beautiful shot from Dahl, who moves to 50. 51 to Anuj Dahl. His half century coming off 88 balls. And that was his 6th 4. His 2nd of the season, as we established. And he acknowledges the applause of the crowd as Derbyshire move to within 2 runs of the next meaningless bonus point. 348 for 6, leading by 180.
And another round of applause as scorer Jane reads out the details of it over the public address system. 2 runs away from the 3rd batting bonus point.
You can't get me excited. I refuse to be. I'm going to do the league table now during this over.
Will there be a flurry of runs towards a possible 450 and a maximum? Have to step on it. Douthwaite to Chappell, and he swats that to mid-on. There's no run. Chappell 29, Dahl 51. So everyone's chipped into some degree or other today. Stand of 130 between Kame and Madson. Kame went for 84, Madson for 70. Donald 28, Lloyd 44. So contributions from everyone who's got the wicket today after recent guest fell cheaply yesterday. Douthwaite in bowls a horrible hoik from Chappell, sort of last over of a T20 sort of shot, and it went, I think, over the top of the stumps.
Yes, I think so.
As he rehearses the shot, trying to hit it down towards the hospitality area, maybe at mid-wicket. Douthwaite comes back towards us now. Turns. Kicks up those orange flacked boots and bowls him. Kept a little bit low, and the middle stump is out of the ground. and Zach Chappell's time at the crease is over. He has contributed 29, kept Derbyshire going, and they're 348 for 7.
Fairly comprehensive. Did keep a little low, but Zach Chappell has to go. 3 fours in his 29. He's helped Derbyshire extend their lead from 113 to 180 with Lunchtime.
It was a responsible innings, I suppose, and
yes.
not, though, providing the fireworks that you had so keenly promised.
Yes, I can only
The
apologise.
audience. Stand of 67 for the 7th wicket.
Yes. Good shot. I'll make a note of that.
Which is worth having at that stage in proceedings. The lead is 180, and Derbyshire are very firmly in the driving seat and looked likely to get the chance to claim a few second innings wickets this evening, as Glamorgan will probably be batting possibly before tea, but more likely after tea.
Just quickly, as Nick Potts comes out to join Anuj Dal, so Sussex, well, the table is exactly the same, with 3 points for a win and 1 for a draw or a tie.
Right.
You probably deserve more for a tie.
Yeah. Give us another point, go on.
Wouldn't make a lot of difference, in all honesty. And the table doesn't change. It does not change. Nobody moves places with 3 points for a win and 1 for a draw and none for a defeat, and yet we obsess. And some teams obsess more than others about bonus points, and it slows games down because they inch towards the next apparent milestone.
Do they inch towards milestones, though, don't they?
Yes,
Usually
they do.
try and get on with it to get to
No,
milestones.
They inch towards milestones. It's a ridiculous system. Absolutely ridiculous. But it's ours.
Dowswaite is in, and Potts swings furiously at his first ball and sends it off the tip of the cue back to the bowler.
First ball he's faced in the Championship this season. In fact, the first ball he's faced in the Championship since July last year. Nick Potts.
Trying to deposit it into the next postcode.
Not sure what that was all about, really.
Perhaps he's been issued orders by David Lloyd. Come on, we want maximum points, or we're going to declare it tea.
Get on with it.
Dowswaite in. Bowls, and Potts defends the next ball.
Yeah, work that out.
Sometimes this is a difficult game to understand.
More times than sometimes, I always think. It's quite often you're surprised by things that happen on a cricket field. Just waiting for Nick Potts' career average. He's got a high score in first-class cricket of 13 and a career average of 6.86.
He's suggesting that 9 is quite elevated then.
Yes, it doesn't say much for Jack Morley and Pat Brown, does it really?
Dowswaite in, bowls, and they'll take a quick single on the offside. Playing it into a gap to get Potts off the mark. And that was the last ball of the over. So the number 9 with a batting average of 6 has pinched the strike.
From a player who's got a batting average of 32 and a high score of 146 not out. Scored against Worcestershire at New Road. A match in which he also took potentially 5 wickets in an innings in both innings, from memory. The Anujdal match at New Road. He always seems to do well against Worcestershire. There are players who do well against particular teams, it seems. That's why in Madson he does well against everybody. We're just waiting for the helmet to be donned by Billy Root and for Kieran Carlson to come in at gully. So 2 slips and a gully. As Ned Leonard looks for his 2nd wicket of the innings. He's on his way in now to bowl to Potts, who well, he flexes his knees and ducks under a bouncer that was so far wide of the off stump he could have just watched it go past. Got the strapping on the right elbow, which doesn't, I mean, he had it, he was putting it on, I noticed, before the match started. That is his bowling arm, of course. His right elbow is heavily strapped. I think Potts, who waits for Leonard to bowl. That's a decent leave. Raising the bat high above his head, and the ball cutting back, but not enough to nick the off stump. So after the very aggressive first shot that he played, he hasn't really played a shot in anger. Nottingham should have slumped everybody. They're 122 for 5, still trailing Durham by 409. Nobody should forget that Nottingham should put Durham into bat yesterday. Might even get a tattoo with that on. Excellent.
Probably omit the word yesterday.
Yes. Leonard bowls to Potts, it turns that one into the leg side. You'd put the date rather, would you? That would make more sense, wouldn't it? Yeah. I could have it in that very fancy writing, couldn't I? That people tend to put numbers. I haven't got a tattoo.
22nd of August, in the year of our Lord, 2024. Nottinghamshire, in the person of Hasib Hamid, doth put Durham in to bat first. Foolish boy.
Yes, they're regretting it. They are regretting it. Here is Leonard bowling. Oof, I tell you what, there was some bounce in that one. It was left alone by Potts to go through to Cook, but that bounced through very nicely indeed. If you can sort of tell now that it is a hybrid because there are the very minimal marks on the playing surface, which is how they should be. Yorkshire have taken the lead against Sussex. They lead by 11. They're 200 for 4 at Scarborough. The league leaders in a little situation there. As Leonard bowls that one down the leg side, there was a cry of catch, which it was caught. Just hadn't hit anything on the way through. Certainly nothing to do with hands or indeed bat.
That's situation in the sporting term rather than the relationship term.
The what? Sorry, I missed that completely.
Situation. It's sort of. It's one step short of a relationship in the young person's speak, I believe.
Oh, is it?
Well, in a situation.
Okay. Here comes Leonard and bowls. He takes on the short ball this time and gets hit. Now, has he been hit on the helmet? I think he has. And therefore, he's going to have to tell Ali Mackenzie, who he last played first-class cricket against, which might take a while, and what day of the week it is, that kind of thing. But the Ali Mackenzie will be hurtling down the steps at any minute, you would hope. Where is he? And he's not there yet.
Might as well get a season ticket.
The physio.
The physio. He's had a few bangs on the bonds.
Here he comes. He's not brought another helmet out, although Darren Dupavalon is also coming out with a towel for Anuj Dal. Middlesex 115 for 1. Trail Northamptonshire by 92 at Merchant Taylors. Gloucestershire 85 for 1. Trail Leicestershire by 317 at Bristol. Worcestershire are now 385 for 7, a 214 run lead over Kent in the First Division. Somerset in a spot of bother, 152 for 6, trailing Warwickshire by 185 at Edgbaston. Surrey, meanwhile, are 284 for 3, leading Lancashire by 80 at the Oval. And Hampshire against Essex, which only started today. Essex 159 for 2 in their first innings. You are bang up to date, other than with the Test match. Sri Lanka 84 for 3, trailing England by 38. 84 for 3 in their second innings, of course. So you are now absolutely up to date.
And if you've missed today's proceedings, then you've missed innings of 84 by Harry Kane, top score, caught and bowled by Ben Callaway. Madson caught root at mid-wicket, bowled Callaway for 70. And Aaron Donald brilliantly caught by keeper Chris Cook, effectively at leg slip at the time, off Callaway for 28. And David Lloyd was bowled by the Mason Crane Googly for 44. And Zach Chappell had his middle stump extracted by Dan Douthwaite for 29. But those gentlemen have scored enough runs between them to put Derbyshire in a thoroughly advantageous position as they press for their first championship win at their headquarters since September 2019.
1,801 days ago. That was the last ball of the over, incidentally, 349 for 7.
And Dan Douthwaite to bowl from the racecourse ends to Dahl, and hurrying him into the shot slightly, plays it on the leg side. There might have been a single there, actually. He's pinched enough quick singles, and that was probably one of the more available ones, but decided against it. As Mason Crane came round from mid-wicket towards the umpire.
I think he probably is mindful of having to protect Potts, Morley and Brown, Amish Dull, more than he had to Zach Chappell.
Douthwaite 4 saving the single and a slip, therefore 4 outfielders, and
perhaps not.
Dull does take the single off the second ball of the over as Root jogs to his left, and the crowd applaud the 350, and therefore the third batting bonus point.
Yeah, exciting times. I'm more excited about the 350 as a figure than the bonus points, of course. For scientifically proven reasons.
Douthwaite in bowls to Potts, who tries to swat it away. I was looking towards fine leg and maybe looking up in the air, but should have looked in keeper Chris Cook's gloves, because that was where the ball was.
Well, he didn't get very close to it, really, did he? Fair play to him for taking it on, but he didn't get very close to it at all. You see what he's done recently in. I don't take a keen interest, particularly in second 11 cricket.
Douthwaite in bowls to Potts through outside off stump, low to Chris Cook, no shot played.
So he hasn't actually played a match since the 3rd of July this year.
Right.
First or second team, but that was in the second team. He got 8 not out in a T20, which doesn't really count, does it? Yeah, he got 30 not out against Durham seconds at Hartlepool in a T20. 37 in the second innings against Gloucestershire seconds at Rockhampton. 30 not out against Lancashire at Blackpool.
Oh, that's a complete duffer then, as he will pick up a single here. Douthwaite straying towards leg stick and turned way down to fine leg. 351 for 7. Last ball of Douthwaite's 11th over coming up. He's got 1 for 51. Won't be hugely happy with that.
And of course, he made his debut, as we both remember, here against Glamorgan in 2022.
As on his way is Douthwaite to bowl to Darlan, 52 not out, and another short ball that goes looping through and is called a no ball, I suspect on front foot rather than height.
Yeah.
So I don't think that was high enough.
That didn't look high enough, did it?
Didn't see any consultation between the umpires, and Coach Grant Bradburn will not be a happy man with the number of no balls conceded by Glamorgan in this innings.
Nor should he be.
As
13th.
and he comes, and that's insult to injury, as it's played away through the covers for 4 by Amish Dull. 3, 5, 7 for 7.
Yeah, the 13th no ball of the innings. 2 overs worth a bit.
Yeah, 20 odd runs, 26 runs for free, And of course, the extra deliveries that you get.
It would be interesting to see the extra deliveries, because that was the extra delivery there that went for 4. So you started to get up towards the 40 mark, possibly. And when the lead is only 189, that's a considerable amount, really.
Careless. 56 Dahl has. Where are we T-wise? 4 overs to come.
Derbyshire bowled 4 no balls in their innings, 3 of them bowled by Pat Brown. Here's Ned Leonard bowling to Potts, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump. It goes through to the wicketkeeper, there's no run. .189 the lead. Are they going to try and get another 43 and pull out? Are they just going to bat on? Trying to get 43 from here on might be tricky in itself. Anuj Dahl batting with the lower order batters, as they are described these days. That's another leave by Potts. The Old English sheepdog is at the far end of the ground, look, to the left of the permanent temporary stand.
Oh,
it's a beautiful thing. It's not a thing, it's a dog, but it's a beautiful dog. But it's warm though. That big coat on.
Disappears behind the permanent temporary stand, and we'll have to move quickly if it's to see the rest of Leonard's over.
It might not be too bothered. 357 for 7. Potts waits as Leonard is in another short delivery that Potts has nothing to do with.
Actually, there's a little bit of a gap where you can track
can see it, can't you?
the dog's progress.
It's like a dog tracker. It's like having an app on your phone, but this is real life. Because we can't see it now because there's a little banner there. So there it is.
It's popped out
back.
the other side, yeah.
It's back. Excellent news.
Off to the cafe for a few doggy treats, maybe.
He's having a look at the cricket now, look. As Leonard is in, bowls to Potts, who tries a very expansive looking shot, gets a bottom edge into the ground. Ball goes nowhere.
Carlson giving it full drama. But I think the ball is travelling gently enough for Potts to have kicked or tapped the ball away.
It's the angle he's watching. It's what like the attempted run out earlier was the angle he was at. Made it look perhaps a little more exciting than it was, unless he is an excitable fielder. Leonard, 5th ball of the over, turned nicely down towards fine leg. There is a fine leg. It's Dan Douthwaite, so just a single for Potts, who moves on to 358 for 7.
What's this? 111 now for 2 in the afternoon session.
They put on 128 this morning, didn't they?
Yeah.
For 3.
Yeah.
So another good session for. I can't keep saying this.
Another good session
Another
for
good
Derbyshire.
session
Come on,
for
Dave, get it
Derbyshire.
out.
Another good session for Derbyshire. I don't know what's happening. Here is Leonard. Bowls and Dahl pushes this up to mid-off, where there's no run. 1 run off the over. Potts will be on strike at the start of the next. 358 for 7. Potts has 3. Dahl has 56. And Derbyshire's lead with 3 overs to go until tea is 190.
13 overs in which to get the bonus points. So disdainfully regarded by our BBC Radio Derby correspondent.
For good reason.
Douthwaite in the afternoon sunshine. Ball, well, just starting to age a little bit. This is the 15th over with it. They took it 3 late. Douthwaite in bowls inside path of the bat as Potts tries to play straight but gets a single to Crane at square leg. 359 for 7. Pleasant watching conditions, one would imagine now, albeit still a bit breezy. And well, it's Is it 2 layers for most people? My look of it
But
out
my
there.
phone is suggesting it might be 19 degrees out there, but I think the wind will be bringing that down by a couple of degrees.
Douthwaite in bowls to Dahl, who gets a thick edge down to third man and will get 4 runs. As the dive by Billy Root in the far distance failed to stop the ball. Just thickish edge, safe. There's only one slip there. Yeah, it's sort of t-shirts, short sleeve shirts, polo shirts, etc. Most people, I think. And the little stand down to our right. 363 for 7. Derbyshire's lead approaches 200. 195 it stands at as Douthwaite bowls to Dahl, who drives through the offside and will pick up 4 more. The ball seemingly gathering pace as it skips away towards the boundary. Back-to-back 4s.
That was a nice shot, wasn't it?
It was. Dahl on to 64. What did you say was his highest this season?
I'm not sure I did.
I thought
I might
you
have
did, but
done.
I didn't
Yes.
retain it.
No.
1 half
Even
century
if
previous.
if I said it, it didn't stick in my mind either. 62.
So his best of the season as he pulls that one away. We'll just get the single down to Carlson. It's square leg, 368 for 7. And round of applause for
200 lead.
200 lead. There
I did wonder. I had to get all the way to the bottom of the board to find it.
we are. Look,
There
it's
it
not
is.
50 partnership, it's
There it
not. Batters 50. Douthwaite bowls a short delivery to Potts that doesn't really get up. I suppose while Glamorgan's bowlers will be temporarily disheartened that they're not getting much life out of the pitch. On the other hand, means it could be a long haul ahead for Derbyshire's bowlers to win this match.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question about that.
200 the lead. Douthwaite in bowls. Potts defends to cover. No run. Apart from that odd Hoik first ball, he's looked reasonably at home.
Yeah.
Nick Potts.
Just got a bit overexcited about being back out in the middle after so long.
Well, hey, oh, you're not
Yes.
playing 2020 now.
Which is pretty much what he's played in the 2s for the last 2 or 3 months. So, well, the last 2 or 3 months that he played. He hasn't played since July. He's put on 20 with Dahl. 28 balls. He's got 4 of them, Nick Potts. He's at the non-striker's end as Ned Leonard will bowl the penultimate ball of the penultimate over of the session. We'll see that over rate because it doesn't normally change until the interval. There's -2 at the moment. I can't imagine it'll still be -2. Leonard into bowl to Dahl, who clips this away nicely into the leg side. He might get 4 for this. Callaway is chasing and gets to the ball just before it reaches the boundary rope. They get back for a 3rd down. That was a good bit of chasing by Ben Callaway. 3 more to the total. Dahl moves to 68, 371 for 7.
Yeah, good arm too. Ball just plopping neatly into the gloves of Chris Cook.
And he's a long way out there. I mean, by no means near the advertising boards. I reckon there must be nearly 35 yards from the boundary to the advertising boards. That's how far across towards the old scoreboard we are. Right in front of us. The media centre commentary box. Excitingly.
Yeah, it really is a good view. We've got no excuse really.
No. So I'm quite glad they're moving up towards the left for the next game by the look of it. Got the excuses back. Just putting a bit more pressure on Nick Potts here as Leonard comes in and bowls, and that's clipped, oh hello, out towards the straight mid-wicket boundary for 4. Well, didn't quite see that one coming. was a nice shot from Nick Potts. It was in the air momentarily, and there is a man close in at mid-wicket, but once it had got past him, it raced away to the boundary. 375 for 7.
Yeah, had Callaway been a little bit straighter, he might have been in the game, but then Potts might not have played the shot that way.
Now he's moving back a bit and straighter. And
Horse stable door bolted.
And squarer.
In the way of cricketers everywhere at whatever level.
We're all told not to do it, aren't we? Don't chase the ball. But it's very difficult to avoid chasing the ball. Here comes Leonard again. Bowls a short delivery. And signalled one for the over by umpire Peveril at square leg. And then repeated by umpire Debenham down at the city end. Leonard 5 away from his century. I'd be quite happy if he can get out of this over now. 3 more balls to go. Go to tee and not bowl again. Leonard bowls. Oh, that one's gone straight up in the air, but it's going to be safe because it goes over the head of Billy Root. They're going to come back for a second as well as he pulled it into the leg side. It looped into the air. Didn't get hold of it at all. Nick Potts, but picks up 2, moves to 10, 377 for 7.
Yes, the only person who could have caught that would be the umpire, really.
He did well to resist the temptation, I always think. That's a very good discipline in an umpire. Mine. Sorry. 2 balls to go in the over, 377 for 7. And then 1 more over before tea. Ben Callaway is being manoeuvred in the field, almost like somebody's got him on a remote control. As Leonard is in and bowls to Potts, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump to go through to Cook.
Yeah, Glamorgan not showing particular urgency in terms of getting through their overs.
How far away from the schedule? We'll be about 20 minutes late for tea, which isn't too bad, is it? It's been worse.
It certainly has.
Yeah. Derbyshire aren't particularly quick getting through their overs. They will start on -3. I think if they got a win, they'd forget all about it. Leonard bowls, and it's defended by Potts straight back to the bowler. 377 for 7 at the end of the over then. 99 overs have gone in the Derbyshire innings. How about that? They lead by 209. Dahl has 68. Potts has 10.
So it will be exactly 100 overs at tea. And Derbyshire already with a lead of over 200.
And it won't impinge too much on the 20-minute break either now. Although Mason Crane's bowling, so we'll get through this fairly sharpish.
We should. Crane with his leg spin off, as you'd imagine, fairly minimal run-up. Hoping to induce Anuj Dal to do something that he shouldn't, or more likely, Nick Potts to hit the ball up in the air. Crane with the wicket of David Lloyd, former Glamorgan captain, for 44. Sends down a couple of practice deliveries towards mid-off. Is rather conscious now of the fact that everyone else is waiting for him. Crane into ball 2. Dahl drives nicely on the offside. Takes the single out to Van der Hoogten, sweeping on the pavilion side of the ground. 378 for 7. Dahl to 69 not out. This 100th over of the innings, so he'll be able to tell you what the run rate is at the interval, certainly. Crane pushes in a short leg for the number 9 batter, and Potts steps away and tries to force and misses.
He might have hit the bottom of his bat.
Yeah, there was a
interesting shot for the final over before tea.
doesn't get a chance to bat very often. He's going to make the most of it. Crane in bowls, and Potts is back on his stumps. That one turned a little from maybe leg stump onto middle stump, and he defended it quite competently. Crane tossing the ball from one hand to another. Now he's on his way in. Bowls to Potts, appeals for LBW, and it's given, and that will be tea as Mason Crane claims his second wicket. Nick Potts, leg before for 10, 378 for 8 at tea. Radio update calls me. Dave will recap briefly.
Absolutely, yeah. See, if I was Derbyshire, I'd declare now, but they won't. We'll have 32 overs and 2 balls in the evening session. Potts goes for 10 of 28 deliveries and didn't really look like he knew which way the ball was going to turn or not. Anuj Dal is unbeaten on 69 from 98 deliveries. Derbyshire at 378 for 8, lead by 210. The 2 other men out in the afternoon session, David Lloyd for 44 and Zach Chappell for 29. 131 runs I make it in the afternoon session. Derbyshire very handily placed indeed here at the county ground. We will, as I say, have 32 overs and 2 balls starting at just before 20 past 4. So a 6:30 finish potentially this evening. This game is moving on apace. Derbyshire 378 for 8, leading by 210. Well, welcome back. It's the final session, day 2 of Derbyshire's County Championship match against Glamorgan here at the county ground in Derby. And Derbyshire, well, they're batting on, 378 for 8. Nick Potts out to the 4th ball of the Mason Crane over before tea. Who will continue to bowl, obviously. That's why he's just been announced as the bowler. Anuj Dal is going to be joined by Jack Morley. There was a slight delay because Anuj Dal came down the steps after tea and then raced back up them because he'd forgotten his bat. So he's on 69 not out. 131 for 3 in the afternoon, I think.
Such are the climatic conditions that I have taken off my sweater and put on my sunglasses.
That is a terrific colour, that T-shirt,
the latter,
by the way, Nick.
for the first time in the game, sunglasses were, so we're very nearly matching.
Very nearly.
In terms of fairly bright cerise-style pink. Crane to bowl to the left-handed Morley. Floats it up and Morley defends it. So Derbyshire just about winning both sessions today. Not by huge margins, but enough to reinforce their hold on this match. Will it be an inexorable hold on the game? Crane bowls and squirted away by Morley. 4 runs down towards third man. Make that a run as Kieran Carlson gives it furious pursuit and then throws with an extraordinary piece of fielding, throwing as if he was as he fell over backwards, and he keeps them down to a single, and therefore number 11, number 10, Jack Morley has just nicked the strike.
I think he would be number 11 if Pat Brown wasn't playing. He scored 28 in the first innings against Sussex here earlier this season. Naught in the second as Derbyshire were thoroughly thrashed by the league leaders. So it sort of suggests he can hold a bat. I don't remember much about the innings, if I'm entirely honest with you. And it's going to be Ned Leonard to bowl his 21st over, and he's 3 away from his century. He's bowling to the left-handed Jack Morley, who plays at that one, then removes the bat as it whistles into the wicketkeeper's gloves. First ball of the 101st over.
And sunshine percolating the BBC commentary box.
It's nice.
What a joy.
Lots of blue sky coming up from the west by the look of it, so I don't think we'll have any trouble getting the 32 overs and 2 balls in. It's an unusual looking aircraft away to our left as this next delivery is short from Leonard and through to the keeper. Perhaps it was just the angle it was at. It doesn't look that unusual anymore. Going somewhere even warmer than Derby, remarkably.
Is such a thing possible?
On the East Midlands International Airport, just down the road at Donington.
Yeah, been there.
Yeah. I've been to Castle Donington for the Monsters of Rock, but I've never been to the airport. Here comes Leonard and bowls. That's a play and a miss from Morley. Back some distance away from his body.
Yeah, flew to Fuerteventura from East Midlands Airport.
Nice. Nice airport.
Functional.
Excellent.
It had a aeroplane leaving it at the correct time.
To the place you wanted to go to?
To the place I wanted to go to. Indeed.
Can't beat that, can you really? Next delivery's a short one and he gets out of the way. It was a good short delivery, that, from Leonard.
But since it left at some ridiculously early time in the morning, I can't say I was conscious at the time.
No, yeah, tend to, don't they? They do tend to.
Stayed in a hotel there overnight. It was flipping freezing the previous evening, which is probably why I was leaving the country.
Seems fair. Leonard bowled to Morley. That's some distance wide of the off stump and left alone to go through to the keeper. There is no run, of course.
Dowthwaite has been dispatched towards the point boundary for some reason, possibly to give Morley the single so that Glamorgan can keep on bowling at him.
Final ball of the over. Leonard is in and bowls to Morley, who tries to drive, I think, into the offside, but misses it. And Leonard completes a maiden over. His third. 21 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 97.
So Glamorgan's over rate is still -2.
Yeah, I find that slightly odd, but there we go.
Unless they manage to persuade the umpires that they did allow for the concussion checks and things. So they managed to persuade the umpires that Najdal, forgetting his bat, lost them a little time in the evening session, maybe.
Yes, I'm not sure they'll get away with that one.
It is the said Anuj Dal on 69 not out, his highest score of the season. Is on strike, and Mason Crane bowls, and Dal blocks it back to the bowler. And there's no run, and Glamorgan could do with a little bit of blocking back to the bowler to allow them to increase their over rate. As Crane bowls, firmly driven by Dal, up to Leonard at a deepish mid-on. Glamorgan giving away the singles to Dal as he moves to 70, and the total to 380 for 8, and the lead to 212.
Is there any point in this?
That's that vital bonus point, Dave.
So, yeah, no. The answer is no then.
But Derbyshire need 20 runs for their next point, and Glamorgan need 1 wicket for theirs. As pushing forward was Morley, outside off stump. It did come back, but bat and pad together. And enough of a shot offered. Crane in, bowls, Morley drives to mid-off. Leonard Fields, no run. 380 for 8. Crane bowls. Oh, that one's googly. That has turned, but it started well outside Morley's off stump and therefore turned further away from him. And kept a little bit low as well. But the googly spun, we can say that for sure, as that one is the leg break to the left-hander, so he's squirting forward and pushing it away on the offside. And it's 380 for 8 at the end of the over. 8 further overs in bonus point territory. Yeah. As the sun streams in through the windows.
Far too warm.
Of the BBC commentary box.
I point people in the direction of a very fine article on the BBC Sport website. Well, more than one. There were several from Nick Webb, of course, but this one's on the Burton Albion page. Ryan Sweeney plays for Burton Albion. His brother Dan plays for Stevenage. They face each other for only the second time as professionals tomorrow. They missed the game in April as Leonard begins a new over. Bowls to Dahl, who will take a single off the first ball of the over and move on to 71. 381 for 8, the lead 213. They missed the game last April because their father died. Ryan Sweeney very kindly spoke to me on Tuesday night about how emotional it will be when they face each other, because their dad was clearly the man behind both of them becoming professional footballers. He's a top man, is Ryan. I don't know Dan at all, but I'm sure if he's anything like Ryan, he'll be a top man as well. Is Leonard in to bowl to Morley, who defends somehow that ball back to the bowler. Ryan Sweeney, who's the club captain at Burton Albion, but not the team captain.
Right.
Elliot Watt is the captain of the team when he's playing. quite sure how that works, really. Well, it works, but I'm not sure why. As Leonard is in, and he's lifted that into the leg side. He's going to get caught at mid-on, and he is. Jack Morley is caught at mid-on, and that was as inevitable as night follows day. Morley goes for 1. Derbyshire are 9 down, 381 for 9. Why are they still batting? Heaven only knows. They lead by 213.
Yes, got completely underneath that one. Provided the routine catch. Glamorgan, therefore, take 3 bowling points to go with their 0 batting points. Derbyshire still on 6 points. And leading for the 19 out of Dahl and Brown.
Second wicket for Ned Leonard, in fact, so well done to him. But I'm not sure why we're still watching Derbyshire bat, quite frankly. Especially while we won't be for long, because here's Pat Brown, who, and I'm not saying this in a disparaging way, he did an interview with the club earlier this season about his fielding, which is exceptional. And he said, well, you can no longer be a one-dimensional cricketer, and I can bowl. So I had to improve my fielding because I cannot bat. And as a result, he's now the non-batting number 11, Pat Brown.
Yes, I was talking to Dan Douthwaite after his one-day Cup heroics, and he batted well and bowled well and pulled off a couple of outfield catches towards the end, one with which is a very fine effort. And he said, oh yeah, I've been working hard on my fielding because it's been letting me down. And to be honest, if you'd said to me, what's Dan Douthwaite's fielding like? I'd said, well,
Steady.
perfectly,
Yeah.
perfectly acceptable, but he's rather harsh on himself. So he'd been working on it to improve it, which is good to see, but I wouldn't have said he was a poor fielder to start with.
Pat Brown is an exceptional fielder, but a less than exceptional batter. He batted once or twice in the T20s you'd expect coming in at 11, but didn't score many runs. Here's Leonard then bowling to him. I wouldn't bowl there to him, obviously, because that's been played down to a wide third man for 4. If you bowl at the stumps, you've probably got a better chance of getting him out. 385 for 9. Brown off the mark with a boundary. Derbyshire's lead 217. I mean, I think even I could have hit that one for 4. And it is also no applause, sadly, but it's the 100 for Ned Leonard. 21 overs and 4 balls, 3 maidens, 2 for 102. Not being marked by the supporters inside the ground. He'll see it though on the big scoreboard, which he's running towards from the city end. He's going to be bowling to short delivery to Pat Brown. Brown just sways out of the way of Pat Brown, who has a...
What's his, has he got a new career best this season? Because before this season it was 5.
Well, he has then, yes. He's got a 15. I'll have to check who that was against.
Must be a bit of Welsh blood in him. His middle name is Rhys.
Claiming him as well now. Yes, this one is pushed by Brown out into the offside. He got 15 on no ball. Yeah, of course, it's a no ball. 387 for 9, thank you. 15 not out, it says here, but I don't think it was not out. 15 against Yorkshire at Headingley. He hasn't played many games of first-class cricket this season for Derbyshire. Wants to be a red ball bowler. He's desperate to be a red ball bowler. In comes Leonard and bowls to Brown, who defends that one beautifully. Into the offside, up towards mid-off, and the over comes to an end. 387 for 9, 4 at a run a ball for Pat Brown. 71 to Anoj Dahl. The lead is 219. And there are 29 overs to go today, and you always take 2 off. As soon as the next over starts, you'll have to take 3 off. So Derbyshire are not going to give themselves too much time to bowl tonight, clearly.
No, it's at least 26 overs now, so that's a fair chunk of time to try and make progress, but I suppose it's enough time for Glamorgan to think about chipping off a chunk of that very sizable deficit that they find themselves up against if they're to save this match. 387 for 9. Crane looking for a third wicket. Bowls, and Dahl plays it away quite a distance on the leg side to deep mid-wicket,
So
and
he's going to protect Pat Brown then.
decides not to take the single. As Crane bowls, Dahl tries to pull and is hit on the pad. We saw Dan Douthwaite actually turning down singles in the last over of the 50-over match last week on the grounds that he wanted to try and hit sixes with the last man, McIlroy, at the other end.
I suppose that sort of makes sense.
It did, it worked.
Yeah.
He did hit a couple of sixes. Floated up, Dahl drives it into the offside. They might look for two. Van der Hoogten has other ideas. In comes the throw, single to Dahl, moves to 72, 388 for 9. 3 balls, potentially, for Pat Brown to face. Field changes round considerably.
But it's 7 runs since tea. Pointless.
For the loss of Leonard, caught Van der Hoogten bowled Leonard for 1. Morley 1. First player since last night to be out in single figures as Brown drives that one perfectly competently to Callaway at cover. There's no run.
Yes, I'm quite glad that I'd spotted those 2 last night, because if Morley had been the first batter to get out for single figures, that would have been too much to bear.
As that one is defended by Brown, slightly tentatively, but got nearly the middle of the bat on it. Dahl goes down the wicket and gives instructions, which would be don't get out, I think. Probably be the gist of it.
Hit it hard.
Crane bowls. Brown obeys instructions from the other end. Crane wonders how he hasn't managed to wingle out the number 11. 388 for 9 at the end of the over.
Very pleasingly, the tweet put out by Derbyshire at tea reads, "Tea Potts is trapped LBW." But, there is a colon in there, but well done, everybody. Good work. So it'll be Hannes Dahl back on strike on 72. Lead 220. Colin Ingram clearly fancies himself as a rugby player. Was he a good rugby player as a child? I bet he almost certainly was.
Probably would have played rugby growing up in South Africa, wouldn't he?
I thought so. In the backs. Just doing a little bit of fancy footwork with the helmet before passing it to Cook, as Leonard is in and bowls to Dahl, who pushes this out into about 100 acres worth of free space on the offside. And they decline the single as Kieran Carlson comes in. Must have been 45 yards to do the fielding.
Probably could have run 2, couldn't they?
Well, I'd have thought so. Certainly Dahl could have. I'm not sure whether you'd want to put Pat Brown through that. There's Leonard again. Bowls to Dahl, who pulls this into the leg side, and they decline the single. It does go straight to a fielder. There was a single there. It's is that Kieran Carlson?
No, Carlson's just fed the ball over.
Oh, yes, he has. You're absolutely right. Who is that then?
Good question.
I demand to know. It might be Ace of Tribe. I thought I saw a 5. Anyway, whoever it is, he fielded it nicely. There was a single there. They declined it. 388 for 9 it remains. Leonard in again. That one is pushed into the onside. This one is in even more space than the previous one, but again they decline the single, and this is pointless.
It's a skipper northeast.
Yeah, it was north-sam northeast. I didn't see a 5 at all. It's a 1 and a 6. I don't know what they're doing.
Sunlight glinting off his sunglasses, which are on top of his cap rather than on top of his nose.
Of course they are. Leonard bowls. Dahl gets a short one and he's pulled it. He's got a top edge and he's got 4 runs for it down towards fine leg. Punch of the gloves with Pat Brown as they move into the 390s. 392 for 9. Dahl moves to 76 in the lead up to 224.
Now, 4th ball of the over, everyone in, or most people in.
Dahl has a word with Brown to say, look, I'm going to try and find a single somewhere. You need to be on your bike and ready. I'll take a single. Brown will see out one ball, and we'll have 3 balls at the start of the next over. You might as well come back in 15 minutes, everybody.
Is that how long it's going to take for someone to hit one up in the air?
Well, no, I think they'll probably do it within 5, but then there'll be the 10-minute gap between the innings, so you can come back for the when the game actually starts to move again. 392 for 9. Either that or get 8 runs quickly and declare then, but I don't see the point in sending Pat Brown out to bat. Here is Leonard in to bowl to Dahl, who plays that straight into his pad as he tries to drive it into the offside. He's got 1 ball now to get Pat Brown off strike.
And then Leonard will, if he's got any sense trying to hide it, yes, bounce it.
Bounce him. And if I was Dahl, I'd go after it, but he probably won't. Then the ball gets towards the boundary and then you have to kick it over accidentally. Here comes Leonard in and bowls. It's a full delivery that's guided to backward point. It's going to go to the boundary because Mason Crane might have given up on that one. I'm not suggesting anything untoward. Dahl moves to 80, 396 for 9.
Well, you are allowed not to chase a ball if you
Oh,
want
absolutely.
it to go for 4.
No, absolutely.
As long as you don't assist it on its way.
He didn't look like he chased it particularly
No.
hard, did he? Which is fair enough because it basically gives Derbyshire another 4 runs, which is neither here nor there, and gets Pat Brown onto strike. And Mason Crane was obviously thinking to himself, I think I'd rather bowl at Pat Brown than Anuj Dahl, and that's exactly what he's going to do.
Indeed. So Crane will try and finish things off. Derbyshire will try and squeeze the 4 runs that they need for the 4th point. 5th is some way away. Still, the breeze is blowing the players' clothing around as Crane bowls to Brown, who's back on his stumps, kept a bit low, well defended by Brown, quite late.
I'm not sure that's a sustainable way of defending for very long, though.
Short leg and a slip in close attendance. 6 saving the single, just cover out at the moment as Crane bowls. The ball turns away from the bat fairly sharply, but Brown was having nothing to do with it. Needs to start on the stumps to draw him in. Crane in, bowls to Brown, tossed up, met on the full by Brown. Driven firmly to Douthwaite, who makes a little bit of a meal of fielding it.
Could have had a single there, couldn't he? They'd wanted one.
Just about, possibly. 4th ball of the over. Crane bowls the googly that's run away for some sort of runs down towards fine leg. They'll take a couple of leg byes, I believe. That's umpire Peverell waiting to signal now. He does. Wasn't a bad ball, but just going too much towards leg stick. Hits the pad without any inquiry. 398 for 9. Crane bowls. Is appeal for LBW. Not out. I think he got a decent stride in.
Yeah, look close though.
And maybe since he is turning it both ways, the umpire didn't have enough time to judge which way it was turning after it had pitched.
20 years ago it had been given.
Crane bowls and Brown turns it down to backward square leg. His instinct is to run. Dahl says, not on your Nelly, mate. 398 for 9. maiden, was that?
Yes.
Was leg, just the leg buys off it.
Just the 2 leg buys.
398 for 9. Dahl 80. Brown 4.
Leonard's day is done. We're going to see the Kiwi. Fraser Sheet returned from the City end. Leonard will finish, he will hope, with figures of 23 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 112.
The City end, Fraser Sheet.
And Fraser Sheet has handed his sleeveless sweater to umpire Ben Debenham. No, I haven't done it yet, but I will. Derbyshire 398 for 9, leading by 230. Dahl on 80. Pat Brown still on the 4 that he got from that boundary down to backward point.
Well, Dahl keeps turning down the chance to run, doesn't he?
Well, that's pointless. Here is Sheet in and bowls to Dahl, who whips this into the leg side and turns down the single. More time eaten up with rain forecast for tomorrow. Fairly certain they've got no idea what's going to happen on Sunday weather-wise, but the forecast for tomorrow hasn't changed a great deal. Those going to the fan park at 10 a.m. tomorrow at Burton might want to take a coat. Sheet is in, and that one is dabbed down towards backward point by Dahl. He's going to come back for the second, as he knows he's not. So having turned down the comfortable single before, he now gets a single. It was well fielded by Carlson. It was very quickly to the ball, and it exposes Pat Brown with Derbyshire on 399 for 9 and leading by 231.
Yeah, he was obviously looking for the 2 there. That was the intention with which he set off, but Kieran Carlson, one of Morgan's more fleet of foot fielders.
I think Pat Brown will, well, I don't know what he'll do because I haven't seen much of him batting, in all honesty, but the ball that got him out first ball in the T20 at Edgbaston against Warwickshire was impressive. He walked out with a sort of hangdog, resigned look on his face and was bold.
Well, they've added 18 for this last wicket.
399 for 9. Sheet is in and it's defended by Brown back towards him. What they've also done is got it all the way down to 23 overs left today. I mean, they may well go on and win the game and everybody will forget this, but if they don't and they run out of time, I shall be reminding everybody, so just beware. I've done it before, and I will do it again.
6 o'clock Sunday, I told you so.
Well, they didn't declare early enough a few seasons ago at Sussex. And
well, they didn't in Cardiff last September, in the last game of last season.
They are so conservative, it's ridiculous. They can't get relegated. Brown turns this next delivery from Sheet into the leg side. Carlson does the fielding at short-ish mid-wicket. And it doesn't matter who the captain is. I think Billy Godleman's been conservative. Liaster Ploy's been conservative. I think David Lloyd is being conservative here, personally. They're the 3 captains who Sham Massoud, trying to think if he ever had he probably did have the opportunity to declare, but I don't remember him doing it particularly. Or being aggressive, as Sheet bowls to Brown, who pushes it into the offside. And there's no run.
I suppose with the opportunity not arising that often, you don't really get to judge it, do you?
No. Well, it might be part of the reason why they don't win games of cricket.
Bit of a vicious circle.
I'd have given it everything tonight. Go home, knowing that you're almost certainly going to have a long rest tomorrow as well. Sheet is in, he's not watching, and bowls a short delivery to Pat Brown, who just sways out of the way of it. Another pointless over comes to an end. 399 for 9, Derbyshire leading by 231. Brown has 4, Dahl has 81.
So it's actually in Glamorgan's bowler's interest to try and bowl quite negatively.
Yeah. Oh,
They've got their bonus points. just try and while away a few maiden overs, and that's
Yeah, whittle these overs down so the batters don't have too many to face this evening. Because they'll, I mean, if this pair stay out there for 25 overs, I'll beat this computer. Might throw it through the window as well.
make up your mind. Crane to Dahl, full toss, comes down the wicket, flays it away, up to long on. They'll take the single to bring up the 400.
Get off.
They will not be able to come back for the second run. And the applause from the home crowd as their side reaches 400 rather than the opponents. And a welcome sight indeed for the Derby spectators.
Just get off the field.
Yeah, tend to agree with you now at this point.
Yeah.
Crane to Brown, who is on the back foot defending. Well, you might as well try and give it some Humpty now, Pat Brown. So
Either that or Dahl's
hand.
18 away from a century now, isn't he? So
Yeah.
I'm not suggesting that they stay out there for that century, but
Crane bowls and Brown watches it onto the bat, defends it down into the gully, no run. 400 for 9, 232 runs. It is a massive first innings lead, and Glamorgan will have to bat a long, long time and very well. As there's an appeal for LBW, the ball runs down to fine leg for a couple of leg byes. Just about enough of a shot played by Pat Brown to justify the leg byes being given. Remember, you can't get them if you don't play a shot. But that grope forward was enough of a shot to add 2 more to the Derbyshire total. Crane in, balls to Brown, who's forward defending. To Carlson at mid-on, who saunters in to field, knowing that Brown wasn't going to attempt the single off the 5th ball of the over. Crane bowls. Brown sweeps. There's an appeal for LBW. Not given. Another leg by. Oh, they've run it.
off the final ball
Off
of
the
the
final
over.
ball of the over.
What on earth is going on now?
They've sort of accidentally run a leg by there. More out of instinct, I think, from Anuj Dahl's point of view. Seen the ball trickling away towards fine leg. Thought there's a single there. He's forgotten that, basically, hasn't he, Anuj Dahl there, I think.
Poor.
Either that or they're just going to take whatever runs are on offer, but we shall see. But it does leave Pat Brown, who's probably scored as many off his pads as he has. I think he's scored 5 leg
Yes,
byes
he's
now,
certainly
hasn't he?
got 4 at least. Yeah, absolutely. Well, 5 now because he's just got 1 there, hasn't he?
Yeah, 5 leg byes and 4 off the bat first ball.
Yeah. Here is Sheet into bowl to Brown, who defends up to mid-on. Swansea City have signed a player, Nelson Abbey, on loan from Olympiacos.
Okay.
Subject to international clearance, of course. Not interested in that one from Watford, but I was interested in Geraldo Bajrami, who's a Burton Albion defender, has suffered an ACL injury in the game on Tuesday night. We thought he had, and will be out for the rest of the season, having suffered a similar injury for Notts County early last season as well, which is cruel. Sheet bowls a short delivery. Brown ducks underneath it. Ball goes through to the keeper. So bad news for Geraldo Bajrami. It was his first start on Tuesday night for Burton Albion. Came on as a substitute at the weekend.
That must be just so difficult for a sports person to take, to know that they're not going to be doing what they're meant to be doing for the best part of a year.
Yes, you could tell from the anguish in his face that he knew it was serious when he walked off, because they didn't like to say straight away. Here comes Sheet in again, bowls. That one is guided very nicely by Pat Brown for 4 runs down to the backward point boundary. He moves to 8, 407 for 9, the lead 239.
That was a carbon copy of the way he got off the mark, really. Just needed to keep the ball down and use the pace of the ball to reach the boundary. And Glamorgan now put a third man in.
The commentator cam is working apparently, because somebody's just said I don't suit red. Here, and it was on the stream. Here comes Sheet again, halfway through his 22nd over. Brown defends it straight back to him. I thought it was quite fetching. If I'm entirely honest with you, I don't mind it at all.
Very fashion forward.
It was exceptionally cheap in Asda, as most of my clothes generally are. I don't wear clothes to be fashionable, as most people will know. Anybody who knows me will know. 407 for 9. In comes Sheet again, balls to Brown. He ducks underneath the ball. It doesn't get up much above his waist. It goes actually behind his back and through to Cook, who took it nicely, moving away to his left-hand side. Billy Root is going to come in at gully or slip. Gully. To give Pat Brown the single in the offside. And the final ball of the Fraser Sheet over. There's also a leg gully. So basically hit the ball in front of the wickets either side and you can get a run here, Pat Brown. Sheet bowls, Brown defends, doesn't take the single. End of the over. 407 for 9. Derbyshire leading by 239. Brown has 8. Dahl has 82. And we go on and on and on.
So yeah, it would have been more understandable if they'd had a bit of a biff to try to get up to 450 maybe, but that's out of the question now. With
none of it's making any sense, Nick.
The 110th over on its way. Glamorgan have got the 3 points for their bowling efforts. Derbyshire have 7 in total, 4 with the bats to go with their 3 with the ball. So 7-3 on bonus points to the home side.
Woohoo.
Can they make it 23-3 by Sunday evening? Crane bowls and Dahl plays it down to wide long on Carlson Fields and rolls the ball back underarm.
Half a run each there.
Come down, have a think about it and go back to where you came from.
Yes, yeah.
Crane bowls. Turns. Dahl slaps it away on the offside. Fielded at deep cover point. Now ran.
I'm fairly sure, I'm fairly confident that the commentary isn't on in the changing room. They do get the pictures, but they don't have the commentary, which is probably fortunate for me.
Crane bowls. Dahl goes for a big sweep. The ball goes bouncing down to backwards square leg. Doesn't reach the fielder on the full, and they've taken a single off the 3rd ball of the over.
It looks like he might have just tweaked his groin a bit as well here, Anuj Dahl, which is terrific news because he's one of Derbyshire's bowlers. He was first changed in the first innings, just flexing his left leg a little bit, or is it his top of his thigh? Either way, he doesn't look 100% anymore. The reason for not keeping him out there.
408 for 9, the lead 240. Crane bowls, and that one's keeping a little bit low, but Brown's watching it well as he's back on his crease. If he does miss one, he'll be as plumb as a very plumb thing. 408 for 9. Crane jogs in, bowls outside off. I think that was the googly, but Brown did well to prop forward and get to the pitch the ball, defend it. Well, I think he's got a greater degree of competence than you've been suggesting, Dave.
Yeah.
Crane bowls, Brown sweeps and will get a single down to fine
ball of the over.
Indeed. So that's the 110. The point at which bonus points are no longer available, and it is 7-3 to the home side.
I can stop talking about them now.
Grumble, grumble, grumble.
So a lead of 241. They're led by 210 at T. Kieran Carlson is going to bowl for the first time in the innings, becoming the 7th bowler used by Glamorgan.
And the 3rd spinner.
And indeed the 3rd spinner. Crane 2 for 39, Kellaway 3 for 59. Carlson joined the party. He's bowling to Pat Brown. I was going to say that's a terrible delivery. It was a terrible delivery. It's been hit for 4 by Pat Brown. He did well to reach it. Has it been hit for 4? Just.
Only just.
Only just. I think if that fielder had actually chased it, who is that? He sort of expected, much as I did, for it to go for 4. If he'd have given it the full beans chasing it, he might have stopped it. But either way, it makes a little difference. Brown moves to 13, 413 for 9, lead 245. Get 5 more runs, have a 250 lead. That would help.
That's a nice round number, isn't it?
Yeah, that would help enormously. This next one is pushed down the ground by Pat Brown, who calls Dahl through for a single. There is a shot at the stumps. A couple of attempts to stop it. The second one stopped it completely from Ingram. The first one from Cook just deflected it, so Ingram did really well.
He was almost sent the wrong way, wasn't he?
To 415, no, 414 for 9, lead 246.
As Ingram is examining his fingers slightly
this
ruefully.
The whole business of carrying on now. Nothing good can come of this. I would suggest umpire Debenham has had a look at the ball, and Ingram is no longer in the slips. He's gone out to mid-wicket, and he's still shaking out that left hand. They're quite hard cricket balls. Carlson bowls. Dahl goes for the little scoop over the wicket-keeper's head. Is he going to get 4? Around the boundary comes Douthwaite. No, he's not. He'll come back for the second. Excellent work from Douthwaite. Oh, dear. The throw's a shocker. And they go back for a 3rd.
Buzzers.
Yes, 1 overthrow.
Douthwaite to his head between his legs for a moment there, wondering how on earth he thought Chris Cook was 16 feet high. 249, the lead, 417 for 9. I better do my update, actually. As Carlson into bowl, Brown playing no shot through outside off stump. Carlson's bowling arm looks a little bit rusty as he tries to finish off this Derbyshire innings. Floats that one up, better delivery. Prodded by Brown to northeast at cover. No run. Last ball of the over, 8 off it so far, and it defeats Brown, but ends up in Chris Cook's gloves without hitting anything on the way. 417 for 9 here on BBC Sport Online. Nick Webb and Dave Fletcher peering into the glare of sunshine in the British summer, whatever next. This is frustrating, surely, for Glamorgan now, as they've failed to break this last wicket partnership, which has already added 36 runs. Brown has 14 of them. He's in distance of a first-class best. Dahl on strike. Crane bowls, plays it back to him. No run. So Derbyshire plodding on. But keeping Glamorgan out there, frustrating them. Sweep shot from Dahl down to fine leg. Single taken. No single taken, rather. Dahl on 86, not out. Will have a century in his sights now, you'd have thought. As it's glanced away. What's it hit? Did he play a shot? It's 2 runs. And leg byes given. I'm not sure if that really should have counted as a shot from Anuj Dahl. He's looked to be getting the bat out the way of it. Bat wasn't particularly in the vicinity of it. 419 for 9. Mason Crane might have made that point. Asked the question as Dahl cuts and will take the single down to backward point. And leg by has been quite productive with Mason Crane straying down the leg side. I didn't think there was a shot played by Anish Dahl, but there we are. My opinion does not count. That of Ben Peveril does. One of the young brigade of first-class umpires.
Sadly, mine doesn't either. Others will still be batting.
Crane bowls, Dahl defends. Sorry. Brown defends. The penultimate ball of the over. 420 for 9. 2 slips and a short leg now. Crane bowls. Brown props forward. 420 for 9. Your BBC Radio Derby commentator is close to striking his forehead on the desk in a feeling of frustration as we have 20 overs left on the day's play, which means that Glamorgan now will face no more than 17. Umpires come together. There's a bit of waving and signalling.
Yes, somebody has gone off. Well, somebody's coming on. It looks to me like Ace of Tribe came onto the field and then left straight away.
I have to write it down.
He wants no, they need a helmet.
Okay.
Somebody's bringing a helmet out now. Or he's going to wear the helmet. I have no idea. Kieran Carlson to bowl his second over. I don't know what's going on anymore. Bowls to Anish Dahl, who drives into the offside, turns down the single.
Well, we're now in the territory of Dahl getting his 100, aren't we?
We're also in the territory of me eating this computer. 5 overs further towards it than we were when I said I'd do it. Here is Carlson. Bowls to Dahl. He's got it over the keeper. And they're going to run a single. I'm not entirely sure why. Colin Ingram, who was fielding at short fine leg, runs around to do the fielding. Dahl moves on to 88. Yes, we are. You're absolutely right. We are. He's got 5 first-class centuries. This is the 16th time he's been past 50, so a good conversion rate. For somebody who bats so low down as well, really good conversion rate as Carlson bowls to Brown, who drives into the offside, straight to northeast. No run.
Well, this last wicket pair have been together for 10 overs, utterly frustrating for the visitors.
Carlson bowls, and that one is pushed up towards mid-off by Pat Brown.
It's a bit more whip in the Carlson action now. He's getting a bit cross.
He's getting through it as well, isn't he? He's back to his mark really quickly as Brown defends the next one into the offside.
Gosh, his hair is bouncing around, isn't it? Luxuriant locks.
It's magnificent. I'm very jealous as Carlson completes his second over with a ball that is driven by Brown up to mid-off once again. So he's getting through his overs nice and quickly, if nothing else. 19 overs to go, so Derbyshire would have a maximum of 16 should they either declare at the end of this one or lose their final wicket during it. 421 for 9.
Plus point from the home point of view is that the light looks likely to last, doesn't it? Bright sunshine at the moment, so they should get the full Monty in this evening.
Yes, I don't think there's much doubt about that. Dan Douthwaite warming up down below us. I think it's Dan. Yes, it is. He might just be doing it because David Harrison's right next to him, though, showing off.
Mason Crane at 421 for 9. Field scattered to the 4 wins. Crane bowls. Dahl drives, thinks about 2 on the leg side. In comes northeast. Fires his throw into the gloves of Chris Cook. And they've taken the single off the first ball of the over as Dahl moves to 89.
So he needs 11 for a century, quite obviously, because he's on 89. It could take him 11 overs at this rate.
And then they might as well stay out there just to get the sight of a commentator eating a computer.
Somebody's standing on the balcony.
Crane bowls. Brown is beaten as he stretches forward. Perhaps if I can just get a message over to David Lloyd. Tell the boys to bat out time, and you will have the sight of Dave Fletcher
Eating a laptop.
eating a laptop.
It's not even mine.
Brown defends. It's a BBC one, is it?
Mm. It's a touch screen. I think they're very expensive.
Oof.
I don't use it. I always forget that it's a touch screen, but having never had one before because they're too expensive. Because they're too expensive.
Not designed for eating. Kieran Carlson is now going under the lid at silly point, as well as a short leg and a slip. There's Crane bowls. Full length ball that Brown has scuffed down into the ground, and there's no run. Well, I think Root and Callaway might be enjoying this in a way, because they'll have less time to try and bat out tonight. Crane bowls and Brown defends almost disdainfully.
It was,
one-handed.
wasn't it? It was.
Oh, call that a ball.
You'll have to do better than that, young man.
I've got an England Test cap, don't you know?
No, T20.
No, Crane.
Oh, Crane. I was just going to
Yes.
say Pat Brown's T20 international.
Yeah, Crane's got a couple of those as well. And a second slip is brought in. 4 round the bat. Crane bowls Brown back on his stumps, but he's almost playing French cricket on the beach at the moment, isn't he? He's square on and prodding the ball away as it's keeping low onto the bat off the sand, which is a bit wet after tide's just been in. 4:22 for 9, Derbyshire. They lead by 254 runs. And this strange passage of cricket goes on until Anuj Dal has taken 11 singles in the next 11 overs.
Good grief. Derbyshire would then have 6 overs to bowl tonight. Pointless. It's going to be Kieran Carlson to continue. 2 overs for 9. He's bowled so far from the city end. Bowls to Dal, goes back, cuts, and declines the single. Yeah,
with the low rate of scoring, I think that's the eating into the time's probably more important than the piling up the lead.
Oh, he's gone for a reverse something or other and misses completely. Colin Ingram was alive to that and runs around from fine leg onto the advertising mat, which is directly behind the wicketkeeper down below us. 4-2-2 for 9. Carlson bowls Dal. Goes for an aggressive shot out into the offside and takes the single off the third ball of the over and moves to 90. 423 for 9. What on earth are we watching?
Some quite uninteresting cricket.
I've got nothing but love for Anuj Dal, but this is pointless. That one has beaten the edge of Pat Brown's bat as he lunged forward. He rather helpfully hands Chris Cook one of the stumps, one of the bails rather, that has been removed. Carlson with 2 balls left of his third over. He's in again over the wicket balls to Brown, who pushes this one out into the offside. He'll almost certainly do the same with the next one. And then it'll be Anuj Dal taking a single off the third ball of the next over from Mason Crane. Carlson is in. There we go. Defended into the offside by Pat Brown. 4-2-3 for 9. 1 run off that over, 1 run off the previous over. You get the idea. Dal has 90. Brown has 14. The partnership 42 off 76. So 12 and a half overs worth of this. Derbyshire's lead is 255. There are 17 overs left today.
Well,
if Glamorgan are 5 down at the close, none of this will be mentioned ever again.
I shall identify it on the BBC Sport website and play it back tomorrow morning, if you're not careful. Hopefully Glamorgan's over rate has improved from its state of -2. They may not get to bowl again. As it's knocked away on the leg side by Dal, down towards backward square. Keeper Chris Cook saunters after it. And Dahl goes down the wicket to chat to Pat Brown, and it's a good job Cook wasn't feeling mischievous because he could have run him out.
Cook does ask the umpire if he was within his rights to. He probably was, you know.
As Crane bowls, turns, Dahl chops it away. They'll look for 2, and they will get 2 as Van der Hoogten's throw comes in. It's a fierce one, and Chris Cook goes tumbling backwards as he takes it. 2 to Anuj Dahl to move to 92 not out. 4.25 for 9. Derbyshire lead by 2.57. Maybe Glamorgan need to get those fielders just a little bit in off the boundary so that there aren't 2s available.
Yes, I mean, he's exceptionally good. They've got to throw it to the non-striker's end for a start. So if he goes behind the stumps, that's an advantage.
Crane bowls, and that one
Except there.
has been clipped down to fine leg. No run.
No single off the third ball of the over.
Well, we had the excitement of a 2 off the second ball of the over to break the pattern. Crane to Dahl, goes for a big hoik. Where's that one gone?
It's come off the bottom of the bat. No, it hasn't. Looking by the pre-signal bye.
It's a bye.
I thought he might have got a little bottom edge on that, but
Glamorgan slightly fortunate didn't strike the helmet then, which should be another 5 penalty runs.
that'd have been funny, wouldn't it?
Ho 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 ho.
I've seen that this season already.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think where, but I can't.
For or against Derbyshire? Well, did they benefit or were they
benefited?
penalised?
Yeah, they benefited.
Okay. 4.26 for 9.
Somebody will tell me.
2 balls left of the Crane over. Bowling 2, Pat Brown, 3 round the bat. Brown defends it back to the bowler, no run. Almost perfect stillness around the county ground, apart from the whir of Mason Crane's arm, and keeps low as he bowls outside off stump through to Chris Cook. End of the over, which produced 3 runs. Dahl scored 2 of them off the bat. He's on 92. 4.26 for 9, 16 overs remaining of the day, minus the 2 that are taken off for a change of innings, unless, of course, they bat out the day. And the BBC Radio Derby laptop is in severe danger.
Graham Smith, who resides in Cardiff, has said to me he thinks it's been second innings declarations that have been the issue for Derbyshire, or just declarations, quite frankly, Graham. No problem stretching the lead now, as they will likely need to score these runs at some point, will they? Well, they might do, but why not score them in the second innings rather than the first and get them in? They need as many overs as they can get to bowl at Glamorgan and get the 10 wickets that they need. And David McArdle says maybe they're trying to extend the game into Sunday and get some fans in. It's not a bad thought, David. It's Dan Douthwaite returning from the City end, bowling to Anuj Dahl, who's on 92, and the first ball is defended by Dahl. Just kept a little bit low, possibly.
There's been quite a bit keeping low today, hasn't there?
Well, even yesterday in his interview, Zach Chappell suggested that 1 or 2 had kept low yesterday, which they did, which is relatively unusual for a first day pitch. So you can only imagine it'll keep lower and lower, which will work in Derbyshire's favour, you would expect, as Douthwaite bowls to Dahl, who guides that down towards backward point, and they take a single off the second ball of the over. Dahl moves to 93, 427 for 9. Partnership up to 46, lead to 259.
Again, they were looking, I think, to run 2 to put pressure on Billy Root, but he did field it cleanly and get his throw away. But, well, Brown's proven he can defend, and he's square cut a couple of nice boundaries.
Root's quite square at third man, as Douthwaite bowls down the leg side, taken by Cook. Yorkshire batting on a 266 for 7. That's more understandable. They lead by 77. Middlesex 184 for 4, trail Northamptonshire by 23, I beg your pardon, and Gloucestershire 164 for 3, trail Leicestershire by 238, as Douthwaite is in and bowls, and that one is just helped to backward point Mason Crane fields by Pat Brown. In the test match, Sri Lanka now 142 for 4. They have a 20-run lead over England at Old Trafford. Nottinghamshire 170 for 6, trailing Durham by 361 in Division 1. Essex 288 for 2 in the game that started today after a washout yesterday. Douthwaite in and bowls to Brown. That gets one that lifts on him, and he thinks about the single, and then when Dahl gets to his end, he decides to go for the single. And Pat Brown moves on to 15, 428 for 9. Kent 37 for 1. They still, and that's in their second innings. They still trail Worcestershire by 239.
I think we'll be heading to
Definitely
possibly both those venues in the
quite.
Next season in the Championship.
Somerset 218 for 9. Trail Warwickshire by 115 as Douthwaite is in to bowl to Anuj Dahl, and that one is pushed into the leg side. There is a comfortable single for him there, and it was the last ball of the over, and everybody was still spread. So even Glamorgan have lost the plot now. Dahl moves to 90.
Hang on. Oh, I thought Douthwaite was retreating back to his mark there, but you were right first time.
No, Dahl moves on to 94 and keeps the strike. 429 for 9, lead 261, I think. Surrey 388 for 5, leading Lancashire by 184. Somerset 226 for 9, trailing Warwickshire by 111. I think I've given you that one. Yeah, so there we go. 15 overs to go, so in effect 12 overs if Anuj Dahl, who's on strike, can get to his century in this over. Are we going to see him go for the big 6 and get off the pitch?
Says Dave Fletcher despairingly. Well, Glamorgan now have everyone spread, no one anywhere near saving a single, as Dahl does come down the wicket and is caught by Douthwaite. Fine catch, running to his left, diving and holding on, and Dahl has gone for 94. And Derbyshire are all out for 429, and they lead on first innings by 261. As Dahl did look to get on with it and reach 3 figures with a 6. Didn't quite get hold of it. Crane finishes with 3 for 43. Callaway 3 for 59. So the Glamorgan spinners claiming the majority of the wickets. Dahl faced 135 balls for his 94. And if I can get the right bit of my laptop, he struck 11 fours in the process, and that is highest innings of the season. So 429 all out, and Glamorgan now have, has the board changed? Is that 14 overs that they'll have to bat, or is that?
No, it'll be 12.
12 now.
12.
There we are.
Utterly pointless.
Thank you, Dave. We'll
No,
be
you're
back in
welcome.
10 minutes or just under.
Utterly pointless. making 94, went for the big six. Dan Douthwaite with a decent catch. Down below us at long off, Mason Crane picking up another wicket. So just 12 overs this evening, and then probably not very many tomorrow, according to the weather forecast, which hasn't improved over the course of the entire day.
The glad tidings from the Glamorgan point of view is the over 8. +1.
Yeah, again, not something I get overexcited about.
So if they are able to bat out time, then they don't have to declare to get Derbyshire in for a second knock.
They won't lose one of their... How many points did they get in the end?
3.
Oh, excellent. There we go. Pleased for them.
Make all the difference.
So 12 overs to go in the day, and Zach Chappell will bowl the first over from the City end. It looks like he's going to come around the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Billy Root, who's on strike. And Lewis Rees already going through his stretching exercises. Lloyd, Madson and Donald in the slip cordon. Dahl still thinking about what might have been at backward point. Harry came at mid-off, quite wide. Nick Potts is in at mid-wicket, and that is Jack Morley at mid-on, and the long leg is, interestingly, Darren Dupavillon, which means somebody's not on the field. I'll have to work out who that is in a moment. Here's Zach Chappell in and bowls, and that one's striking the pad, going down the leg side, and Glamorgan underway with a leg by. So who isn't on the field that I have? Well, Pat Brown is not on the field.
Due to his exertions while batting.
But it's definitely Darren Dupavillon who's down that long leg to the right, and left-handers. It's more of a backward square leg down there, away to our left-hand side at the moment. Just having a glance up to the change room, see if Pat Brown's on his way, but he isn't. Here is Zach Chappell, he's on his way. Bowls to Kellaway, very wide of the off stump. Ball goes through to wicket-keeper Brooke Guest. So those Glamorgan bowling figures. Tim van der Hookten, 1 for 44 from 20 overs. Fraser Sheet, 0 for 78 from 22. Here comes Zach Chappell. Brown's on his way. Chappell in and bowls. And that one is driven, but straight to Harry Kane by Ben Kellaway. There's no run. Ned Leonard, 2 for 112 from 23 overs. Mason Crane finishing with 3 for 43 from 17 overs and 1 ball. Ben Kellaway 3 for 59 from his 19 overs. Kieran Carlson bowled at 3 overs for 10. Right at the end. Here comes Zach Chappell once again. Over the wicket, bowling to Kellaway, who's edged that one in between third slip and gully for 4 runs. Well, 5 without loss. Glamorgan, Kellaway rather fortunate to get off the mark, but if you have a gap in the slip cordon, the ball tends to go there.
And if you have 3 ducks in first-class cricket,
oh yes,
you are very grateful to see the ball going anywhere.
Well, that's a very good shout.
Other than the fielder's hands.
5 without loss. They don't close the gap. In comes Zach Chappell and bowls, and that's wide of the off stump and through to Brooke Guest once again. I think if it were me, why not just have a 4th slip and a gully? I mean, they've got a lead of 261 going into this innings. Attack. It's no more attacking now than it was at the start of the game with the 3 slips and the gully. You can't be relegated from the 2nd division. Here's Zach Chappell in and bowls to Kellaway, who guides this into the gully where it's fielded by Lewis Rees, and the first over comes to an end. Pat Brown back on the field, which is good news. Lewis Rees holds on to the ball because he's almost certainly going to open the bowling from the racecourse end, as he did in the first innings. Root yet to get off the mark. Callaway has 4, and Glamorgan 5 without loss, still trailing by some considerable distance.
To bowl at the racecourse end,
So the face of Lewis Rees on the big screen. Go on, break into a smile, Lou. No smile there. He's quite a smiley person, Lewis Rees. Not in the serious business of having your video put up on the big screen, clearly.
5 for naught as Rees will purvey his left arm seam to the left-handed Billy Root with 2 slips and a gully, who are not that far back. As Rees bowls Root back on his stumps defending, and they're going to have to be careful with the bounce that seems to be low more often with the ball bowling from this end. So the batters taking strike at the far end have to be careful of the bounce on this hybrid pitch. As in comes Rees, and Root drives as far as came at mid-off, and there's no run. 5 without loss, and the wickets column absolutely key for Glamorgan tonight. Won't worry too much about having runs on the board, then probably put your hand off for 20 for naught after 12. Derbyshire probably need 2 tonight to make it a really good day, as Rees bowls and beats the outside edge. They nearly had their first one there as Root pushed forward rather uncertainly and was beaten through to Guest.
Decent delivery that, wasn't it? Nice shape to it, as they say.
Getting a little bit of swing, isn't he?
Generally does.
As Derbyshire's bowlers got a great deal of swing and movement in the first hour yesterday when Glamorgan crashed to 32 for 6 as Rees is into Root. Bowls now down leg side. Root does not bother to try to help it on its way. So Glamorgan, with Billy Root having been promoted up the order this season, and has opened in all but 1 matches. Didn't play against Middlesex at home, which is the only game Glamorgan lost. Top score of 67. A few solid starts, hasn't really gone on, as he plays that one away off bottom part of the bat. Maybe a bit of boot as well, as it rolled away to fine leg for a single. 6 without loss. Ben Callaway playing just his 3rd first-class match. Didn't bat at all in the second, and 3 ducks before this innings, so he'll be grateful to have edged that one through the slips and see it bisect the slips and gully. Faces up to Rees, drives into the offside and will pick up a genuine boundary this time away to the cover point area for 4. He will feel a little better for that. 8 to Callaway. Glamorgan 10 for naught after 2 of the 12 overs that are to be bowled this evening.
Yeah, nice shot that from Ben Callaway. As you say, that'll make him feel a whole lot better. It raced towards the players' pavilion. Fortunate Derbyshire's fielders, Nick Potts especially, who would have had to have gone all the way to the boundary, that the 12th man was lurking on the boundary's edge to stop it. So here comes Zach Chappell, 6 wickets in the first innings. His second over, first ball to Billy Root, is defended off the back foot out into the offside square where Anuj Dal does the fielding. 251 the deficit now. They can shave a decent chunk. I know it's all about survival probably in the last 9 overs of 5 balls, but they'll be looking to score the runs. Certainly Callaway has looked proactive. Billy Root Just the 1 run so far from the 7 balls that he's faced as Chappell is in and bowls 2 minutes. Edged and dropped. Nyron Donald puts one down at 3rd slip. Billy Root on 1 is dropped. Down to his right. Should have been taken. Derbyshire's woes in the slip cordon continue. Zach Chappell will be aggrieved. Root will be much relieved. List. In comes Zach Chappell again from the City End bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside. That always happens, doesn't it? They're going to get runs here, or they're going to get 4. Now Anish Dahl will chase it down. He passes it back to Harry Kame, and they come back for 3. Nice bit of relay fielding there. And the score moves on to 13 without loss. The 23rd dropped catch in the championship this season. Sad to report, and Nyron Donald's 8th. I think all in the slip cordon from memory, but I wouldn't swear to it.
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty quick round the pitch, so you would have thought that they would have utilised him elsewhere by now.
Well, they had an issue because Lloyd and Madson both broke fingers, so they ran out of slip fielders really at one point. Here is Chappell in to bowl to Kellaway, who defends that one into the offside. And there's no run. When you need 20 wickets to win a match and you're dropping 23 a season, we've still got 4 games to go after this one. Effectively dropping 2.5 catches a match. Gives you bowlers a lot to do. And earlier on in the season as well, those drop catches, they were dropping 3 inside the first half hour. Blair Tickner, the Kiwi, particularly unfortunate as Chappell is in and bowls, and that one is defended by Kellaway. Into the onside, Pat Brown comes in to do the fielding. I've got a 6:30 tonight. I don't think I'm going to be here. Well, I'm going to be here, obviously, but not necessarily be here. If that makes any sense. I'm going to be in the ground, but I might be in front of the pavilion at that point. I might have to send a message at some point. Here comes Chappell again, bowling to Kellaway, who defends that back towards the Derbyshire opening bowler. It was the final ball of his 2nd over. And after 3, Glamorgan are 13 without loss, not without incident. Root dropped. Kellaway edging one in between 3rd slip and gully. But they're both still there. Derbyshire have 9 more overs today in which to pick up, I would say, a couple of wickets would be what they'd ideally be looking for.
Yeah, they may be lucky and get a session in tomorrow.
No. Well, I say now. It's due to stop raining at 4.
On leg stump, Root pulls, doesn't really time it. They'll take 1 run down to Chappell. Running round from fine leg to do the fielding. Yes, if it stops raining at 4, it'll have to dry fairly quickly thereafter for them to
especially
get
if it's
on.
been raining all day.
Which is, well, it's more likely than not, but on the other hand, there is possibility that it won't rain for more than a couple of hours. Rees is in to bowl to Kellaway, who's driving but not timing, looking to play through the covers. The ball ended up at mid-on with Morley, who bowled 3 balls in the Glamorgan first innings, an eventful 3 balls, .6 wicket.
Yes.
Campaign for brighter cricket. 14 for naught, Glamorgan. Thankfully, the deficit is given on the bottom of the board, which is available to us as Kellaway is forward defending, and there's no run. Kellaway 3 for 59, so he's got his first wickets in first-class cricket. He's got his first runs in first-class cricket. And he will be doing his darndest to have the asterisk next to his name to be not out overnight and to take the fight into the weekend. As Rees bowls through low outside off stump, that ball really isn't getting up very much with the bowling from the racecourse end. There's quite a lot of short pitch bowling from Glamorgan, mainly with the bowling from the city end. Three slips, 5 saving the single, and a fine leg as the Derbyshire field. As Rees is in to bowl to Callaway, a bit of movement there. That one did dip late in flight, and Callaway goes it off a thick inside edge down to fine leg for a single. He moves to 9, Glamorgan to 15 for naught here on BBC Sport Online with Dave Fletcher and myself, Nick Webb.
Making 17 and a half overs, Derbyshire batted after tea for 51 runs, which is 3 and over, which is perfectly fine, but do they need those 50 runs?
As Rees is into bowl to Root, who's forward. Another over ticks by. 4 have been negotiated safely just about by Glamorgan, and 8 remain. The Derbyshire over rate. Sorry if I bang on about over rates too much, but
Go for it.
I suppose that, as you say, they may not care. All will be given in the pursuit of victory, given that they are at the foot of the table anyway. The win is far more important than worrying about a couple of being docked.
In the same way, bonus points count for nothing either. Here's Chappell. In and bowls to Ben Callaway, who defends this one up to mid-on, where Jack Morley is waiting to pick the ball up. Emergency services getting busy on a Friday night, a bit early. It's 5:45.
Yes, rather too early, you would think, for alcohol-related shenanigans.
Yes. The Sir Frank Whittle Road is at a standstill, as you would expect at this time of the day. Chappell in and bowls. That one is driven straight into the stumps at the non-striker's end, unfortunately for Ben Callaway, who remains on 9. The score remains on 15 without loss. 7 overs and 4 balls to go today. 3 slips in a gully still. Anas Dahl doesn't look massively happy about anything, really. Having inched his way into the 90s, he then realised he perhaps needed to get a move on and got caught on 94. Last man out as Chappell bowls edged and drops just shy of Nyron Donald on this occasion. Callaway continues to look like the likelier of the two to get out before the close of play, although it was Billy Root who was dropped by Nyron Donald. Callaway using the edge of his bat rather too much for his own liking, I would have thought.
It's all new, this opening business. Can't recall him having done it
Fair
at
play.
all frequently for the seconds.
Absolutely fair play to him for giving it a go. As Chappell is in and bowls, and that one is pushed up towards mid-off. Chappell tried to intercept it but couldn't get down quick enough, and the ball goes through to Harry Kame. And it remains 15 without loss. Harry Kame and Jack Morley in stereo, the clapping out there now. One at mid-on, one at mid-off. In comes Zach Chappell and bowls. That's defended by Callaway up towards Morley at mid-on. Which means he has to stop clapping for a moment as he bends down and pick the ball up. Merciful release. Now he started again. Harry Kame is polishing the ball. I've been skipping the seconds last season, earlier this season, last season probably.
All blurs into one, doesn't it?
It does really. He was in the side at the start of this season, I'm fairly sure, down at Cardiff. In comes Chappell again and bowls to Callaway, who defends that one.
To whom were we referring? Sorry.
Harry Kane.
Yep.
He opened with
Reese.
With Reese, yeah, down at
25 and 3 came. Norton 91 not out, Reese.
That was the last ball of the over. It's enough sneak up on you. 7 to go, 15 without loss. Root has 5, Callaway has 9. Morgan trailing by 246.
Yes, I've just written the words that left Glamorgan 12 overs to negotiate.
Just,
dot, dot, dot.
Just 12 overs to
Just 12 overs? You want to just in there, do you?
I do, really.
Reese is in to bowl over pitch, driven by Root. That one may run away towards the cover boundary. No, it won't, as it's pursued by Brown and one of his colleagues.
Hurricane.
And they're back for 3 runs.
Yeah, good work from Pat Brown. Got to the ball, just flicked it back.
You have to chase in pairs these days, don't you?
Yeah.
High expectations. It's not just about the man who puts in the slide or the dive or the flick. Needs a mate running just behind him quite often. 18 for naught. Reese to Callaway, wide outside off stump. A filthy ball for Brooke Guest to take, as not only was it wide, but it died as well. Didn't reach him on the full. Did well to parry it and save David Lloyd's ankles from any potential damage. Well, having said confidently that the light wouldn't be an issue today, and although we don't
getting dark, isn't it?
don't have the floodlights on, so there is that to play with, but there are some thick dark clouds spreading overhead now, and the light levels have dipped a bit as Callaway drives through the offside for 4 runs. Tall man Callaway, so a good reach, and looks elegant when striking the ball in that direction.
I wonder who they're going to send out to speak to tonight. I'd be surprised if it wasn't Anuj Dal, in all honesty.
Are you going to bowl a few bounces at him?
Well, asking if there were any messages coming out about a declaration.
Reese is in to bowl to Callaway, defends off the back foot to mid-off, no run. 22 without loss, trailed by 239 to Glamorgan, with 38 legitimate deliveries to try to survive this evening.
I don't think there's any other obvious candidate.
No, well, most of Madson and Kame's runs were yesterday, weren't they? Although either would be acceptable, I would imagine.
Oh, yeah.
Anyone who's scored a 50, report for duty. Kame bowls, Callaway drives, and Reese is hit for 4 through mid-on. Reese slightly over-pitching that, and Callaway proving that he's got an on-drive as well as an off-drive. 17 to Ben Callaway. He'll start to feel he's getting the hang of this batting against the red ball stuff in first-team cricket.
Yeah, playing himself nicely into form here.
But on the other hand, survival is the most important aspect. 235 the deficit. Reese and bowl. Callaway is forward, defending. He looks, and evidence that we've had of him in the One Day Cup, that he is a fairly technically correct player in terms of orthodox shot making, and obviously with a reasonable amount of height has got that advantage for the drive. 26 for naught. Glamorgan are halfway towards the harbour this evening. 12 overs they were given to survive. 6 have been bowled, 6 remain, and Chappell with the first of those.
Round the wicket to Billy Root. Balls to him, wide of the off stump, and left alone.
And
by Root.
I would imagine that if a wicket falls now, we're likely to see Tim van der Hoogten.
Oh, excellent. Night Watchman.
Night Watchman.
Do enjoy Night Watchman.
Was it against Derbyshire that he opened the batting in both innings as a Night Watchman, as the light comes on? I think it might have been in that dreadful
The
pink
Footlook
ball
game.
affair.
Yeah, it rings a bell, vaguely. Oh, it was a while ago. Was it 2017? It was. Chapel bowls to Root, pushes that one out into the offside.
Glamorgan employed 12 opening batters in all formats of the game last season. So most of their players had opened at one point or another. I was discussing this on commentary with James Harris at one point, and I had to remind him that he was one of them.
Excellent. Chapel goes back to the top of his mark. He's on his way in now. The three slips crouch down. He bowls to Billy Root, who defends this one into the offside, where it's fielded by Harry Kane. And again, there is no run. Just trying to get that game. There it is in June 2017. Happy days.
It was. Dave Fletcher was pirouetting on the summit of...
Van der Hoogten
Sapphire
opened the batting
Gardens.
with Jacques Rudolph in the first innings. And then rather bizarrely, Derbyshire opened with Tom Taylor in the second innings and Tony Palladino. Such was the ridiculous nature of the entire experiment. As in comes this next delivery from Chapel, and it's guided really into the offside, out towards the extra cover boundary. Harry Kane is giving chase and just gets there. They're going to come back for 3.
That's a very long chase indeed for
Wasn't it?
young Harry. And Root had to check his drive there because it wasn't on quite coming on to him as he initially thought, but did well.
And your memory is impeccable because Tim van der Hoogten opened the batting in the second innings as well. He made, also with Jack Rudolph, he made 5 in the second innings and he made 19 in the first. Derbyshire actually opened with Rees and Godleman in the first innings, which was extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary. Here comes this next delivery from Zach Chapel that's pushed in towards mid-on. There is no run, and Jack Morley starting to limber up at mid-on, the left-arm spinner. 1 for 6 in the first innings. That's a multitude of sins. The helmet and fielding pads are also being brought out now by Harry Moore to the edge of the field, so we can expect to see some left arm spin as this next one is clipped nicely into the leg side by Root. Around the boundary goes Nick Potts, gets there, throws back, but they get back for 2. Good piece of fielding by Potts. 2 more to the total from the final ball of Zach Chapel's 4th over. Root has 11. Kellaway has 19. They are 31 without loss after 7 overs. Glamorgan, just 5 overs remain. And we're going to see the first change of bowling as Anuj Dal is asked to replace Lewis Rees from the racecourse end. In the meantime, and Aaron Donald has left the field to put on the fielding pads. And he will return in due course with those pads on and with a helmet on and field close in to the left armour, Jack Morley. Anuj Dal's now replaced his sweater, and Jack Morley's coming on now. So ignore that previous announcement. Anuj Dal, come on, Jane, sort it out. Bless her. We all thought Anuj Dal was coming on. Yeah. Anybody else?
I don't think that would have been light related. I didn't see the umpires saying you've got a bowl spin to stay on, even though the floodlights are on.
Yeah.
Come on, after that magnificent cake yesterday, you can forgive
No,
Jane the scorer
no.
a little peccadillo.
Jane knows. She knows how much ribbing there is in this particular media centre.
I don't think I'm going to have time to describe these before withdrawing for the 6 o'clock bulletin, so you'd better crack on.
I have I'm in the intro to Sports Scene at 6
That's
this
exciting.
evening. No, not really. But that's where I am. Although I don't have any cue at all at the moment, which is slightly concerning. Let's see if I can sort that out in some way. So Jack Morley has bowled just 3 deliveries in this match so far. And he's going to be bowling initially to Billy Root. Bowls to him. That one turns in. Root goes back and pushes it out into the offside.
Good job. Started fairly wide because...
Yes, it did turn quite a lot.
Yeah.
Root was able to watch it onto his bat. Next delivery, that's a bit more on target, if you like. And it's turned into the leg side where it's fielded by Pat Brown. Two dot balls to begin with. Jack Morley about to bowl his 6th delivery of the game. And bowls to Billy Root, who turns that very comfortably out towards the square leg boundary, where it's fielded by Nick Potts for a single.
Back shortly.
Moves to 12. Looking forward to it. 32 without loss. Nick's on his way. Morley coming around the wicket to the left-handed Callaway. Lights on here at Derby. Sun shining. Shadows lengthening. And temperatures are dropping as Morley is in, and Callaway pushes this out into the offside, straight to Pat Brown, extra cover, and there is no run. Morley in again. Callaway goes back and plays it again to Pat Brown. One ball left of Jack Morley's first over of the second innings. He's in to bowl to Callaway, and that one is down the leg side, actually thuds into the pads of Brooke Guest behind the stumps. As a result, there is no run. Into the over, 32 without loss. Where? Oh dear, Jane's having a coughing fit next door now. Ah, there's the cue. Lovely. And there's Dahl coming on from the city end. So 4 overs to go in the day. And here comes Dahl around the wicket to the left-handed Billy Root, who leaves the first delivery alone outside the off stump. My apologies to those listening on the stream, watching on the stream. I will be doing a little update of sorts. For listeners on BBC Radio Derby fairly shortly. Doodle-doo. Dahl then. Second ball. He's in and balls. That one is driven into the offside. To Pat Brown, who's been a busy man in the outfield. .32 without loss. Glamorgan trail by 229. Dahl again in and bowls, and that one is a slightly leading edge of Billy Root's bat out into the offside. Here comes the update. 12 to Root, 19 to Callaway. The Next delivery from Dahl is turned into the leg side. There's going to be at least one here. Lewis Rees gets there, and they are kept down to 1. .33 without loss. Dahl, 2 balls left of his over. Still 3 slips in place. In fact, and Aaron Donald is very close at 3rd slip. He's wearing a helmet. As Dahl is in and bowls, and that one is defended into the offside by by Billy Root. I knew I'd do it eventually. Yeah, up to a point, Dom. Yeah, Glamorgan batting for a second time. They're 33 without loss. They currently trail by 228. Derbyshire eventually bowled out for 429 when Anuj Dahl was caught for 94, going for the 6 that would have taken him to a century. They might have batted on a little bit too long. Billy Root was dropped by an Aaron Donald when on 1. He's on 13. Ben Callaway has 21. Glamorgan 35 without loss, trailing by 226. The final ball of the over from Anuj Dahl has come and gone. I didn't see it, but I'm sure it has come and gone because we're going to see Jack Morley again. I think there might have been a couple of runs from it ultimately. Indeed there were. 35 without loss. Morley bowls to Root, who pushes this one out into the offside. 2 overs and 5 balls left in the day's play. 226, the deficit. Morley is in and bowls, and that one does turn, but it's a long way outside the off stump again, and Root knew even if he missed it, it would have hit him outside the line. He could turn it into the leg side. There is no run. Slipping a short leg as he defends the next one, Root, fielded by Donald. Harry Kane who's clapping now because Morley's bowling. He's in and bowls, and that one is an attempt to play the ball into the offside, which he does off the back foot, but doesn't make the connection he was hoping for. Root, and it goes straight to Lewis Rees.
Not really coming on, is it?
No. They don't really want to get it away anymore, do they? There's only 2 overs and 2 balls left in the day. This is job done for Glamorgan if they're whatever for no wicket at the close.
Not for no wicket at the close would have been all right.
Absolutely, but
I mean, a rather dull 12 overs, but they'd have settled for it.
We'd had a pretty dull 17 overs before that. Here comes Morley again, bowls to Root, who turns this one into the leg side, and Jack Morley's second over comes and goes. It was a maiden. And Glamorgan, as a result, remain on 35 without loss. 13 to Root, 21 to Callaway. They trail by 226. 2 overs to go in the day's play, which I'm happy to describe, should you wish to carry on.
Yes, it may be advantageous to my written efforts.
I'm sure most people out there will probably say no, but I'm sorry, that's what we're going to do. We've had a production meeting on air, and that's what we've decided. So 2 overs to go in the day. Derbyshire's over rate is -3, and they're not helping themselves much by just moving fielders, almost micromanaging. As Dahl is in a bowls to Callaway, who pushes that into the leg side. Brown Fields, which is probably one of the places you can build houses, isn't it, these days?
Brownfield,
Yeah.
very good.
Brownfields.
Very good.
It remains.
Not too politically controversial, is it?
I don't think so. I don't think so. 35 without loss. It's that time of the day, though, isn't it? When you say something and you think, that just reminds me of something else. Here comes Dahl then. This will be his last over of the day. It's his second. Oh, an inside edge off Callaway's bat. He was looking to drive into the offside. It's gone out towards square leg. They come back for the second as it's fielded by Potts. And they get back comfortably enough, and Callaway moves to 23, 37 for no wicket, Glamorgan. That deficit had been 261. It's down to 224. I don't think I'm going to look at the weather forecast again tonight. Just turn up tomorrow morning and hope for the best. 2 balls of the over to go. Dahl, oh, slips, I think, on. He's got something in his eye. It looked like he'd slipped on his landing foot, but
thankfully not.
Yeah, thankfully not. I think it's just something in his eye.
Yeah, it might be an opportunity for me to catch up on my one-day cup summaries for Wisden, which I haven't written yet, but they're fairly short.
They're not quite finished. As Dahl bowls, that one is guided down into the gully region. He got his hand to it, did an Aaron Donald, but Callaway will pick up a single.
Yeah, my summaries are finished though, because you just do home matches and they'll allocate someone else with rather more time to think about it to do the final, I suspect.
38 without loss, Glamorgan. Callaway moved on to 24 with that single halfway through the penultimate over of the day. Dahl is into Root, who defends it into the onside. It's hard to be too critical of Derbyshire, but I'm going to be.
Oof.
But no, I mean, they haven't been in this position all season, really. Lewis Rees has been pushed out leg side towards the mid-wicket boundary, which is interesting. Dahl is in around the wicket, bowls to Root, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Lots of oohs and ahs. It didn't look that close to the off stump from here, and I'm very much behind the stumps.
Yeah, but when the ball goes past the bat, you feel morally obliged to cheer the bowlers up, don't you?
Yeah, but he'd left it. It looked like a
Good areas, good areas, good areas, nudge.
Don't. Good areas. Here comes Dahl again around the wicket. Oh, and that one has gone past the edge of the bat. Just moved away from Root at the last moment. He was tempted into playing a shot. Didn't take the edge. And Anuj Dahl's work for the day is done. 94 runs with the bat. And 2 overs for 6 in the increasing gloom of the county ground in Derby. So 1 over to go. It'll be bowled by the left arm spinner Jack Morley. We've got an extra helmet out there. David Lloyd is now donning a helmet as well. So we've got a short leg. We'll have a silly mid-off. Will we? Well, David Lloyd doesn't know exactly where he's going to stand. He's going to stand at leg slip, I fancy. Yes, that's why he's got the helmet on. No fielding pads, just the helmet for David Lloyd. Man out in the square leg boundary, backward square leg really, who's Anuj Dahl. And here comes Morley. Bowls to Callaway, who goes back and pushes this one up to Lewis Rees. Moving around from mid-on to a wider mid-on, almost straight mid-wicket kind of region to pick the ball up. 5 to go. Glamorgan 38 without loss, defended by Callaway.
Night watchman can take his pads off now.
Yeah, Derbyshire can only have 1 wicket this evening, which is again another nonsensical regulation or law, as this next one is pushed down the ground towards Morley. Previous over was a maiden. That's good. I might be able to do a close of play summary sooner rather than later. Morley is in and bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside by Callaway. So there are 2 balls left. Derbyshire started the day on 119 for 2, eventually got to 261. 94 from Anuj Dahl, 84 from Harry Kane, 70 from Wayne Madson. The major contributors. As Morley is in again and bowls. That one is pushed back towards the bowler. So we reach the final ball of the day. Bowling wise for Glamorgan, 3 wickets apiece for Mason Crane and Ben Callaway in the innings. Callaway bowled really nicely first thing this morning. 3 for 59 from 19 overs. He finished with 3 for 43, Mason Crane. And now Callaway's done a good job for his side opening the batting. Here is the final ball of the day. It's pushed through perhaps a little bit quicker by Jack Morley. He won't get a maiden to finish things off because Callaway has guided that out to the point boundary, and he will be on strike when play gets back underway next. I was going to say tomorrow morning. I'm not sure whether it will or not. So Glamorgan closed the second day on 39 without loss, trailing by 222. Billy Root unbeaten on 13 off 32 deliveries. Ben Callaway, 25 off 40. I think I'm going to give Glamorgan the final session because Derbyshire basically drifted alarmingly, and Glamorgan would have been more than happy for them to have drifted. And Glamorgan, as I say, trail by 222. We will be back when play resumes tomorrow, if indeed play resumes tomorrow. If it does, it'll be 11 o'clock in the morning. If it doesn't, it'll be when it starts. Keep an eye out on socials. I'm sure you'll be able to work it out. In the meantime, we'll see you tomorrow.
North Star.